is the first source of information, perhaps the only source of sometimes the only source of information earlier, is the interpreter of the examination, is the setter of the question paper, evaluator, and decision maker of the lifetime quote unquote merits of the child with respect to marks. This definition of teacher is gone. And we're moving to a mentor. A mentor is not a sage on the stage. He or she aggregates, let me say she aggregates the proprietary knowledge of her own through many forms, talks, videos, slideshows, PowerPoints, podcasts, everything, and open source aggregated knowledge, learning resources, whatever is available, and aggregates this whole and puts before the learner. He facilitates the learner. She is a mentor. She provides for a crying soul, sometimes she provides solace as well. She supports. Similarly, the student is not someone who only studies within the classroom. It has to be replaced with a learner, studying within and beyond the classroom, in formal and informal ways, in synchronous and asynchronous ways, physical and digital means, from the mentor and from the peers, and more importantly, self-learned and from experiential learning. So this, in brief, the mental learner model has to come, and this is not a jargon. This is an actual life practice. For brevity of time, I'm not getting more into it. Second, we always had to go to the classroom. We knew it was an English class or a mathematics class in school. In university, we know it was, I had, according to my subject, an econometrics class or an economics class or an Indian economy class. But I didn't know the details of what is going to be taught today. So it's important that we move strictly. Yes, good universities have moved on, colleges have moved on, but not all. Not even 20%. We need to move on to flipped classroom system. In a flipped classroom system, the learner is provided with all the learning resources, proprietary of the mentor and open source aggregated from whatever online and offline, whatever sources we have. And these are given in advance according to asynchronously. These are studied in advance. This can be physically studied from book and this can be digitally studied from screen. So these are studied asynchronously by the learner in advance before meeting synchronously. And the synchronous meeting can be digital and can be physical. Can be doubt clearing focus, can be quiz and debate and discussion, can be case studies and new examples. But then this comes only after the flipped classroom. The flipped classroom is the other big thing that we have to bring in education of tomorrow. Third, experiential brick and mortar. Learning by doing or learning through project has to be the dominant form of learning. It has to be assisted brick and mortar and click and portal, both ways. That means digitally and physically. So this whole combination, 50% of learning at least, through projects, through initiatives, through activities, through practical, through hands-on, and the other 50% could be what we are now called digital plus physical. So experiential brick and portal, that is the blended learning going ahead. And we as teachers, we have been following the maximum content we have been creating is a PowerPoint presentation or a case study and a good talk. And some examples that we can talk when if we have a gift of the gab. But what we now need to understand, content creation is far more complex. We have been following learning resource creation or content creation, far more complex, far more diverse. And in these times of blended learning or digital learning, we need to bring in audio, video, the graphics, infographics, sometimes humor and names as well as a part of our learning resource. Consciously or unconsciously blending them in such a manner that good content created has to be delivered synchronously, asynchronously, digitally or physically through various platforms like this one is Zoom. We use MS Teams, Series TCS Iron we have as an LMS. So whatever the platform, from a good, as much interactive possible platform with as much bandwidth connection as possible, we have to reach out. So the good content creation, good content delivery, then learners engagement. And that's the biggest challenge. At this point, 200 people are online. Are we sure that all 200 are listening to what we are discussing? We are not sure. So that's another challenge now. That's online. And offline also many a time we have challenges of attendance, we have challenges of mentally being involved, being engaged. So this learner's engagement in a blended world, in a synchronous asynchronous blended world, in a physical digital blended world, requires lot more content. Again, going due to brevity of time, I'll not get into that. But we need quiz, we need presentations, we need videos to be involved, we need polls, we need Google Forms to be utilized, we need debates online, offline. We need multiple ways of engaging the learner. And that learner's engagement cannot be one size fits all, which has been already said very well. Learning is a design endeavor, as Madam has said a little earlier, Honorable Vice Chancellor has said a little earlier. So we move therefore to the next level, that after content creation, content delivery, learners engagement, learners evaluation. One of the problems about traditional education has been learners evaluation.
Professor Ujjwalji, I think now the time is running out, so I request you to
Okay, I will bring. I will
30
bring.
seconds.
Fine. I will bring this the submission to an end by saying that the evaluation itself also has to be blended, for brevity of time will not take. We have to move from competition to collaboration. Competition is a 20th century value. Collaboration is a post-pandemic. It's not enough to be passionate. It's more important to be compassionate. Passion is required, but compassion is furthermore required, and which requires collaboration. I will. The last thing that I wanted to tell, but it won't be possible for time constraints. Just I want to mention, all this is possible, all the including the new education policy, only if digital divide is bridged. And there has to be, just like Roti Kapda, Makan, Shiksha, Swast, 5 areas of dignified life, the 6th area of digital access has to be brought in. And without digital access being guaranteed both by the government to digital network, but and by the corporate through CSR and digital funding, and by the civil society through Million Mobile Movement or other things, unless the digital divide is bridged, entire education of the future that we are talking will remain the prerogative of only an elite. At this point, 52% of 283 million students in India are actually studying in some form or the other digitally. The remaining 48% are not. That's the last point I'd like to note. Thank you very much. It's a fabulous attempt, a fabulous initiative, and thank you, Dr. Metri, for moderating and allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary ji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Admas University. Thanks for providing insights about students, split classroom, and physical and digital. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Now, may I invite Dr. Hanif Qureshi, IPS, IGP, Haryana Police, Secretary, Department of Renewable Energy, Government of Haryana.
And physical and digital. Dr. Mitra. Thank you very much.
So the time, I think I request all the speakers that 5 minutes time, I think I request you to cover, and I know that all great people, they know how to cover everything in 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Sir, time, I think I request all I'm thankful to Policy Times and Shiv Nadar University and all the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference. Good afternoon to my dear colleagues, respected seniors, dear friends. It's a conference on education, and the first thing we need to realize and accept and agree is that education is very important. It's of a great value. It spreads awareness. It helps us stand against the wrong and for the right. It helps progress. It brings up a host of opportunities, especially relevant at these times where technology and education must ensure that opportunities are not bound by geography. It gives us a healthier lifestyle. We are more productive. We can be connected across borders as we are doing right now. It empowers the weakest sections of the society. There is no doubt about the value of education. It gives us a but let me also point out, as Francis Bacon had said, education is good, but too much education is not a good thing. It empowers the we should not forget what is the purpose of education. There is no doubt. Is the purpose of education only education? But let me also point out, as Francis Bacon had said, education is good, but too much education is not a good thing. We should not forget what is the purpose of education. Is the purpose of education only education? Or is it to make the world a better place? Is Is it to make our neighborhood, our families, our friends, make them happier? Is it that? Therefore, that purpose in whatever we may study. We may study engineering, we may study arts and humanities, we may study whatever, but what change it brings to the world, that is of utmost importance. To that end, in this conference and in many others, we will hear many ideas. You know, God has created every person in a different way. And the best way, I think, to harness all these good ideas is to have democratization of education. As Dr. Bush said, let us not have a one-size-fits-all policy. Let us design flexible systems across geographies, across political and social organizations. I did my master's and PhD in the United States of America. My children studied there. And I studied in Indian University. The difference I found that was the education in one school district in another state is different than the other state. Not so in India. Here they are bound by whatever boundaries have been set. Even in the class, Indian classes, one teacher is teaching a common syllabus and a common curriculum to everyone. Whereas, as was pointed out in this conference also, that let us have a flexible learning system. Let us have a system where the fast learners are able to learn faster and the slow learners, they are providing some extra. And all this blends in it. So that one size fits all approach will not help. And then integration of, would have read that Elon Musk gave $5 million to Khan Academy, which is a free online software. And it's not only Khan Academy, it has other free platforms also. So to create such a space where all these platforms will get enabled. So the government need not be a provider of education. It needs to be an enabler of education. There are people, when I was the CEO of the Haryana Buck Board, we started an engineering college, Mewat Engineering College, where the government facilitated it. We had our research, we had our lab, we had the people. But the environment was provided by Haryana government. We were able to start an institution high learning. There are institutions across India who are willing to enter the sphere of education. And they all have brilliant and different ideas. That 1,000 flowers bloom, and all the 1,000 flowers meet of different colors, different varieties, and let them compete against each other on good ideas on education. Last point before I close is to encourage the creative and original thinking in schools. I just saw a TED talk by Ken Robinson that schools skill creativity. Schools skill creativity because they're teaching common curriculum to everyone and they are teaching facts. Encouraging children to ask, questioning their existing beliefs. That is what it is. That's when the new creative ideas and new companies, new ideas. So the education system should be geared towards that, and there lies the responsibility of teachers. Salaries of teachers, the social status of teachers, that we need to make them like professionals. Best people need to come to teach. That's when the whole system of teaching, learning process will. I have a lot to share, but Dr. Vetri has asked me to restrict my speech. So I thank him once again, and I thank everyone here, and I've listened to such wonderful views. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hani Qureshi Saab, IPS, IGP, Haryana Police Secretary, Department of Environment, Government of Haryana. Sir, I think you have given very good insights and you talked about the flexibility and you talked about the creativity, innovation. I must say that NEP 2020 is the gold standard and it is going to be top discussed in this conference and the first of its kind. Apart from that, as you said, Haryana is always leader in creating education. MDI Gurgaon, where I was working as a dean, and it is the land was given by government of Haryana, and I am sure, I think under your leadership, I think whatever the ideas you said and NEP is there, and I am sure we will raise the bar, and probably people start giving the example of India than any other country. We are going to lead, and we can be a leader in education. Thank you very much. Thanks for your insights and your time.
Thank you very much.
May I now invite Dr. V.K. Agarwal, Chairperson, Sunrise University, Alwar.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. V. Arya Bhattiji, for inviting me. On the behalf of Sunrise University and my Vice Chancellor, Professor Abu Pradhanji, and all the staff, I heartily thankful to the founder and editor of the Policy Time, Mr. Akram Q, for organizing this beautiful 3 days World Education Conference. My university has been established in 2011 in the National Capital Region, Alwar District, Ramgarh Tehsil, which is a very backward and minority dominated area. We are working from last 10 years to give to uplift the education level of the minority status breed population, particularly the girls child population, and we are working with the policy time from last 1 year, organizing lot of seminars on education, health, environment, employment, and industry-oriented basis. My university is also a partner of National Skill Development Corporation for giving short-term training program in the field of education, engineering, pharmacy, and health services and agriculture services. I am very much obliged to have this a part of this World Education Conference, and at present myself and my all faculty members are very much excited to listen the thoughts, experience, planning of the all dignitaries partic- participating in this World Conference. So I again give thanks to Mr. Akram for joining me for this conference, and also I welcome today's Chief Guest, Mr. Honorable Shri Manish Sisodia ji, PCM, and Honorable Minister of Education, Delhi Government. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present my thoughts in this World Conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. V.K. Agarwal ji, for your insights and also great wishes to the conference, and thanks a lot. Now, may I invite Mr. Rashid Mukhtar, Honorable Secretary and Board of Trustees, JMES, Maulana Mukhtar Ahmad Nazvi, Technical Campus, MMANT. Yeah.
If you can place your mic closer to your mouth. Yeah. Slightly.
Little closer.
Yeah, you can go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rasheed Mukherjee. You highlighted about education and economy, they will go together. If you educate the people, educate the poor, economy will go fine. It is extremely important for analytical thinking, critical thinking. So great insights. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Mr. Rasheed. Now, may I request Mr. Hamid Ahmad, Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard University, Secretary, Hamdard National Foundation, India, and also CEO Hamdard Laboratories India Foods Division, for his speech as well as announcement of Hakim Abdul Hamid Education Award.
Thank you, Professor Metri. Honorable Shri Manish Sisodia ji, Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Education, Government of NCT of Delhi, distinguished speakers, Vice Chancellors, Professors, organizers and students. Firstly, I would like to congratulate and thank Mr. Akram Haq of the Policy Times for organizing and inviting me to this online education conference 2021. The event comes at a time when the education sphere is full of activity and disruptions caused by the way we teach, learn, and carry out our daily activities. During this tough COVID-19 times, the new education policy has come out as a ray of hope for the education sector with increased scope of funding, which was always desired. We at Hamdard National Foundation India have been doing our bit towards this noble cause. Through the funds generated from the business of Hamdard Laboratories products, we have been successful in setting up a deemed university in 1989 by the name of Jamia Hamdard in Delhi. The university is NAC-A accredited, and the UGC has chosen the university as an institution of eminence. During COVID, we have been working very closely with Shri Manish Sisodia ji and the Delhi government in providing COVID care kits, pulse oximeters, and sanitizers to the Delhi government and the needy. We have just completed a round of distribution of blankets through the Delhi government administration and partner NGOs in this cold weather in Delhi and UP. Every year, we give scholarships to thousands of students who have enrolled in degree courses across India. Going forward, our plans are to build a community college for upgrading skills and focus on placement of the underprivileged students through one of our society, the Business and Employment Bureau. Lastly, through this platform, we have decided to partner with the Policy Times to search and find talent in the education sector and felicitate achievers in this sector through an award titled on the founder of Hamdard Jamia Hamdard, Hakim Abdul Hamid. I wish the 3-day event all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mehta. I'll take a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, Hamid Ahmed sir. It is such an honor. We know what Hakim Abdul Hamid Sahab has done for this country. Jamia Hamdard is an epitome of education for the underprivileged that we can witness in our lifetime. In the meantime, I also want to welcome our chief guest of the World Education Conference, and I cannot thank you enough to you, sir, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi and also Honorable Education Minister, apart from many other activities, responsibilities that he has taken on his shoulder. And I think day and night, the kind of contribution, sir, you are doing is priceless, and I cannot describe that. Before just you, sir, I also very shortly, in maybe 3 minutes, the Honorable Deputy Education Minister of Bangladesh, Shri Mr. Manish Mahibul Hassan Chaudhary ji will also be joining us, and he is actually so eager to hear from you the model that you have made. And he, from his office, actually, we got this. I'll say a few words when he joins. And he's actually excited. And we also have Anil Shastrapati sir. I'm really happy and thankful from your busy schedule that you have joined. This is a wonderful opportunity for Policy Times. Your presence in a platform like the Policy Times also gives us the confidence, the courage, the motivation to do more for this country, sir. So I will just, before that, I will announce that Hamid sir was sharing in the name of Hakim Abdul Hamid sir, we have come up with an Education Leadership Award, and we did a lot of extensive research in terms of whom to give this award, and I finally came to the conclusion, 4 school education leaders, and they come from the government schools. The kind of work, the passion, and the selfless, priceless, and timeless consistency that they have, I thought they deserve a little appreciation and recognition. We can't give money, we are not rich, neither we take money. So we thought we will be able to recognize their effort and their contribution. So this is, first I want to introduce and give the award, Honorable, in the presence of Honorable Minister Shri Manish Sisodia sir and Anil Shastrapati sir, and also the Education Minister joining, in presence of also Hamid Ahmed sir and all our respective speakers of the inaugural session. Mr. Mazidur Rahman is a headmaster from Jahangirpur High School in Dakshin Dinajpur, West Bengal. And I will just say a few words, but I have seen him since last 27 years, the kind of priceless and amazing work that he is doing to inspire students in the backward and remotest district of West Bengal is amazing and praiseworthy. He is also a like silver medalist, first class second in MA he has done, and many of his students are in many different places. He has uncompromising discipline, integrity, and coming from a humble background, the place that he has achieved and secured is amazing. So he's the one, the first that we are giving this award to. The second speaker and awardee is Miss Monami Nag, is principal of Tarakeshwar Girls High School, Hooghly, West Bengal, and she is again a selfless educator and advocate of education, especially for girls in Bengal. And she has been campaigning for anti-child trafficking, early marriage. You know, in Bengal, remotest places, early marriage is a big problem. And the way she, along with a group of teachers and educators, are fighting is amazing. She has been working with UNICEF, Ford Foundation, many other global platforms for books, coming out with innovative books and many other activities. Very humble, caring, proactive learner, teacher, and motivator. The next awardee I want to announce is Mr. Shemol Kumar Mazumdar. He is also headmaster of Chua Bibi Pal Vidya Niketan, Murshidabad, West Bengal. Again, he is also known for his utmost sincerity, punctuality, honesty, and the kind of technological intervention that he brought. He inspired many underprivileged children to study and come to school. And he had a long, uncompromising fight to change traditionalism, improve the quality of education and infrastructure in his area. And he also introduced computer and vocational education in one of the remotest areas. Also, malnutrition is a big problem in the area. So he planted many mango trees, guava trees, and many other trees, so that the fruits can be cultivated there and can be given to the malnourished children. The final awardee is Miss Shwanulata Bera. Shwanulata Bera ma'am is again a principal of Lalgarh Shara Damoni Balika Vidyalaya in Jhargram, again West Bengal, a teacher, educator, and like a mother nature to her children, a lifelong campaigner for health, early marriage, girls' education, and school dropout. And she has been regularly organizing and participating in this blood donation campaign, water harvesting, computer learning, and many other issues. A dedicated soul and soldier of education conference, education revolution in Bengal. So these are 4 awardees I just wanted to announce. With this, if I have the Honorable Education Minister of the Minister will join soon. In the meantime, thank you so much. I want to hand over it to Professor Maitre to take it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Akram Haq, for the announcement of awards. Now, may I start the next session, that is inviting guest of honor and chief guest of the today's function for the World Education Conference 2021.
We can request, Professor Maitre, we can request our chief guest to address.
So, we have today, we are very privileged to have today as a chief guest Sri Manish Sisodiya ji, a Deputy Chief Minister and Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Delhi, MCT. As an Education Minister, Mr. Sisodiya ji doubled the budgetary allocation to the education at almost 25% of the entire state budget. And this was a historic step. Sisodiya ji has gained a reputation around the country as one of the best education administrators and educationists in government. And he has candidly given a detailed account of this journey as an education minister in his book, Shiksha, My Experiments as an Education Minister. It is Mr. Sisodiya's vision that he has resulted in path-breaking innovations such as a mentor, teacher program, mission, Bunyad, happiness curriculum, and entrepreneurship mindset curriculum. He has been awarded a finest education minister in 2017 and champions for change in 2019. Mr. Sisodia was one of the India's foremost right to information activists, having co-founded the non-profit Kabir and had a successful career in journalism spanning a decade. We have such a luminary amongst us as a chief guest. May I now request a great educational minister and the leader, Sri Manish Sisodiya ji, to address this conference as a chief guest.
Thank you, Dr. Maitre, and especially thank you to Akram Bhai for inviting me to this World Education Conference. It's my pleasure to be here, connecting online to the educationists of the world. As an education minister of Delhi, I always feel privileged to participate in such meetings, to meet educationists from around the world, understand the different perspectives about the education, and then try to fix the problems in Delhi. This is an opportunity for me to understand from so many educationists around the world who are discussing, trying to understand the education systems, and then brainstorming, and then trying to implement something. And here, as a responsible minister for education in Delhi, I am keen to learn from this conference also, and that's why my curiosity to learn more, to meet more people, to understand what people are doing, what educationists are thinking. As a politician, it's very important for me to understand the educationist's point of view. Congratulations for the wonderful event. These events are very important, especially at a time when the world is almost trying to come out from the pandemic phase, when everybody is trying to struggle how to bring back the education on track, and especially at a time when vaccine is just, you can say, at the door of our, is at our gates. We are ready to welcome the vaccine. It's high time that we discuss the education in terms of post-COVID school system, post-COVID education also, in terms of new education policy also. So when we talk about Delhi, we have been trying to do few things in Delhi. I would like to share some of my understanding, but whatever I will say and whatever I will present here, let me tell you, because people in this conference, many of the people I also know, but I assume many and maximum people who are attending this conference are having a lot of experience in the sector of education. I am not an educationist. I am a politician. I am a public representative. So whatever I say here should be taken as an experience or maybe experiments of a public representative. I am not saying anything on behalf of educationists, because people who understand education are educationists. I come from the public. I understand the need of the public. I understand the pain of the public that public is. So I have represented that on my chair also, and I would like to say something here in this conference also on behalf of that authority that is given to me. So anything that contradicts to the principles of education, that is considered not to be so effective, or maybe not as per the protocols of education, I may be excused by being a by a public representative. Most importantly, I would like to talk here is about the new education policy. It is talking about a lot of good things. Many educationists have been talking about early childhood education, the education which is more prompt, which is more understanding, which is more prone to understanding rather than rote learning, which makes people more effective, critical thinking, and all these buzzwords of education, keywords around quality education we have been talking about, are part of our education policy, official part of our education policy. That's a good thing that has happened. I have read the education policy very carefully, and this policy is going to write the future of not only education in India but the future of the country, of our next generations also. So when we while we are excited about the new education policy, we should be mindful of the fact that two critical factors which come into play as we go about implementing are very important here. And I can share my experiences and experiments on those two critical factors. First is capacity of the education system to absorb these ideas. When we talk about critical thinking, when we talk about uh, learning outcomes, when we talk about early childhood education, when we talk about understanding rather than rote learning, these are the ideas. But is our education system ready to absorb that? Or how can we make our education system, including Directorate of Education, schools, colleges, universities, ready to absorb those? It's very important. So, readiness to take bold steps is important factor, one critical factor for me. Second is the commitment of financial resources. Whatever we think, quality education needs public funding also. So, commitment from the governments for financial resources is also very critical factor. As Dr. Mantri said in the introductory remarks, we started our journey in 2015 as the government, and we doubled the education budget of Delhi. It was almost 25% of the total budget of Delhi, and fortunately for last 6 years we have been running the government with limited resources, whatever limited resources, but whenever we plan, it's approximately 25% of the total budget every year for last 6 years on education. But I would like to say that having money is one thing, but understanding and effective implementation of the policies, optimum utilization of that resources, that money is very important. So we used in Delhi this money in two ways. One is foundation of education, and then second is using education as foundation for society. So when we talk about foundation of education, the first and foremost thing that came to our notice was the infrastructure. We can talk to our teachers, we can talk to our education officers and the educationists of the city to work on quality education. But the problem was that if we are calling a student, a girl student, for say 8 hours to our school, and if we are not able to construct a toilet in that school, how can we expect the girl student or a lady teacher, or any even gents also, to be present for 6-7 hours in a building which is not even having a clean toilet, which is not even, forget about toilets, which is not even having a basic chair, basic board wall on the wall of the classroom. So all these things were there, and we worked on the infrastructure. We improved the infrastructure. We created good quality infrastructure. Why this is important? By 5-star infrastructure, you can't create good schools. But in a society where one student is going to a good building of private school and the another student is going to a typically shabby-looking government school building, the mindset that is coming out of that is very poor mindset. The confidence is always shaken for that. So that's why infrastructure was important, and that's why I consider this to be as foundation of education. I'm talking about two terms, using two terms here. Foundation of education and education as foundation of the society. So infrastructure we created infrastructure here. Then we came up in our second year of government. In last tenure, we came for teachers training, the ambience. Because I used to speak to a lot of teachers in government school, and I used to see that they are talented, they know their subjects, but the problem is they are not motivated. They are not ready to do experiments. We introduced them to the world. We took them to the best of the best world education systems. We took them to Finland, Cambridge, to US, Harvard, and Singapore. We asked IIM to prepare a customized school leadership program for our principals in Delhi. So it gives a lot of introspective thinking to our teachers. And after that, I can say that the training approach that we took was from local to global. On one hand, we were sending our teachers to Finland and Harvard and Singapore also, but on the other hand, we were sending our teachers to discuss with the principals and teachers of a good private school in Delhi or in other part of the country. Even government schools in other part of the country. We have sent our teachers to visit good government schools across the country. They have learned from there. Our principals have spent months over there and then learned from them, and they came back and they introduced a lot of good practices here. So teachers training was one of another component of the foundation of education. And now I can say that teachers are much energized. They have some sense of belonging to the system. So this was another foundation. Then building confidence of parents and students was also equally important for us. Why it was there? Because most of the time we saw here that the schools were not ready to talk to parents. And the general concept was that if some parents are sending their wards to government school, that means they are not able to send their kids to private schools. This was the overall scenario. We took some time to break the ice, but then we started parent-teacher meetings. Though parent-teacher meeting, if we come from a private school background or a good successful school background, we can think that what is new in it. We all have private parent-teacher meetings. But yes, many a times, especially in Delhi government school, it was just a paper system. Parents were hardly meeting once in a year to the teachers, or they were not able to meet them. So we opened our school doors for the parents. We invited them. We offered, and especially we made it a celebration. We called it Mega PTM. The first meeting I remember, we named it Mega Parent Teacher Meeting. We gave instructions to all our schools that when parents come, उनको टीका वीका लगा के उनका स्वागत करना, offer them a cup of tea in the school first before taking them to the classroom, then escort them to the classroom, right classroom of their ward. So this dignity, this respect they felt first time while being in the school of their ward. That was a different experience for them, and then they thought that yes, this school system has some respect for us. This another sense of belongingness came as foundation of education. Same with the students. We did a lot of curriculum and training changes. As a result, again part of the foundation of education, as a result, the result of government, earlier it used to be this class 12 results used to be around 80%. It reached 98%. That gave a lot of confidence. Then subsequently, many of our students studying in government school without having proper Vidya Mandir or you name it, those big NEET and JEE examinations crossed JEE and NEET examinations. This year only, one single government school has given five students to IIT through JEE without any coaching. Out of 80 students of that one school have gone to, 5 of them have gone to IIT, have been selected in JEE for IIT. Many of them have been selected for other universities and colleges also under engineering. Same in many of our schools, out of 80 girls, in one school 33 girls crossed NEET examination. In one school 28 crossed. In one school 23 girls crossed NEET examination, which was a big success for a girl who is coming from a background where her mother is a maid or where her father or his father, they are doing iron under the streets. So this was a big change in the concept of government school education system. But getting good infrastructure, getting good teacher training, getting good confidence of parents, and then getting 98% result, sending students to JEE and NEET is not the ultimate target of education. For me, the ultimate target of education is and would be to use education as foundation for the country, to use education as foundation for the society. So that is our second step that we are working. 2 years back, we launched a curriculum called, 3 years back rather, we launched a curriculum called Happiness Curriculum, where we are making a child emotionally sound. This is a nursery to 8th grade program. Every day, the first period of our school is happiness period. There we teach how to see your emotions, how to understand, not control, not regulate, understand your emotions. that has been the Indian legacy for thousands of years, that we have understood the emotional science and we have worked upon it. But unfortunately, this understanding of emotional science went out of the syllabus and it became spiritual or rituals and all these things took place. Somehow it got lost. Now we have introduced understanding of emotions without any caste, creed, religion or spiritual practices. We have introduced this happiness curriculum where every student is in every day, every student starts his or her day with 5 minutes of mindfulness. Then there is 40 minutes happiness class where there are a lot of activities, then understanding, then group discussions about happiness, emotions, and positive well-being. So this is bringing a lot of change in the students of nursery to 8th grade. But when these students are going for senior secondary classes, when they are planning to enter professional world, they are preparing themselves to go to ITI or IIT. There we are making them sound on professional, on their professional understanding. Here we have introduced another curriculum called entrepreneurship mindset curriculum. I would like to emphasize on the mindset. It's not the entrepreneurship curriculum. It is entrepreneurship mindset curriculum. We are working on the professional mindset of the student. From grade 9, 10, 11, 12. Every day, one period on entrepreneurship mindset curriculum. We are teaching them that whatever you want to be. You want to become a CEO of the company, work on that. You want to become an IS officer or advocate or journalist or professor, be that, prepare for that. But be an entrepreneur at your mindset. Entrepreneur mindset is important. Entrepreneurs are important, but more than that, entrepreneurship mindset is important. So that is another thing. We are using education to lay the foundation of the society in the country. The third intervention that I would introduce is Deshbhakti curriculum that we are working. It's not about, we say, typical patriotism curriculum. It's about understanding and loving your surroundings, loving your society, loving your nature, loving your country, loving your systems, and loving the people around you. Irrespective of caste, creed, religion, how can you respect? How do you respect? That we are taking as a challenge, though it's under consideration. This curriculum is being framed, and we are working. We invite a lot of educationists are involved in this conference. I would invite everybody or all the people who are interested in helping us to develop these curriculums. We are working on that. Finally, as changing the scenario of education, one important intervention that we are working in Delhi is about assessment, change in assessment patterns. Whatever we write in our curriculum or textbooks, whatever we write in our learning outcome and policy, but the ultimate driver of the education is our examination system. The way we test our students, the teacher teaches in the classroom following that pattern. Whatever we write in our books and generic and policy, nobody reads that. Everybody reads the question paper of last 5 years. The entire ambience, the entire mahal of the classroom depends, the delivery of the classroom, of the content depends not on the learning outcomes described in the chapter, not in the policy. It only depends on the question papers asked in last 5 to 10 years. That is very important to understand. So, हमारे हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, राजा की जान तोते में बसती थी. तो तोता जो है पूरी शिक्षा सिस्टम का वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम, एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है. अगर हमने एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम को ठीक कर लिया तो हमारी एजुकेशन दुरुस्त होती चली जाएगी. अगर हमने असेसमेंट सिस्टम, एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम को ठीक नहीं किया तो हम कोई भी पॉलिसी बना लें, कोई भी इंटरवेंशन कर लें, nothing is going to change inside the class and inside the mindset and the life. So we are working on that. We are setting up a new board in Delhi for assessment, which fundamentally we are trying to eliminate, to do away with the conventional method of assessment, that is 3-year examination after 1 year, and thus assess the student, examine that student, and declare him pass or fail based on that 3-year examination and 3-year performance, which is not justified for the 1 year of understanding. So we are trying to change that. Here also, this is under consideration. This is a work under process. I would request all the people who are keen to work on it, who have understanding, who have experience on this. I would like to invite them to work, all of you to work with Delhi government to set up that stage and set up that thing also. To conclude, I can say that the student who is coming to us for 20 years, they have to visualize education for the person who is going out of education system after 21 years or 20 years. We have to give a better citizen, a better professional and better human being to the country, to the world, to the nature, to the society. For that we are working. So entire pattern, entire exercise of 20 years is to give a better qualified professional and citizen to the country. We are trying to make some intervention. Few have been worked upon, few are being worked upon. I would request this August gathering here, online gathering, to help us make this more effective, to make this more successful. With this, I would like to end here. Thank you very much for inviting me as a guest here. It was my pleasure to be here and speak to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is such an honor आपको सुनना और आपको इस तरह से हमारे प्रोग्राम में लाइव सुनना. ये मेरे जिंदगी का सबसे पहला मौका है और था. और we are really motivated, inspired by the work that you are doing, sir. And we have been advocating, coming from development journalism. Policy Times is a media, sir, which is advocating development journalism. Development is the ultimate mission of our life. And when we talk about development, education is the first foundation of it. I have not seen in the whole world, no state, no country, which has ever dared to have 25% of its budget for education. And the whole country, the whole world applauded you more. But Policy Times really want to thank you for the journey you have shown to the world, sir. That yes, education is the priority. And if any state or any nation can contribute 25% of its budget to education, miracle is just the next step to achieve. And Delhi has shown it. The whole world, I think, needs to learn this. In your presence, I also, and really honored, sir, that you are our chief guest today. We also have Anil Shastri, sir. I heard that you are friends and really want to hear from him. In between, I also want to really welcome another dynamic education policymaker, Mr. Mahibul Hassan Chaudhary, one of leading, again, politician, minister, policymaker of Bangladesh. Bangladesh, after Delhi, has inspired me a lot. Every youth I spoke to, the kind of forward-lookingness they have, the kind of futuristic mindset they have developed is priceless. I really see that the Bangladesh will be the next leader, just like many of the Southeast Asian countries, leading from the front in terms of economic development and empowerment. I really want to thank him in between here, sir. Mohibul sir has been, his father, ABM Mohiuddin Chaudhary Saab, has been a renowned and big politician and big change maker of Bangladesh. He was a very close associate and subordinate and friend of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. The kind of contribution, he has been a mayor since long in the Chattogram, the second largest city of Bangladesh. The kind of contribution he has done is amazing. I also want to thank Mr. G.M. Tausif, the founder president of Turuner Pratik Bangladesh. He has been an extraordinary support for us, and the kind of love for your father, for you that he has, the love, loyalty, the kind of gratitude that he has for you, sir. Whatever the words I had with him, it's really, I can't describe in words. Like, I think wonderful, sir, the kind of leadership, the people follow you and they are supporting you. It's really wonderful to see. And also the way that you are leading this country, the country of Bangladesh. So with this, Manish Sridhar sir, I'd be extremely happy. We'll have a small book launch by Dr. P. Shekhar. And I'd be also very happy if you can hear our next Honorable Minister. And Anil Shastri sir, then we'll be moving to the next session. I also want to thank my partner, sir. When I started the journey of Policy Times, Mr. Salman Ahmed, who is here, has
been, given me the unconditional support to build an organization like the Policy Times that we have today. So he has kept his faith, and still, whatever I say, we believe the kind of support that I might be the front, but the back end support that he has given is wonderful. I also want to thank him. And with this, I want to request Professor Maitre to take over and invite the Honorable formally.
Thank you, Mr. Akram. Thanks a lot. After listening to Honorable Minister Sri Manish Sisodiya ji, he talked about two important things. One is, foundation of education, that is related to infrastructure and facilities, and second, education as a foundation for society. These are the two important things. I think I must say that really, sir, you have set the role model not only India but the rest of the world, and everybody talks about the Delhi model of education. I am sure many more such models you are going to create in future, and Delhi is going to be an iconic education hub for the globe. Like people talk about going to Europe and America, the time will come, everybody will come to Delhi, and the credit and the entire initiatives, it is all because of you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your very insightful and great speech. Now may I request a guest of honor, today's Honorable Minister Maibul H. Chaudhary, Honorable Deputy Minister, Minister of Education, Government of Bangladesh. Mr. Chaudhary ji graduated from London School of Economics with Law and Anthropology degree and was called as a barrister of Lincoln's Inn. Following the post-graduation from University of Law, Mr. Chaudhary was partner of the legal circle and an advocate of the Supreme Court of Bangladesh before his ministerial appointment. With this, may I call upon Mr. Maibul H. Chaudhary, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Education, Government of Bangladesh, for his address.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank all the organizers here today for inviting me to this discussion. I was listening very carefully and attentively to our Honorable Minister from Delhi, and you have rightly mentioned this, that Delhi has now become a model to the world, and the experience of Delhi can be replicated across the region, and we have so much to learn from it, because we all have almost similar types of challenges in our education system. Both Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, all our regional countries, we had same sort of educational framework, and when we began, we had renowned institutions, we had good private sector education model worked very well, but the challenge is, but the main focus and challenge was obviously making sure that the majority of the people had good access to education, and that was contributing in skill development in our society as a whole. So both India and Bangladesh, we had good institutions, but the problem remains with the public access, and also, as our Honorable Minister previously said, infrastructure and the quality, etc., and for the majority. So that's where Delhi government has worked, and that is what our current government in Bangladesh is working on. So our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, since she took over in 2009, she had to continuously invest in infrastructure and also the curriculum. So we, instead of sort of focusing on general education, we felt that it was important to invest and also focus on technical and vocational education, because education, if it is taught in isolation from skill development, or in isolation from vocation, where most educated citizenry is obviously aiming towards, then it really loses its meaning. So the challenge that we face here is that we had a very big general education sector, and the sector was doing as you know, like all the other big countries, but it wasn't meeting the requirement of our growing industrial sector. So in terms of meeting, as you have seen, Bangladesh has been going through a rapid industrialization over the last decade in terms of this government has taken over. So what has been happening is that there is an acute skill shortage in the industry and also in terms of our service sector. So that's what we actually started focusing on, because what we have realized is that there's no point in having prestigious their human resource in their country. It was actually their polytechnical. It was actually their vocational education system that they had built to meet the needs of society and industry. So that's where we focus, because this was also the vision of our founding father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, when he began. He wanted to focus on skill-based education rather than general education. But unfortunately, after losing him in 1975, a lot of emphasis was given on populist education, where we liberalized the higher education system to the extent that we have hundreds and thousands of highly educated graduates, but they are essentially without any skill for the industry, and also for the when it comes to the need of the economy. So skills-based education is something that we're trying to focus on, and in fact we have actually discussed the biggest public-private partnership in education, where we are no longer expanding government school system across the country. Instead, we are partnering with all non-governmental schools, where government is taking over part of the maintenance of those institutions, subject to them meeting certain conditions such as pass rate, enrollment, and gender balance, etc., criteria. So the government has a scheme called monthly payment order system, where we are taking over payment for the teachers in these non-government institutions, and also paying for the clerical staff and building infrastructure. But the management of these institutions remains solely with the institution, with some regulatory supervision of the institution, since they are receiving public funds. So instead of taking over a particular institution or many institutions across the country and bringing them directly under government offer, our model is to work with the local schools and give them the infrastructure support, give them financial support, rather than taking over them entirely. Because you see, we have about 50,000 educational institutions across the country in the secondary and secondary education level. But our government number of 100% government schools are only about 70. So you can see that there's a huge difference. And even in those 700 institutions, what we have seen is that, yes, they are of very good quality. There's a lot of demand for this, government schools. We have about 70,000 seats in these government schools, but we are getting about 7 lakh applications for these government schools. So we have just computerized it, made it very lottery-based. Whoever gets it, and we are running the government schools. But they are literally insignificant when it comes to the secondary and higher education family, because 700 is nothing, for a country of 170 million people. So these 50,000 schools that we have, we are partnering with the running schools, where instead of taking them over and bringing them directly under government payroll, we are telling them that you must work hard to make sure that the students are passing, and at least the pass rate must be 85% in the public exam. You have to make sure that there is enough students, and you have to make sure that the land belongs to you, and the financial management is at least of a certain standard. and all the teachers are registered certified teachers. So we have a body called National Teachers Registration Certification Authority, NTRCA. All the teachers that are recruited in secondary schools in non-governmental schools, which are not government schools by the way, must have registration with the NTRCA authority, so that there is some uniformity in terms of teacher standards. And then we have their records in our centralized database, and we can run teacher training from there. But we are long way away from that uniformity across the country in terms of teachers' standards. These are challenges that remain. But we are more or less only working on the PPP model, where we partner with the institution, management remains with the institution, but regulatory supervision comes from the top because they are receiving public fund to run part of the service. Now we are trying to bring in vocational and technical education in these schools so that the school leavers do not have to think of going into or transition into higher education. See, the problem with India, Bangladesh and all the neighboring countries is that we have a lot of students up with higher education. I mean, you could say that it sounds a bit elitist, but it's not key because the nature of our economy are not such that they can absorb huge number of graduate population. Even in the United States, they cannot absorb huge number of graduates in their economy. So why do we need so many graduates? We need graduates for a certain industry, for example, service industry, industries which require a particular set of clinical skills, for example, like medicine or engineering, etc. But the economy as a whole has a certain need, and these needs are not going to be met by producing huge number of graduates. So we need good school leavers who would go to vocational-related training centers, who would get diplomas instead of degrees, and then who would be employed in the economy based on the need of the economy. So there is absolutely no point in having thousands of graduates, but we had been doing that with this population. We had liberalized our higher education to the extent that anyone can be a graduate now, and it costs very little in Bangladesh to be a graduate, by the way. Our government universities are heavily subsidized, including our engineering university, our topmost university, which is Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET. It costs me about 10 taka to study there. The lodging is free, the food is free, and the tuition is free. Everything is free. So you can imagine how much subsidy we have to give in our higher education. But what is happening is that graduates from the top universities, after receiving huge amount of government subsidies, are actually going to abroad and serving other countries. So, it's basically poor people of Bangladesh or people of Bangladesh are subsidizing for the workforce of Google or Silicon Valley. So, which doesn't really meet our demand, in that way. So, we are trying to rethink about our higher education system. There's no point having a heavily subsidized higher education system where it does not meet our industrial or economic demand. We need to focus on vocation-related trainings, and we're trying to convert our colleges, which are loosely connected with universities, with administrative universities, and convert them into skill-based training centers. That's a huge challenge because, as you know, in the academia, there's a lot of conventional thinking, and with that type of conventional thinking in higher academia, we are really struggling to convert them into technical vocational further education colleges or skill-based training centers, because our conventional academics do not want to think beyond how universities are run. Even the universities have to be converted into short course providers, skill providers, because what I had seen in the UK, it wasn't University of Oxford that created the large number of human resource base in the UK. It was basically a polytechnical institute, which has now been called a university because through a law of parliament they changed everything into university. But effectively, it was these institutions which were producing skilled manpower which were used in their economy rather than full-on graduates. So vocational qualification is the go forward, is the way forward for our developing countries, and this has been seen in European countries as well, in China, in Southeast Asia. And I think we can have a regional framework for vocation-related training and vocation-related education, which we can then implement to our higher education institutions, because the higher education institutions, in considering the number of them, it is absolutely nonsensical to have this huge amount of higher education institutions where government subsidy goes to. So this is our case, by the way. I don't think it is the case in India, because in India you have to pay in even government institutions if it's technical education, engineering education. I think it is fees-based, but here it's not fees-based, so we are trying to move away from that. With this, I would like to conclude my remark here today, and I was very privileged to have been invited in this discussion. So thank you very much. I look forward to work with you in the future, and I agree with this statement earlier made that development is what we need to focus. In this subcontinent, we have focused so much on party politics, elections, and petty divisions that politics has really lost its meaning. It has become more of a power-based activity rather than policy-based activity. So the ultimate objective is to achieve maximum welfare of the people, and therefore politics meaning should be just that we make good policies and make sure that our people are receiving the benefit of these good policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your short but very, very comprehensive speech. I really wish Bangladesh all the very best, your government all the very best to achieve much more milestones. So maybe in next 20 years, we will see Bangladesh as one of the high-income countries of South Asia, just like the Southeast Asian countries, and you are rightly going so. So we are a little late actually, 15, 16 minutes late. If Honorable Education Minister of Delhi, Sri Manish Shinde sir is also here, we have a very important book that we want to launch, and also if Honorable Minister sir, if you can stay for a couple of seconds, I want to invite Sri Dr. P. Shekhar sir to say a few words on the book. Dr. P. Shekhar is a thinker, policy influencer, policy maker, author, and helping the country in many ways in terms of nation building and national reincarnation. He wrote a couple of books, in fact many books, and this is one of the books which is very important, timely and relevant. I want to welcome Dr. Shekhar to say a few words on the book launch, and then I hand over to Professor Mehdi.
This is a book for self-sustained education. Most of the points made by the education ministers and other vice chancellors is always in terms of how the education should be. We all should know that we have got an additional responsibility, especially as India, and even as Bangladesh, since the minister is there. We are the educators for the world. If you know that education started in India as a university way back in almost 2000 years back, you will see a small picture of the first version of this book, which was launched by the then HRD minister, and he said that he is going to use this book for making the new education policy, and I am sure he has used it. And then it was a pleasure at the time to have Mr. Keith Forward note and others for the book, for the earlier version. It was in 2016. Now, in this book, what we have done, what I have done, is I have tried to collate, what is the meaning of COVID and why the COVID is going to make its own difference for education. And then what is the way the new education policy has come, which was already built in my old version of the education. Now, just 2 minutes on the self-sustained portion of it, because the ministers want to know how the education can be self-sustained. Now, what I am doing is I am using a principle called secure order. This is a principle by which the value and valuation takes care of the value to be created. Slightly a complex word. In education, to put it very, very crudely, education value is created by the school, by the education institution, and by the people whom we are educating. And when I said that we have got additional responsibility, today the world looks at India to give them the leaders. The next vice president of USA is in India, and the 4 other ministers in UK are Indians, and even the prime team of the president of USA is India. And even now, China has many of the leaders who are coming from India, leading their and the small point with the Bangladesh education minister said about the spending of money in higher education. At least from Indian point of view, it is not a waste. Because India has given 25 million Indians abroad, and they bring $1 trillion economy to the world. Okay. Now, why I am combining both? This is what is the money which comes for the education in the country. If we tell a $1 trillion economy to give 1%, 2%, that comes to $20 billion. Okay. And there are $85 billion coming every year to India. If we say 5% of it, can it come to education? People would gladly give. Any one of us, if my school comes and tells me, please give me something, I would never mind giving a small percentage of whatever I'm earning. This I'm saying I means any one of you. So these are the ways how funds will come. Second way of funds, last thing which I'll talk before I conclude, is that education infrastructure itself has a built-in money. In Bombay and other places, what I have done is, the education institutions have got almost 5 to 8 FSA. There, the 20% can be commercial. The commercial portion can fund the development portion of education, but have a proper, separate entrance, separate this will not be coupled. So there are various ways. Of course, there are about 20 things which I have listed in the book, which is for the self-sustained portion of education. And I'm sure, because the amount of money required to train 400 million people, which India has, no budget can ever support. And whatever we may say, that budget should support, government should give money, but the money is not there, but what the government can give. So this is what is the principle. From this I will, of course, close my, because it's a 290-page book, I cannot keep saying everything about it. I'm sure whatever this thing can be for others. And for the needy people, Akram can always forward the full book. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Minister of Bangladesh, if you can stay with us, that will be really wonderful, sir. Now we will proceed to 3 eminent educationists of India, the 3 eminent education policymakers of higher education. I'm really thankful again in here to say Professor Rupamanjari Ghosh ma'am is here and should be extremely interested to hear 3 real stalwarts of higher education. And Honorable Education Minister of Bangladesh, I think we can have a little more exchange between India and Bangladesh. We would be extremely happy to bring educators of both countries, India and Bangladesh, in our upcoming ventures, in our upcoming initiatives, so that India and Bangladesh can exchange, can build partnership between the top level, higher level, as well as primary level educators of this both country. So with this, I really want to hand over to Professor Maitre to take over the sessions.
So thank you, Mr. Akram. Now, it is a very, very important session. We have 3 special guests. And this particular session, 3 keynotes will be there. We will begin with the first keynote by our transformation leader, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi. All of you know that he doesn't need any introduction. He is a great leader, transformation leader, and last more than 5 years, the kind of change in education sector, particularly technical education, whatever it has happened, it is all under his leadership. We have achieved the transformation change. Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe was a professor of mechanical engineering at IIT Guwahati and taken up several new initiatives for academic co-curricular activities, entrepreneurship, research, good governance. He is the chairman of Basic Scientific Research, BSR, Empowerment Committee of UGC, SWAYAM Board, and he is a fellow of IST, IIT, Institution of Engineers, INAV, and recipient of Maha Entrepreneur Award of 2011, Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar, Lifetime Achievement Award, Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award, many more accolades are on his name, and everybody knows he is a great human being and transformation leader. Now, without taking much time, may I request Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, for his address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Bhimrai Maitre, Mr. Akram Haq, who followed up with me that I must be here, so I'm here anyway. And the last session, I was very carefully listening to 2 ministers, one from Bangladesh, Mr. Mohibul Chowdhury, as well as Delhi Education Minister and Deputy Chief Minister Sri Manish Sisodia. Both have been also involved in transformation of education, both in the Delhi state as well as in the state of Bangladesh. I think therefore there is a lot of learning from them as well. And my co-panelists, Professor K.K. Agarwal, I don't know Professor Malhotra is there or it is Madam Ghosh who is going to be in this particular session. I'm seeing her, but I'm not seeing K.K. So V.K. Malhotra ji. So in any case, all the co-panelists, Dr. Hanif, Ujjwal Chaudhary, Dr. Shekhar, who has released the book just now, It's a very exciting time. I was very closely listening to both the earlier speakers, and whatever has been being done, that is all part of the new education policy as well. That means some of us are probably ahead of the times. And in fact, AICT has also undertaken several reforms over the last 3 years. They are also part of the new education policy. There are certain deviations, but certainly we have been part of that. The NEP 2020 itself is absolutely transformative, game-changing in variety of ways. The important thing is the true implementation of that. The performance is going to be assessed subsequently based on how we are going to really implement it. Policy many times is good, but how do we implement? I think that is most important, and if there are any pitfalls or some problems, we must have some course correction mechanism in place. So the ministry is already seized of the matter, implementation strategy plan is in place. Maybe in a couple of months, a lot of things will be rolled out. But some of the important things which have happened is, since I heard, Manish Sisodia ji talking about being inculcated, including learning of mathematics and science and STEM and STEAM, whatever we call, through stories, rather than a lot of emphasis on reading, writing skills. The next 3 years, of course, reading, writing is important. He has to learn, and a lot of emphasis on learning in mother tongue. Our respective places from where we come from, in the respective state and respective homes, that education is expected to be continued in the early years. Thereby, the transition from home to the school is very, very smooth. Subsequently, after the 11 years of age, that means 5 plus 3 years of education in the school, the emphasis is on skill and vocationalization. Every student in those next module of 3 years and the next 4 years, that means those 7 years, will have to undergo at least expertise in at least 2 to 3 skills. And these skills may be all variety. And there is no distinction between arts, commerce, science, etc. It is a holistic, generic education where people can learn, along with philosophy and sociology, physics and mathematics and chemistry, biology, as well as psychology and maybe some part of the law and the constitution. And skills are type of, things like carpentry, welding, electronics technician, agriculture, gardening. It may be painting, drama, dance, music. Skills can be of any variety. A child, whatever that child is interested, boy or girl, can take any type of they are like electives in a manner in the school education itself, and one can get vocationalized right in the age of 15 to 18 in a thorough manner. And by the time one can come to the higher education, they are already aware of use of hands. The motor skills are very important. Once you come into especially engineering education or medical education, pharmacy education or science education, I think working by hands is very important. Agriculture, of course, very important. And therefore, a student is fully prepared. And it is not that only these kind of skills are going to be there in this skill set, but it could be even electronics, computer science, IT, ICT, even artificial intelligence, machine learning being part of the curriculum between that age of 11 to 18. So such wonderful kids, when they come to college, our job in the higher education sector becomes easier. And the university education, whatever is thought about in this particular policy, is first of all multidisciplinary, and therefore a school of engineering will also have an opportunity to study music or drama or dance, painting, and similarly a student of physics may be able to do something similar, or a person from an arts background, psychology student or a sociology student may also learn ICT. I think that is what is multidisciplinary education, which has all the elements of what is known as university, and universities are the places where everything under the earth has to be studied. And unfortunately, we have moved away from that and we have become monodisciplinary in many cases, like medical education or engineering or law, etc. Now they have to expand. There is no other way out than otherwise than They will have to either merge with someone else or expand themselves. I think that is the first principle which has happened. The second one is first time ever, probably anywhere in the world, multiple exit entry is formally being announced in the policy. That means if the graduate program is 4 years duration, after 1 year or 2 years, if a student feels that he is not very much interested in this, or because there is some difficulty that he cannot continue education because of family compulsions, because of economic condition being not supporting him to pay the fees. So if he wants to go out, that provision is there to take credit out of whatever he has learned in the form of a certificate or a diploma, and then that academic credit is banked, it is kept in his account, and anytime when he wants to return to the education, he can come back and make use of that earlier credit and add on further credits, and further within a year or two can also get a degree later. I think this is fundamentally a completely transformative and new thing which has happened, and this is going to create many platforms are to be created. How do we have the definition of credit? How do you transfer? Which university will accept the credit of another university? How one can transform these credits from one university to the other one and transfer and get them? I think there are some challenges and they are being addressed. So the next important thing, because there is already vocationalization started in the school education itself, there is an opportunity for students who graduate becoming automatically employable on one side, and also entrepreneurial, and then able to probably start startups and start the entrepreneurial journey. I think these are two very fundamental things. Secondly, universities have been in a loose manner categorized as research intensive universities, teaching intensive universities, and degree awarding colleges or universities. Therefore, none of the colleges that exist today will remain as affiliation system that exists today, but everyone will become completely autonomous and independent to start even awarding degrees. But they have to have minimum student strength of about 3,000. So either you expand, either close down, or you merge with others. I think these are the only three formulae one has to adopt. I think this is a very, very significant thing. Then comes the support for research, which is so significant. My previous panelists also spoke about how research and innovation is the foundation for any economy, and therefore the support for research in the form of huge funding, not only in science and technology, but even in humanities and social sciences through what is known as National Research Foundation, which is headed by none other than the principal scientific advisor to the government of India. That is what is envisaged, and this is a big ticket change, because currently the funding being available is in peanuts. Actually, someone from DST, someone from DBT, somewhere from UGC, AICT, we get small amounts. And that is probably not good enough for achieving the goal target that we have set in. And therefore, large-scale funding from National Research Foundation, directly under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister's office itself. That means there is a lot of provision for continuing research. Then comes a very important change, that is, how do we leverage technology? Because there is an assumption that in the next 10-15 years, from present gross enrollment ratio in higher education from 27% to reach to 50%, and that is almost double, and plus population also will increase during this period, and therefore from the present, say, 3.25 crores of students that are there in higher education, we have to now envisage how do we present the higher education to 10 crore, that is 100 million students. Not a small job. In many countries, population also is not equivalent to that 100 million, that means 10 crore. And therefore, the use of technology is going to be very, very important, use of AI, machine learning, and therefore there is a talk about National Educational Technology Forum being established, NETF. It will continuously guide institutions about how to use technology, train teachers, and this is a very fundamental thing. Then secondly, the conglomeration of variety of institutions have to come together in a manner that technical teaching will become far better in terms of whether it is vocational education, technical education, and teacher education. That integration is also significant and important. Teacher education has been given great emphasis. Therefore, maybe whatever AICT has already started for mandatory teacher certification of 8 modules, and for promotions another 5 modules, I think this will become the order of the day. And that is where we can create excellent teachers who will know what are the outcomes to be achieved in the education. And when we come to the single regulatory body, that is what is another area which has been talked about, instead of UGC, AICT, NCT, Pharmacy Council, Council of Architecture, and so on, except legal and medical provisions, all other bodies of regulatory bodies will come under one umbrella, and that is called as HECI, Higher Education Commission of India, under which there are 4 verticals. One of them is regulatory framework, that is what will do regulation job. Second one is one which will set the standards. What are the outcomes to be achieved? What are the requirements of infrastructure? What are the requirements of faculty, laboratory, etc.? The second one is this particular, whatever it does, it will be taken forward by the regulatory body in order to test whether it is happening or not. Regulation is also called to be light but tight. Light is mostly it is based on self-disclosures. But however, if someone is not following the norms and giving false information, fake information, lethal action can be taken. That is what is light but tight. Then there is a third agency which is funding, which will do funding for institutions who deserve funding. The fourth vertical is the one where the accreditation takes place. There are presently NAC and NBA. I don't know whether it will be merged or one of them will take over the other one, because these two systems of accreditation are different in the form of institutional accreditation by NAC and program accreditation by NBA. So I think something in between the two will have to emerge in the process. So I think there are very exciting times, challenging times, and funding for higher education is also to increase. In fact, general education itself, minimum 6% of the GDP, what is envisaged, we are at close to 4% plus, but another couple of percent has to be increased over a period of next 5 to 10 years. If we do that, the kind of initiatives that are there in this, if they are all implemented, probably not just for India, but we will certainly become Atmanirbhar in terms of our own education system being excellent and excelling. But the rest of the world, today when we go to Finland or we go to America or we go to Germany to see different facets of education system and try to learn from them, I hope and wish in another 10 years' time, we will reinvent Nalandas and Takshilas of the world here in India itself, and people from all over the globe will start coming in, both for our own Indian knowledge systems, which exist already, but future high level of technologies which are going to emerge from out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Professor Anil Sastrakute, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Sir, you have highlighted the new education policy 2020. In one line, I want to summarize your speech. It is a gold standard. It is not only gold standard for India, but it is a gold standard for the rest of the world. Probably many countries may refer NEP 2020 for improving their education system. You talked about regulation, light and tight, and talked about the funding, research funding, and how to use the technology, and as well as how to make, support and also make India as the Atmanirbhar Bharat education sector is going to play a very, very important role. So thank you very much. Thanks for your insights and input, and thank you very much for your time. Now may I request another key speaker and special guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal. K.K. Agarwal is the Chairman, National Board of Accreditation. Professor K.K. Agarwal served as a Pro Vice Chancellor, GJU, Hisar, and then as a founder Vice Chancellor of GGS Indraprastha University, Delhi. He has been the President of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IT, President Computer Society of India, President Southeast Asia Regional Computer Confederation. He was decorated with Lifetime Achievement Award by IT and Computer Society of India. Professor K.K. Agarwal, NBA, National Board of Accreditation means it is a hallmark of excellence. A quality of the higher education comes from the National Board of Education, and Professor K.K. Agarwal has been a front runner as well as enhancing the quality and improving the quality and being a great friend. May I now request Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, to give his keynote address as a special guest.
Thank you, Professor Bhimrao Maitri, for nice words about me, as expected from a friend. Professor Sahasrabudhe has made my job easier by talking quite a few points about national education policy. Let me first of all thank the Policy Times and Shiv Nadar University to jointly hold this World Education Conference. When I looked at the objectives of this conference, I think you're trying to cover everything on Earth in 3 days. So that's a great challenge, but probably gives you the broad spectrum of everything. I'm so happy that Shiv Nadar University, which is represented here by Professor Manjari Ghosh, belonging to the set of thinking vice chancellors in the country, as I say, is partnering with this conference, and Akram Haq is very passionate about the ideas, and passionate about collecting people to come and share the ideas, and great success. Friends, having said this, and looked at the time at your disposal in the conference, I really was failing to understand what to address. But then I thought national education policy would be the cup of tea. What Professor Sasrabuddhe has talked quite a bit of it. But nonetheless, I see national education policy in terms of more of attributes change rather than regulations and structural changes and so on and so forth. It is for the first time that a policy talks about creativity and innovation to that extent, right from 3-year-old child up to the research student. It is for the first time that a policy talks about entrepreneurship skills for everybody. See, so far we were feeling entrepreneurship is for engineers, entrepreneurship is for MBAs. No, entrepreneurship is for everybody. That is for this policy to bring in. It is for the first time the policy has brought in outcome-based education for everybody. You must define the outcome. What do you expect the student to achieve? At the moment, we only say you are admitted into engineering, so you will have to be here 4 years. I will teach you this, and thereafter, all of us hope that you will be a good engineer. That has been our style of functioning in the university system, which this policy has at least given a trigger that it has to change. I'll come to it a little later. Then good citizenship is for the being talked about for the first time in an education policy. I have been always saying that we produce good engineers without making sure that they are good citizens. We make good doctors sometimes, competent doctors, but not good human beings. And where does it finally go? We all know. So therefore, the pyramid had to be good citizen, then maybe good engineer, then maybe good mechanical engineer, then maybe good air conditioning engineer. Something like that. We worked the other way around. We focused everything on artificial intelligence, everything on IoT. Whether you become a citizen or not is not the concern of education. Now that is this policy is again giving a signal that it has to change. This policy is giving a signal that computational thinking has to be a change mindset. Many people have asked me, sir, you are a professor of computer science. You have been a child of 6 or child of 8 be able to adopt computers. I said, no, that's not this philosophy. Philosophy is computational thinking. How do you break up the problem? How do you logically analyze a problem? And how do you try to systematically find the solution to the problem? That is what everybody has to learn. Communication skills is an attribute which has been brought in the policy. Multidisciplinarity is an attribute which has been brought in the policy. So I see this policy not in terms of so much in terms of structural changes, which as Professor Sasrabuddhe said will depend upon how do we implement it, but more as a trigger to the attributes which must be developed right from a school child up to a PhD student, and that I think is a great trigger which we all have to take home too. Having said that, I thought after all you have invited me because I'm Chairman National Board of Accreditation as of date. Therefore, I must talk about accreditation. As Professor Sahasrabudhe said, this policy makes four clear separate verticals: regulation, accreditation, uh, standard setting, and grants. Now these are four separate verticals, and there's a reason behind it, so that one vertical performance should not influence the other, and therefore these four verticals have been set, and accreditation has been made a separate vertical in these four verticals. Friends, at the moment, there are two agencies in this country for accreditation. One is NAC and another is NBA. And as Dr. Sahasrabudhe hinted, NAC accredits institutions as a whole, NBA accredits programs. Because all over the world, it has been accepted. No university can be good in all programs. And hopefully, no university will be bad also in all programs. There could always be some strength areas somewhere or the other, and therefore accreditation of programs will probably be a better concept in the long run. The spirit in the national education policy is that if every institution has to be accredited in the due course of time, not by force of accreditation, then we need too many accreditation bodies. These two may not be able to take up the whole load. I hope this must have been talked since morning. We have about, all told, about 50,000 institutions in higher education. Now, if all of them have to be accredited, then the volume of work is terrific, and therefore an overarching body, which will be called as National Accreditation Council, will be set up, and under which we may have several accreditation agencies. NBA, NAC may continue to be in the same format or some revised format. There may be an agency for medical education. There may be an agency for law education. There may be an agency for different level of institutions, and so on and so forth. So that will be the change. The basic line which has been used in the policy is accreditation will be the new form of regulation. This has been practiced in the world in many countries. See, we had too many roadblocks to start an institution. Say, for example, AICT, when you want to start an engineering college, and after all, AICT gives you the approval based on your promises, nothing else is possible. Accreditation comes into picture when you are already 6 years old, and therefore more ground realities can be assessed. And also, accreditation, like in NBA already, will have to be outcome-based education. We will not be bothered about inputs as much as we are doing now. I've been giving an example. All of us know a house is made up of so many bricks, so many tons of bags of sand, and so on. But if you put so many bricks, so many sand, and so many cement, does it become a house? No. To make a house, you will have to have a structure, a proper structure. You go to the tailor and say that this is 3 meters of cloth, stitch a suit for me, don't bother about my measurements. That's what we do in education. We don't bother about the interest of the students at all. We do not even talk to him or her on what you want to be. I give a crude example of cricket. If we make it a game of cricket, well, your marks in 12th will decide whether you will be batsman or a bowler. Or I'll make you run across the road, and if you are a fast runner, you will be a bowler. Otherwise, you will be a batsman. Any formula will make a mess of it. Ultimately, it is the player and the coach which take a joint decision whether you are good enough to be a bowler or good enough to be a batsman. Now, have we done that, ever tried that in an education institution where teacher talks to the student and tries to find out what he or she could possibly best be at? Now that is something which I look forward to as a change in accreditation as we go along. It's not easy. In the morning when I was there for some time, Professor Umandri Ghosh opened with a very nice quote which is now quite popular, fish climbing a tree. If that becomes a outcome, the fish will never get a. That does not mean it's not a good fish. You will have to go to not only outcome-based education for institutions, ultimately we'll have to go to outcome-based education for each student. What each student has the capability of, and that only will give me success in multidisciplinary education. How do I decide what subjects a student will suit the best till I know what he wants to become? Half of our engineering students, or more than half of our engineering students, wants to go to MBA. Why not orient them right now during engineering education? So outcome-based education will have to go beyond the institution's boundaries to each individual. It's a difficult thing to do, but we will probably have to find out which is a fish and how can it become a better fish. Which is a monkey who knows how to climb a tree, but how to make a better monkey out of it. So first of all, we'll have to recognize which is a fish, which is a monkey, and so on and so forth, and then set the target for them. That will be the accreditation in the future, and I think if we want to make a success, we'll have to do it. I was addressing a webinar last month, and a teacher asked me a question which I didn't like, but then everybody has the right to ask and should have a right to ask. She said, "Sir, this policy has too much for the students, but nothing for the teachers." I said, "You have answered the question yourself. If a policy has too much for the students, what else should a teacher want? What else should a teacher want? Ultimately, our aim should be the student." And I use this sentence, I remember, forget about what you know and concentrate on what student needs to know. Now that is the mindset change which we'll have to bring in, and you will have to facilitate that. Unless we do that, and finally, friends, we'll have to make accreditation a dynamic process. Things will keep on changing. Artificial intelligence will not be a subject required by computer science students. It will be required as subject required by arts students, by science students, by commerce students, by doctors, and we'll have to bring that in the process of accreditation and make it very dynamic. And National Education Council will have to set uniform, some sort of uniformity between various accreditation agencies to give it a very meaningful quality orientation. I always say a higher education devoid of quality, increasing GER will probably be counterproductive. I'm sorry for making this statement because the nation is so much focused on GER. I am for GER, but if you concentrate on GER without bothering about quality, I don't know whether we'll be creating a set of liabilities. Please let us all increase GER, but with a strong eye on quality. And finally, a word was said here about cooperation between Bangladesh and India. I think we, in Washington Accord, we are already a member, and Bangladesh is certainly trying to go in, and we will be, India as accreditation board will be ready to give all help possible for Bangladesh to also improve, because I just heard the minister, the ideas, noble intentions are great, and Manish Sisodia ji, I have had personal interaction. He is a minister passionate with education, particularly with school education, and I'm sure things will move forward. Once again, with these words, I thank the Policy Times, particularly Akram Haq, Shiv Nadar University, particularly Dr. Mrs. Ghosh, and all of you for giving me this opportunity to be on this platform to offer a few minutes. Thank you very much, and wish you all the great conference for 3 days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor K.K. Agarwal. I think you have highlighted very important subject, that is quality. Quality over quantity. Always there are debates, and quality plays a very significant role. And NPA means quality, and quality means NPA. And the future roadmap for higher education accreditation you have talked about, and which is a novel idea. I am sure, sir, in years to come, NEP 2020, definitely whatever your inputs, and you are going to be a part of that, and you are part of it. I am sure your ideas will be implemented, and we can raise the bar and improve the quality of higher education in the country. Thank you very much for your nice insights, and thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Now, may I invite the another stalwart and key speaker, a special guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. V.K. Malhotra is the Member Secretary, Indian Council for Social Sciences Research, ICSSR, New Delhi. Professor Malhotra is a professor of economics and has served TCS University, Meerut, as a professor as well as head of departments of economics. He is on the board of Indian Council of World Affairs and the visitors nominee to the court of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and also member of the board of many renowned social science research institutes of India. And again, he is another great stalwart and good human being and a great researcher. And under his leadership, ICSSR has done tremendous work to improve the quality of research in the higher education sector. I am sure Professor Malhotra will throw some light and insights on that, and which is going to be useful for each one of us. Now, without taking much time, may I request Professor V.K. Malhotra, Member Secretary, ICSSR, New Delhi, for his special address as a special guest.
Thank you, Professor Matri. I hope I am both visible as well as audible.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So, my thanks also go to the other panelists in this session.
If you can go
namely Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe and Professor K.K. Agarwal. I think Professor says...
Sorry to bother. Can you go a little backwards, sir? Your head is getting about this.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah. Fine, sir. Sorry to bother.
I wanted my voice to be louder than my visibility. I hope it is doing that now.
It is fine, sir. Yeah, it is absolutely fine, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Fine. So my job, in fact, in any panel discussion, whosoever speaks in the end is definitely blessed in a way that he has to speak far lesser, because most of the issues they stand almost discussed. But I'm very happy that some of the issues that have been underlined by Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, he was largely speaking about different dimensions of NEP 2020 and trying to highlight how this draft came and what emerged out to be an outcome of that draft. Finally, how spectrums are going to operate and how, in particular, is professional education or technical education is expected to take shape under new education policy. I'm very happy to see that Professor Agarwal, despite being a professor of computer science himself, concentrated on two major dimensions. Was ethics, and I know any person whosoever happens to be quite experienced talks about the fundamental things more than talking about the catchy or sometimes contemporary things. I'm also very delighted that Mr. Akram was always chasing me, in fact, and I was involved in a lot of movement, and I was not able all the times to respond to his calls also. But finally, I could make it possible to be among you and to benefit from the discussion in this session. Of course, time given to each speaker is so little, in fact, that one cannot share one's experience that one would like to share in an informal way. And this is how we learn the art of saying many things in few sentences also. I'll concentrate on few things in fact. One is, since Professor Matri he placed good words about me more out of friendship than an objective assessor of the situation that I could do something at ICSSR. But yes, there are few things that we have tried to take up in fact. And I see a visible change in India's position on certain parameters. One is that we all know that in science and technology publications, today India ranks at number 3 after China and US. And I can derive little pleasure in saying that when I joined way back in 2016, India's ranking in social science publications as per Scopus statistics was 12. And now as on date, it is 8 at the international level. And I remember in social science, as per Scopus statistics, again, we were publishing 10,500 or 10,700 papers each year. Now India is publishing 27,500 papers. That's the statistic for the last year. That's one thing. What I'm trying to say is that Professor Mattheson introduced me and said that I happen to be a student of economics. So I would try to make use of these figures in my analysis on the research impact that India has made, the research impact that India can make in future also, and especially in the light of the new education policy. So what I'm trying to say is that despite, and Professor Matri, honestly speaking, I feel that virtually despite spending less on research and innovation, we have been spending almost 0.7%, very precisely 0.69% of our GDP on research and innovation thus far. Though we intend to make it 2%, and we all understand this 2% cannot be achieved in 1 or 2 years, it will be achieved in 5 to 7 years' time or maybe 8 years' time. My worry is not exactly spending more. My worry is definitely ensuring whatever you do with precious resources, with relatively scarce than the needed resources, what better can you do and how productively you can definitely conduct researches in your country. So the idea is that, of course, we can derive pleasure in saying that our growth rate in publications in science and technology has been far better than the international growth rate. And I can very happily share with you, last year, the growth rate in social science publications was more than 25 to 30%. That's a huge statistic. If I look in terms of the averages, last 4 to 5 years average growth rate of publications in social science has been greater than 20. Right. So, and another interesting dimension that I observed is that especially in social science, that since Professor Matri also introduced me like that, the vast field has been opened. I remember there used to be few and very little number of areas on which social science research was concentrated. But now we have vast array of subjects on which social science research in the country is taken. And very importantly, I always felt that there is hardly any, let's say, good collaboration, good partnership between policymakers and the academicians. I remember in 2018, we introduced IMPRESS, which stood for Impactful Policy Research in Social Science. And I had the opportunity of drafting that. It was accepted by the government. And today it is the largest scheme of the government of India in terms of social science research. And the kind of success that it achieved, I remember we were discussing it in the ministry, and we had an idea that against our first call, if we could have even 800 or 900 applications, we would be very pleased because finally we have to award 350, 360 proposals. But we could achieve more than 2,500 applications against the first callers. It shows that how much people are interested in taking researches in new areas, provided you open up those areas, give them an indication that these could be the areas. And this is where research could go. So what I'm trying to say as a student of economics is that research in any country, including India, especially an emerging country like India, has to be both demand and supply oriented. That's one thing which is very, very important, because I do feel that if your coverage under research is very narrow, it is too concentrated, it is too outdated, and if it is beating about the bushes only and it is going on the beaten tracks, the research cannot move on the enlightened path which will show the light for tomorrow. And this is what is being, or what has been rightly articulated. And Professor Agarwal was very correctly making a mention about the new policy when it talks about not only spending more but also making policy, making research more impactful. And I tried to look at the meaning of impact also and interpretations of that impact. Publication is one such impact, but policy reflection, and more than policy reflection, I would like to definitely lay emphasis on policy evaluation, scheme evaluation, program evaluation, and very robust, if preferred, then third-party assessment and evaluation of the things on very robust grounds. So that is what can ensure very productive engagement with the research. Another issue that I would like to highlight is that this country has been talking about the resource crunch, but we all know that when pandemic is over, we are expecting to have more than 1 lakh crore budget dedicated to the cause of education in the country. That's one thing. Secondly, we are also expecting that we would have around 20,000 crore towards research and innovation also on an annual basis. Now, that being the scenario, I think I said it, that when we assess India and India's productivity of research, it is definitely far better than if we look at the outcome of the research on a per lakh or per 10 lakh basis. Our outcomes are much better than the outcomes of the West. Now, this has to be understood and this has to be upscaled from the point where we are right now. There are a few questions in mind. One is that, and I'm very, very sure that new National Research Foundation will be addressing these issues that I'm going to underline now. I said that many countries in the world, especially those are heavily engaged in research and innovations, they have very robust and objective systems of assessment also and evaluation of what is going on. And they definitely very objectively comment on that. Now, if we have such a system in place in our case also, I'm very, very sure the quality of research and the impact of research in India's case will be. Number two, there has to be much stronger relationship between academicians in this country and the policymakers. Because academicians and policy making has been happening in this country for long on two different ends, I think. And for that to happen, in fact, academics, they need to play their role also in a much better way than they have been. They have to straight away take up those issues which are of high significance both at national and also at international levels. There are a number of issues we have been talking about. But when we look at the real impact in policy and what is happening, we do not feel all that satisfied. For example, climate change is one such issue. Conversion to solar energy system is another issue. Big data analysis could be another issue. Since Professor Sahasrabudhe was also there, we all understand that we have many technologically skilled people there in our own country and also having a good share at the international level. But when it comes to conversing researches or research papers into patent registrations? On how many occasions and in what ratio are we successful? And that is very, very important. I think these are two different ends that need to be brought together. What I'm trying to finally say is that not only our rankings, not only our share, not only our growth, but convergence among various dimensions of being productive, being impactful, is very, very much required. Uh, I would appreciate what Professor K.K. Agarwal was making a mention about when he laid emphasis on ethics and fundamental. If we are very strong in fundamentals and on ethics also, because research in India has been, I know from my ICSSR's experience that when every report that we receive is sent for the plagiarism check, in how many cases we have to send that report to get it improved so that it remains within acceptable limits of the similarity. So these are very vital issues, in fact. And what I would propose is that since there is a lot of discussion, and Professor Agarwal very rightly made a mention about GER also, our focus apart from GER would happen on its own. But if our researchers become more productive and they become productive at an early stage, because we talk to the industrialist when an outcome is already arrived at. We must talk to the industrialist when a new project is to be taken. I think we must involve all stakeholders at a very early stage. When a boy is doing graduation or a girl is doing graduation or post-graduation or is going for the MPhil or PhD, at that stage, all this consultation, what is important, how should they be going, what can be different models, because here time is far lesser than I would take to explain. I know how from several consultations with the industry may improve the quality of research and may also give its benefit to the industries, both in terms of the manpower, the skills, and maybe upgradation at the international level for cost cutting or for uh, technology optimization. Another interesting point that I would like to make is that skills are being talked about, but I think we need to assess skills at a rest of 2 to 3 years, because the way technology is changing every now and then, right? So maybe after 2 years or 3 years, the skills expected for the highly technology intensive jobs will not be the same. And if you go through the writings of the several Nobel laureates who have commented on the situation of unemployment even in the developed economies, they are coming out with this finding that since in their cases also, the technological change is taking place at a very high pace and the skill sets are not changing at that high pace, and that is why there is a certain degree of unemployment caused by the difference between the skill set required and the skill set available, and the time lag which would definitely take that much time in preparing the manpower, having the skill sets which are required. But again, it's a question of prediction for the future, which may not be such an easy task to handle. So, finally, I propose that if we have to improve our quality of research in the country, we have to be highly productive, objective, very robust in our evaluation and assessment, and we have to be object oriented in a more disciplined and organized manner. And for that, we must definitely, and I'm very happy to notice that even computer scientists and this entire draft of new education policy talks about having human beings, quality human beings who can go beyond their disciplines. And they must definitely not only know their discipline, but they should know art. They should also know society. They should also know ethics. And they must finally contribute towards society and the nation building. Because we have lived in silos for several years. And still I notice in different spectrums of knowledge creation, the people are not still appreciating to the fullest possible extent that how interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity has to be promoted to deal with the same problems and find solutions to the same problem. And I am very, very sure the kind of collaborations at that Indian Council of Social Science Research, we could do it over last 5 years. The kind of partnerships that we could build, the kind of research engagements that we could have with the important agencies of the world, everybody can do that. So this idea needs to be replicated. So we have to build more partnerships, more collaboration, and we have to work on more interdisciplinary basis. Because learning is always from teachers. We cannot believe that I know and with me and with my discipline ends the whole world. It is much definitely beyond than we could imagine. So this could be a good idea that we can start learning from each and build better partnership based on objective learning, objective contribution, and objective assessments. Thank you very much. I'm thankful to both the host institutions, namely Policy Times and Shiv Nadar University. I'm also thankful to Professor Matri, who in fact was talking to me always on behalf of the organizers. And Akram, if I have bothered you quite a lot on being there on this day with you, I'm sorry for that, but finally it could happen. I'm very, very happy about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your insight and roadmap and growth journey of research. And particularly, you talked about a new scheme. It is Your Baby Impress. I think our largest, it is one of the largest in the country to promote research and to promote researchers in the country. And thank you very much. Thanks a lot. May I now call upon Professor Rupamanjari Ghosh to close the session for this important session. Professor Rupamanjari Ghosh.
Okay, thank you very much. The session has taken longer. I think we anticipated that. With stalwarts like this, particularly the last three talks, Professor Shastravade, Professor Agarwal. Professor Agarwal, every time there is something new in what you are trying to say, something that we did not know. Professor Malhotra, it's been really, really good. I'll not try to summarize what you said because after every talk, Professor Mehta was trying to do, and there's too much that you have said, and we've taken note of it. But the take-home lessons maybe had been one is what we ended with, Professor Malhotra, education not in silos, but when we talked about multidisciplinary education, I strongly feel that interdisciplinary any venture should not be at the cost of disciplinarity. Then you are no good at that. But as I had started with, and that tension came up, the point all over the world is, will an algorithm take the students' jobs? What are humans still good for if machines are doing everything? Then if you are industry ready today, you may be jobless tomorrow. So we need to really get to that moment of partnership, the partnership that really is. Where is it in this country? Where is it heading? We have not, that needs to be talked about. Even filing a patent is not an end to itself. How much of it is actually going to be translated for the economic growth of the country of the kind that I was trying to mention at the very beginning. So the disruptive technologies will come. Disruption is nothing new to the education sector. We thrive on disruption. And there has to be accountability when we ask for funding. So India clearly needs to redouble probably efforts to improve the status of science and research ecosystem in the country by increasing the national expenditure on basic research and development. Our researchers and students in turn should also be creators of wealth from this knowledge for our economic growth. I think that piece is also missing. It was alluded to by the experts, and we'll see. So the economic growth that would impact the well-being of our people and of the planet. And I sincerely believe India can emerge as a scientific power, establishing itself as a leader in industrialization and technological development if the right investments, incentives, and institutional environments are put in place for a robust and deep research ecosystem. So I can't thank you enough. I would not even try to. The wisdom that you two have given and implement in our own institutions and create this ecosystem, I would consider the first inaugural session of this great conference a real success. So thank you very much for being with us. Professor Mitri, you are amazing, the patience in going through all of it and summarizing the key points. So thank you all. Thank you, Akram.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. It was wonderful to have you. Your leadership, the kind of support that you have given is, I cannot thank you enough in the inaugural session. With this, actually, we are almost 1 hour late, so we will move to our next session immediately. I want to thank Malhotra sir, Agarwal sir for this wonderful speech. Though it's a little late, we would be very happy to hear again from you. I don't know how, and if I can invite you again, would be really happy. I really want to request now Dr. M.K. Shridhar sir, another stalwart. Shridhar sir, if you can come with video. Anish Hasude sir is also here. So happy to see again. So Shridhar sir is also added to the real panel of big educationist of this country. I don't have words. So Shridhar sir, I really want to request you if you can come on video. This is our next session and one of the most important subject to talk for India and also for the world, because National Education Policy 2020 that we have come up with is really a different scale and different magnitude and different objective and mission. And Dr. M.K. Shridhar sir, being the stalwart, being the actually pillar of this National Education Policy, one of the pillars of the National Education Policy is here with us. He has a very short time because there is another meeting. I want to request Tabriz sir to kindly take over session and quickly invite M.K. Shridhar sir to speak. Tabriz sir, if you can unmute yourself. Shridhar sir, if you can move your camera towards the front because you are not properly visible, sir. Your face is not coming. Shridhar sir, please. If you can take the screen on the front. Right.
So thank you, Akram, for this very important webinar and also inviting us for this session. And also thank the Srinagar University for promoting this event and being the partner. And also I know very well to Dr. Ramajiri Ghosh, and I must appreciate her first to promote the education sector by sponsoring this particular event. Now we are having 4 important speakers in this program, and then we have Dr. M.K. Shridhar, we have Dr. Chetan Singhai, and also we have Mr. Anis Kutti, speakers in this program. We know very well that this session is actually about the National Education Policy 2020 and then future of education and implementation of roadmap. Because the implementation is a very important area that only making policy will not help us unless we are going to implement. So successful implementation of the National Education Policy demands a long-term vision, availability of the expertise on a sustained basis, and concerted action from all concerned encompassing national, state, institutional and individual level. NAP 2020 recommended at the Central Advisory Board of Education to have a much greater mandate and not only a forum for widespread consultation and examination of the issues related to educational and cultural development. The remodeled and rejuvenated CAPE shall also be responsible for developing, articulating, evaluating and revisiting the vision of the education in the country on a continuous basis. In close collaboration with the MHRD and the corresponding apex bodies of the state, it shall also create a review and institutional frameworks that shall help attain this vision. The center and the state will work together to increase the public investment in education sector to reach the 6% of GDP at the earliest to achieve high quality and suitable public education system. NEP 2020 also calls for the rejuvenation and this promotion. Implementation of this policy will be led by the various bodies including MHRD, CAB and union state governments education related ministries, state departments of education, boards.
Sorry, if you can unmute yourself, sir. By mistake, you got. Sir, can you unmute yourself? I'm trying, but you are not getting unmuted. Sir, so can you try to unmute yourself?
Yeah, it is done.
Okay. So, sir, if you can invite, Sridhar sir has a meeting. So, if you can just...
Okay. So, with this background, we now invite the experts to share their thoughts. So, we have M.K. Sridhar, he is a well-known figure in the country and also he was a part of the drafting committee. So, Dr. M.K. Sridhar, please share your thoughts.
Namaskar, everybody. The Policy Times and Shiv Nadar University is jointly organizing this particular event. And I am very happy and pleased to be part of this panel. I was just listening to the previous session speakers. All these stalwarts were here. Professor Anil, Professor Agarwal, Professor Malhotra. And then, moderated by Professor Betri and Rupa Manjari Ghosh. It's very interesting that one media group is collaborating with one university. I think this collaboration itself is an indication of the future of education. Means education till now, it was restricted to my institution, my discipline, my department, and everything my own. Now the future with this policy, it will be, ours. It is no more mine, it will be ours. And that is possible only when we collaborate, interface, interact, partner, and there can be forward integration, there can be backward integration. All this is possible only when the system is decentralized, flexible, and also very much micro-driven. I think that is going to be possible in this. Friends, let me not repeat the various features of the policy and what is new, how this can change the picture, the scenario. Many of the people have said, and they will also be sharing it. But let me tell you, having involved in this policy making for the last 2.5 to 3 years, still happening. Do you know, once the policy was approved by the Union Cabinet, until it was approved, my concern as well as the concern of the people who were involved in this policy making, including Dr. Kasturi, then it will be approved, and what will be approved? And once it is approved, then immediately our concern was, how will it be received? Dissemination happened, discussion happened. And after a couple of months of this policy, a lot of dissemination, etc.
Now our concern as well as all of your concern, how will it be implemented? I think this is a question that is there in everybody's mind. Until the policy came, whether it will happen, when it will happen, what will be that policy, what is going to be that black box of policy. Once it was approved, then how will it be received? And now it is received, all that phase is over. How will it be implemented? Let me tell you a very, very important dimension of implementation. Implementation has a sky as well as the ground. यदि एक पॉलिसी है, जैसा पॉलिसी आकाश की ओर से इंप्लीमेंट होता है, if it starts being implemented from sky, that is macro, to some extent it can go. But लेकिन the very important critical question is, जमीन पर क्या हो, जमीन पर क्या हो रहा है. Therefore, one important dimension what I would like to share with you, for implementation of this policy, you require Akash approach as well as Zameen approach. Both are very, very important. You require a macro approach, you require a micro approach. When I say micro, it is to the extent of every faculty, every institution, every department. So this is the first thing that I would like to share. So whenever we are working on implementation, we have to lay emphasis on the macro effort as well as the micro. Akash or Zameen. This is one. Second thing, what I feel is, this policy requires a push as well as pull. It has to be pushed and it has to be pulled. Both are needed. If it is not pushed, it will not go down. If it is not pulled down, it will not come to the ground. So simultaneously, there has to be a push from above, there has to be a pull from below. That is very, very important. Let me say Ministry of Education, Government of India, State Government. All this is macro. Higher Education Commission of India, CABE, Central Advisory Board of Education. All that is reconstituted, everything will happen. Very nice regulations comes, body comes. Do you think it is going to change? Yes, to some extent. But unless that goes down, it will not. The second. The third point, what I would like to say. See, after the policy came, was accepted, many of us welcomed it. We welcomed it. There may be some reservations, yes, that is but natural. There is nothing wrong. After welcoming, then now we are waiting. First W is welcome. The second W is wait. Now we are all waiting for implementation. who will do what will happen, what will come first, what will come next. But friends, let me tell you, mere waiting will not help. If we keep on waiting, then we keep on waiting. I'm not saying that people are not going to act. In fact, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, in his address, the previous session, he mentioned about a lot of efforts that are going on for implementation at the government of India, etc. So the third dimension, the third W, that what I would like to, welcome is one W, wait is second W, the third W is work. Let us not just merely welcome and wait. Let us start working for implementation. Each one of us, if we can put our efforts, every institution, whether it is a school, college, university, whether it is an assistant professor, associate professor, professor, or a school teacher, whatever it is. And if all of us start working towards implementation. So these are the three important things what I think, which are going to matter for implementation. The first one is Zameen aur Akash. The second one is push and pull. And the third one is welcome, wait, and then let us start working. I will only give one small case study of how it is being attempted to be implemented in one state. Only a couple of minutes, I'll just take you through that and then end my remarks. The state from which I am coming, the Karnataka state. They have actually put down all these issues, and there is a great progress with regard to implementation. And the task force was set up 5 months before the policy was accepted. Policy was accepted on 29th July. But government of Karnataka constituted the task force for implementation in the month of March. And the task force has given complete roadmap for implementation. It is already submitted the report. And within 7 days of the submission of the report of the task force, the state cabinet has already approved that report and have initiated the implementation. So for school education and for higher education and the entire education in an integrated manner, there are efforts happening in the state of Karnataka for implementation of these policies. So therefore, friends, what I am trying to end with leaving a couple of things with you is, that every one of us need to work towards implementation. And every one of us has some kind of a role and responsibility with regard to implementation. Because until the policy was made, we started thinking in terms of making the policy. Once it was made, then it was reaching to the people. Once that is over, it is now the golden times is that of implementation. So therefore, I make a fervent appeal to all of you, and especially the media groups like Policy Times and the universities like Shiv, Nadar, and all of us at our level, we will not leave any stone unturned to make the policy implemented at the Zameen level. Thank you for the opportunity. I am sorry I need to log out as I have another commitment. Mr. Akram Haq and Tabriz Ahmed ji, I am very sorry. I am not able to listen to the sweet voice of presentation of Dr. Chetan and Professor Anis Kutti and Rupamanjari Coach ji. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thought I will spend some time with you. Maybe I will catch up on some other day with all of you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, MT Sridhar Makan, for mentioning very good points. In fact, regarding this Akash and Zameen principle, as well as the push and pull model, and also regarding that how to now focus on the implementation of the policy. With these golden words, I must thank you for your great thoughts and bringing out very, very fine and relevant points for the policy implementation. Thank you very much for your valuable support. Now we request Mr. Chetan Singhai. Chetan Singhai is a Chief Consultant and Technical Secretary at NEP 2020 and Associate Professor, School of Social Sciences, Ramaiah University in Bangalore. Please share your thoughts, Mr. Chetan Singhai. You may take around 8 to 10 minutes because we are very short of time. Please try to finish it 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think after we have heard such insights on the NEP,
I think sir got a connectivity issue.
Chetan?
Yeah, I think
he's lost the connection.
He will come. He will come back soon. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, come. Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah.
And I can't see it once again. Okay. Okay. Is it visible? Yes. So let me get to the topic directly so that we can have more time for discussion. So as all the other distinguished members have highlighted the important aspects of the policy, I would like to also flag the insider perspective of the policy making itself, because the important dimension of the policy making process is very helpful for us to appreciate how the NEP itself evolved from its draft stage to the version that we have, which was approved on July 29, 2020. So I would like to make 2 quick points here. Firstly, the NEP, as we all know, at least a draft version, is an aspirational document which not only looks at what the education system ought to be in the next 40 years, but also reflects in retrospect on what was being focused or emphasized and what was not emphasized from the previous policies. That's one critical point I would like to highlight. Secondly, the policy making itself was so complex from August 2017 to around end of May 2019. The entire process is itself very interesting in its entirety. For example, the set of consultations or inputs that were received across the nation, representing the diversity of the nation and the diversity and of the problems and challenges that are being experienced by various actors in higher education and school education, were also reflected upon, analyzed, then organized into themes, further consultations with key stakeholders based on the inputs that we received here, and then also looked at global best practices. And when we say global best practices, it is not just the practices of the West per se, but also the immediate neighborhood, Bhutan and other nation states, which are in the immediate neighborhood. How do they engage with their policies and education system was also something which the technical secretariat was looking at, and the literature. One big point here I would like to highlight is during this process, it was rather very difficult and a challenge to find India-based research on Indian issues of higher education, especially by Indians, but mostly coming from the West. I think that was one insight during this process. There are a lot of experiential insights, biographies of great experts and stalwarts working in this domain, but empirical research on this subject or issue was something which was not that easily available. However, having said that, the approach was this, and then the committee looked into the draft, and then the final version came. But this red line here what is critical of this is that there was another committee which was formed to reflect, to analyze, to debate and deliberate on the comments received on the draft which was put in public domain. This is a very important component as an insider that one has to appreciate, that how not only consultations were held, suggestions were sorted or considered, but also further when the draft was in public domain, there were another multiple lakhs of comment suggestions which came, which helped in transforming the draft to what it is in the present form to some extent that we can see. Now, having said that, this exercise, what I say, a shift from merely expert-driven, experience-oriented to an evidence-centric kind of policy, 11 challenges were identified in higher education. Especially. I will not belabor too much on all the challenges, but I will like to highlight few. One is fragmentation of higher education, less emphasis on development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes, rigid separation of disciplines. For that, there are some policy recommendations that we all have been engaging with the documents. I'm sure you're aware. I would like to take it up in discussion later on. Then limited access, which has been a perennial problem since independence, and that also has been acknowledged. One of the other point, limited teacher institutional autonomy. Then inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management and progression. Lesser emphasis on research at most universities, but more importantly, colleges. So there's a lot of layers in this challenge. There is lesser emphasis on research in colleges. There are many layers that one can unpack when we go deeper into this, but this is a major issue or a challenge. Then suboptimal governance and leadership of in higher education institutions, an ineffective regulatory system, and then affiliated university. All these 11 challenges are so central to higher education system that our distinguished speakers have already flagged most of these issues. But one point I would like to kind of bring your attention here is that these challenges are challenges for majority of institutions, but there are very few what we call islands of excellence in the sea of mediocrity. Very few higher education institutions who have overcome these challenges and are able to engage in excellence in higher education, but the majority who are exposed to some of these problems, all of these problems. But what I feel is from the policy objective point of view, as well as from the systemic point of view, these are the three critical challenges out of those 11 challenges, which needs to have a clear implementation roadmap, and at the same time must have that will, as Professor Abhishek has said, welcome, wait and work approach to this. The addressing limited teacher institutional autonomy, suboptimal governance and leadership. I would be a little bit more stronger. Instead of ineffective regulatory system, I would call it disempowering regulatory system. So these three are kind of addressed in the policy, and at the same time, one has to reflect with them as a complex triad, or at the same time also looking them as mutually inclusive but not exclusive phenomenon or challenges. Now, in terms of implementation, there is a 4D approach or a 4-dimensional approach that one can look at. There has been few committees, expert groups, suggestions coming from the national and central government, very much in the spirit of the concurrent list of the constitution. And as Professor Abhishek mentioned, government of Karnataka and other remaining states, almost 17 states in the country today have constituted various committees and groups or task force to reflect on implementation mechanism for NEP. Then there are institutional dimensions that one has to reflect upon, especially the institutional development plans, which are very institutional centric in order to appreciate the recommendations of the NEP, and the individual, the overall perception that we carry in internalizing the NEP and its vision and applying it to our own day-to-day routine and functions. But I'd rather here, instead of focusing all the four, I will emphasize more on the institutional aspect of implementation. In just next 2 slides, I will cover up what I feel or what we should be doing at the institutional level, wherein at the current stage at which the policy is, we can already start implementing it, and especially at the institutional level. Firstly, we need to, every institution today have sufficient autonomy, I would say, to recognize, identify and foster unique capabilities of each student, which again is a core aspect of NEP 2020 in order to ensure holistic development of students, right? As we say, learner-centric, and for the purpose of holistic development of the respective learner. So I think this we already have, and there are institutions which are already engaging in, but there are majority who can look at it and start, internalizing it and implementing it in their respective institutions. Then second is flexibility, right? So in order to provide choice, so we do have choice-based credit system, which is in practice, but it has not seen its light of the day because there have been a lot of challenges in the way it has been implemented or practiced in majority of the institutions. Not, I would not say all, but majority of the institutions. But currently we do have those systems and processes. I think one can start implementing them in alignment with the NEP and its larger vision and objective. Now, discipline, creating silos, as they say, across disciplines. Again, this is nothing but what we do at our own campuses or on campuses or at the university level or college level and at the individual level. So this is something which is very much in our, kind of control or in our limited space, that autonomy that we have to engage in collaboration, engage in, having research contribution together, plus also not making any kind of segregation between curricular and extracurricular. Again, there is no such guidelines or circular or government order that we should not do it till date. So there is a lot of scope for institutions per se to reflect on. NEP also highlights about it in a sense. Multidisciplinarity, as I mentioned earlier, but how does multidisciplinarity contribute to holistic education across sciences? We already have created these silos as a result of our own approach towards research and teaching, but also sometimes because of the regulatory mechanisms. But very often it is more a problem created by us rather than the regulatory setup. So I think, how do we overcome this and how do we bridge these silos between what we call the disciplines which are supposed to be professional versus disciplines which ought to be non-professional, technical or non-technical. These silos have to be merged. NEP again emphasizes on it, and many of the policy recommendations, including the idea of institutional restructuring and consolidation, also emphasizes on the importance of multidisciplinary. Now, another points here, focuses on conceptual understanding. As I said, while the policy is in process, when the policy is there in the background, there are institutions already performing or engaging in such kind of approach of conceptual understanding, rather than emphasizing route learning or learning for exams. So I think there is again an autonomy for us to not to wait for the directions or guidelines of the government, but start with reflecting upon it. And NEP comes with that perspective, which we need to acknowledge, and maybe we need to reflect on it. So creativity, critical thinking, again, this is institutional prerogative, institutional centric, and this is very critical that will align to the NEP vision. Now, the other set of points at the institution level in terms of implementation roadmap, I would say, is technology. As a result of the pandemic, we are exposed to it rather as
Chetan, I request to finish in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes. Technology is one thing which is now becoming part and parcel of higher education. Respecting diversity, when we acknowledge the local context, both in teaching, learning, and in our activities as extension, as they say, or service of the institution. Teachers and faculty who are, NEP talks about their heart of the learning process, and how do we reflect on making the best and providing the best environment or ecosystem for their performance or contribution, research, life skills, and etc. So all of these points that I said, to conclude, I would say it is detrimental that all higher education institutions, irrespective of who they are or when they have evolved or how far they have gone into the service of teaching, learning, and so on and so forth, must reflect on their institutional development plan. Those IDPs that NEP talks about, short-term, mid-term, long-term, must capture all of this, the 2 slides that I showed, and maybe beyond that also. These are some critical points. And envisage their roadmap for themselves in terms of how they would like to evolve into an institution of excellence while reflecting on the equity and expansion as the concerns of higher education are. With this, I'll stop. Thank you so much. I'll wait for the second of thoughts to be raised in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan Singhai, for bringing very good points. And you mentioned about the challenges of the higher education, that what are the things to be coming in this process. And also you mentioned about the implementation roadmap, about the policy, and then you shared about the fundamental changes required at the systematic and institutional level. To these viewers, I thank for bringing out very final points in the discussion. Now I request Mr. Anish Kupti. He is the founder of Evergreen Foundation and Anish Defense Career Institute, Pune. He would like to bring one of the very important area of implementation of the policy in the defense studies and about the defense curriculum. Mr. Anis, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, please just because we're short of time, can you please 5-6 minutes?
Definitely yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, the Akram Bhai, Policy Times, and Shiv Nadar University for holding such a interesting session, World Education Conference. I'll directly come to the point. My name is Anis Kurti and I run a defense coaching institute. What I'm talking right now is something different than what things were already discussed right from the beginning today. I am into defense coaching. Defense coaching means how can children enter Indian Army, Navy, Air Force through various exams conducted right from first standard to 12th standard. A child can start learning. The new education policy will definitely help a child to learn four important aspects. That is the maths, English, aptitude, and the most important part is psychology. If the four things are known or the four things are taught, then schools will also will not be a matter, or the reach will not be a matter. Most important thing is the language, the literacy, the numeracy, the aptitude, and the skill. That is psychology. Now, there are Navodaya schools in every district of India, and there is an entrance exam for this Navodaya school. And the Navodaya school entrance exam is in 20 regional languages. So please, language will not be a barrier for them. But the skill is important. That means the child has to prepare from standard 1 to 5. A boy or a girl who gets into Navodaya, indirectly we are helping that boy or girl with 5 lakh rupees from the government of India. So the life bans jaye. No, you don't have to worry about that child. So even if we are able with the new education policy, we'll be able to reach the unreached. That is the most important thing which I'm trying to come. India has to reach the unreached. There is a wide divide between the haves and the have-nots. The urban and the rural divide, the village and the city. The things which IITs, IIMs, and Navodayas. There's a lot of difference. All the Navodayas are rural areas. Then I come to every district every state has got a Sainik school. Maharashtra has got 2. Bijapur has got 2. So that is most important. Can you come to the previous slide, Akram Bhai? Yeah. So what I was talking about is, I'll not take more than 4 minutes. We have to come from existence to excellence. This is what I'm trying to tell through the new education policy. And we have to bring the communities from isolation to mainstream, which is very much important. And we have to empower the community through education. Education will be the only tool. The next slide. Education will be the only tool which will help to grow our economy in all aspects. Now, I won't be talking more on this. I'll be talking more about Sainik schools. I'll be talking more about Rashtriya Military Schools, which is 5 in India. I'll be talking about RIMC, Rashtriya Indian Military College, which is in Dehradun. Only school where one boy is selected from one state. Remember, every 30 students in every 6 months. That particular exam is far tougher than the Chinese government exam. China claims that Gaokao is the toughest exam in that age group. A boy from 6th standard directly goes to the 8th standard. So look at the intelligence level. Look at the quality. The next slide. There are 4 questions which are important. The adversity quotient, the intelligence quotient, the social quotient. You'll find, during your school days also, those children who are toppers are not doing well. But the average children are doing well nowadays. So the new education policy will help each and every average student also to perform well in whatever field they are in. So what I'm trying to do is, what I call problem-based learning, project-based learning, purpose-based learning, which is an international concept. The new education policy has introduced, along with literacy, they talk about numeracy, which is a phobia in the entire world. India can contribute to mathematics on a very large scale. Indians are better mathematicians than any other country. Look at the SAT exam, look at the GRE, or even if you look at IATS. If you see the Olympiads, the mathematics level of Indians are far better than anywhere in the world. So I saw participants from Bhutan, from Bangladesh. I'm here. You can note down, you can connect me, and I can help you to eliminate mathematics phobia throughout the world. It is very important for to understand artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. The artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science needs maths. Without mathematics, the world cannot go up. And Indians are very good at mathematics. And that is why through puzzles, through games, through school cinema, if you visit my YouTube channel, I've used Amar Akbar Anthony, Chandal Chokadi, Mara Mari, such colloquial Bombay language so that it becomes easy for anybody to understand mathematics. Mathematics has to be presented in a very simplified manner, which has not been done in the world. So India can look upon, the world can look upon India for leadership qualities in mathematics. The next one. And the इससे पहले वाला slide, Akram bhai. See, this is very important. No, not इसके बाद वाला. Yeah. This is something which is Anish classes has patented about. It is called project-based learning, problem-based learning, and purpose-based learning. Which is you can teach a child in a class 10 how to build a swimming pool in a hotel using calculus. So you can understand application of derivatives or application of calculus. And already NCRT has introduced application-based sums in the syllabus. New education policy has to implement that. Next one. So I was talking about maths. I was talking about how we can improve the skill. In order to enter defense competitive exams, 300 mathematics ka paper is there conducted by UPSC. The NDA exam is conducted by UPSC. The only pre-graduate exam conducted by Union Public Service Commission. And you have to clear a 300 marks mathematics, which has got 120 questions to be covered in 150 minutes. And we are the pioneers in solving multiple choice questions with a single answer, which nobody in the world can do it. So please connect with us. We can help you in explaining those things. Next one. The assessment pattern has also changed. The scenario has changed. Even children who have taken arts can enter into IIT. Children who are into IIT, as Dr. Sahasrabudhe also said, that they are going into. Someone is asking me how a person who doesn't go to school or somebody who's not into school can help. See, there is no need to go to school. 40% of people in IT in Pune has tried to understand the concept of no schooling and homeschooling concept. It is already implemented in Pune. Number of couples who are working in IT are not sending the child to school. So whatever crisscross subjects are available in NEP, already it is in existence in Pune. So there are a lot of, you can write the questions, we can answer it later on also. I don't want to go off track. What I'm trying to tell is, if somebody wants to give an IB ka exam, UPSC CDS ka Combined Defense Service ka exam, Coastal Guard ka exam, Railway exam, Bank exam, the mathematics that we teach in 10th, 11th, 12th is the same. But if you are in an ICC board or a CBSE board or a state board, a child just mugs up the answers. Abhi ratta nahi chalega, satta chalega. That is my line. Unless and until concepts are not cleared and the teachers are not trained, we conduct free teacher training courses, because the implementation of education policy is possible only if the teachers are trained to do it. Otherwise, it will be a flop like what happened with CC, the continuous competency evaluation. It was not properly implemented because the teachers were not trained. So I believe in teachers training. Even no matter what qualified they are, how well they are, these people are teacher. The quality of a teacher can be understood by the way, with the power they can engage with the children. If they are not able to engage with the children, they cannot. You don't have to you don't have to teach them rocket science. You have to teach them basic elementary maths, elementary geometry, elementary algebra, which is way behind. People are not understanding things. How to find the angle between the hour hand and minute hand of a clock. If it is 7:20, the angle between hour hand and minute hand of the clock is 100. How do you get that answer? It's very simple. But these things are way beyond the imagination of teachers also. So how to teach in shortcut methods, how to improve their memory techniques, and how to evaluate things, and how to make mathematics simple is something which you have to understand, especially in the new education policy, which I repeat. That is the only thing that I'm repeating, and I was happy to see that wherever they have mentioned about literacy, they have mentioned about numeracy. So numericals, mathematics, numbers is going to be a big thing. Somebody wrote about triads. We are talking about Pythagoras triads. Pythagoras is something that's very easy, 3, 4, 5. 3 square plus 4 square equal to 5 square. But it is going to be used world over. Pythagoras triads are used in trigonometry.
So Anish, if you can wind up in 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll wind it up in 1 minute. The conclusion is, mathematics is the thing that has to be given more importance along with language. I have coined a new term. It is called as Manglish. In order to understand mathematics, your English has to be also very good. So mathematics and English are the key roles which the new education policy implementers, especially the high stakeholders, the teachers, and third party like us who are running coaching classes should understand or should be given more importance to, so that it becomes easy for children from rural area also to clear the exam. For that, uh, I will always, I repeat the things which I've already said. We have to come from existence to excellence and from isolation to mainstream. And third, importance has to be given to education. How we give importance to COVID or the pandemic. Now, in order to overcome the situation, we have to give importance to education and education at very grassroots levels. And education should be available to everyone without any discrimination. That can be only possible if we are teaching them with all our efforts. Thanks a lot. And I'm very happy to share the being with all of you intellectuals out here. And thank you, the Policy Times and Shiv University, to spare some time to listen to my thoughts. And I'm
Thank
there
you,
to
Mr.
open match. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Anis, for bringing out a different perspective of that micro and macro aspects, plus welcome, wait, and start working, and then push and pull model. Then we have seen Chetan Singhai. He brought a very important 11 challenges that we are facing for the implementation of the new education policy. And also he has given a roadmap that how we have to implement this policy, and then he brought the fundamental changes required in the systemic and social level. Anish Kuti brought the different dimension about the policy, about that how to focus on the numerical ability of the student, how to focus on that growing the mathematical ability, because even the focus on fundamental skill of the student. If they are very strong in mathematics, they have more logic and reason and rationality. It's very important for understanding. With these few words, I thank all my panelists. I thank Mr. Akram Haq, Policy Times, and I thank Nadar University for supporting the event. And I thank all the participants who participated very actively, and also I'm seeing a lot of appreciation messages, then the questions in the chat box. So I think you are very well appreciating and also able to learn in a very complex area of the policy. With these few words, I thank you all and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Rupa Manjari ma'am, if you want to share any view, any time, please come and share your views. We are
Let's proceed. Let's proceed with the session.
So we are in a transition moment. Chetan sir, some bullet points.
One more point I wanted to mention. If somebody wants to have any questions, can mail us the questions so we can reply to them.
I'm really happy the audience are sharing a lot of views. Chetan sir has a wonderful perspective about the implementation of the NEP. Chetan sir, I would request if you can some bullet points on the implementation front, whether it is coaching center, whether it is college, engineering, medical, or different colleges or university. What are the key points they have to keep in mind in terms of the implementation of it?
So as I mentioned earlier, I would say three bullet points on my list of kind of thoughts that are coming to me. There are many, but three I would say as priority list. First is, I think, the emphasis on a shift from summative assessment to formative assessment in higher education institution is something which is a challenge for affiliation kind of system. But at least the universities who have the autonomy, academic autonomy especially, they can actually start emphasizing on that. That's the kind of crux of the NEP in its sense. Second is the planning, that is as I mentioned in my discussion, the institutional development plan, which lays out the short-term, mid-term, long-term plans and roadmap of respective institution. That would take care of at least 2 or 3 core challenges, especially the suboptimal leadership and governance in most of the universities and colleges, as well as the idea of the roadmap for itself, how they would envisage. And third critical factor is faculty, that faculty members, how they could rationalize the teaching versus research and research versus teaching. Because going forward by 2030, if the institutional consolidation restructuring happens as envisaged by NEP, that is going to be very, very critical. How the faculty development and how faculty members are, reflected upon in their practices, as well as the roles, is very critical. So these are my three top points, I would say, in terms of institutional roadmap. But there are many, but I think we should focus on how, within the current scenario itself, how we can appropriate them. And these three are very much possible.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we end the session 1 of our World Education Conference after the inaugural. I really want to thank all our speakers, and especially Chetan sir, M.K. Shridhar sir, Anis Kupti sir, and thank you also so much for the extensive support, Anis sir, you have extended. And Tavre sir for being really, a moderator, a true ideal moderator in terms of finishing our time, because we extended and delayed our inaugural session so much that I was really worried. But somehow we recovered it, and thank you so much. NEP needs extensive. There have been thousands of discussions taking place, thousands and hundreds more will, like in lakhs more discussion will take place. And through this process, actually, we will implement gradually. It's not a one-day job. It's like
a lot of
we will implement. With this, we come to our next very vital, important session. To all our viewers, kindly keep sharing your views, your comments in the chat box. We will take questions from them from the chat whenever we get time. I will request all, and I will now request our moderator and chairman of this session, Dr. Vesam Al Mathun, to kindly come in camera. I also want to, so the session 2 of World Education Conference is World's Best Education Systems and Global Best Practices and Accreditation. This is a session which is of very high importance, and I'm also very happy that we have diverse field, different field. We have an ambassador, Excellency, His Excellency Ambassador Hector Cueva Jacom, who is the ambassador of Embassy of Ecuador from Latin America to India. We have, from the ranking perspective, we have Sir Phil Beatty, who is the Chief Knowledge Officer of the Times Higher Education. And also we have Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, who is the Regional Director of QS Intelligence. QS rating is one of the very important rating system that universities are looking up to. We also have, from university and school perspective, Dr. Abdul Hamid Al-Fadeli, sorry to pronounce that, Executive Chairman of TESC. So Al-Fadeli sir, if you can come also in camera. A very important speaker from Malaysia, also having presence in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Canada, and US, having actually very detailed and extensive experience in the education sector. I also want to welcome Mr. Hesham Muhammad from the American University in Egypt, in Cairo, and also very important speaker there. We will shortly have Professor Fazal Rafi from India. So we have mixed speakers from London, from Singapore, from Malaysia, from Egypt, and also ambassador from Latin America. If Dr. Vesham is with video, may I request you to kindly take over this session. And Rupa Manjari ma'am is also here. She is also a leading academician of India. So ma'am, whenever you feel like interfering and sharing your view, you're most welcome. So I hand over the session to Dr. Vesham.
Okay. Sir Akram, thank you so much. And welcome everyone for this session. We are now at the plenary session number 2, World's Best Education System, the Global Best Practices and Accreditation. So we will have 6 panelists, and each panelist will have 8 minutes to present his remarks. And so we will proceed from the first speaker. We have the Honorable His Excellency Mr. Hector Cueva Jacom. He's Ambassador of Ecuador to India. So, Your Excellency, you have 8 minutes to present your remarks, and now the time is yours. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Madun. I want to thank the organization for Education Conference, and I want to congratulate you because you are organizing this kind of events that is very fruitful, especially for countries like Ecuador and regions like Latin America. I want to address a few words because I came here to learn more than to express my opinion or my remarks. I came here to learn because I think is the best time, and I think is the best way how we can improve the education in Ecuador, in Latin America. There are two principles, and I agree with Dr. Anis that the before panelist, that he said, the education and the healthcare is managed as a trade, like a product, and this is not possible because the right to healthcare and education is the right to the people, to the young people, to the children. In Ecuador, it happens like this. It's managed like a trade. Only 5% of the total population in Ecuador, maybe less, they have access to good education, right? No more than 5% of the total population in Ecuador, and this is the average in all Latin American countries, they have access to learn English, right? So if you don't have in the globalized world the access to the English, you become almost an illiterate person. All the technology, all the science is provided and is created in English. So that's why I'm here in India for almost 8 years, 5 years in Mumbai as a consul general, and I'm going to complete 3 years in May as ambassador of Ecuador in India. So during all this process and during this all this time, I can say that many of the solutions, because I can say that many of the solutions that in Ecuador we face in education programs are produced in India, right? You have education, I saw it, I visited many universities, and I saw the results of this education. Of course, you are facing a lot of challenges and problems because you have 1.4 billion people. That is a reality. But many of the solutions that you are practicing here in India is a technology and knowledge that is affordable, accessible, adaptable, and adaptable to our countries. So we need to create bridges between Ecuador and India, between the region, Latin America and India. And I think through these kind of events, these kind of conferences, we are creating these bridges. So I want to finalize saying thank you so much for all the organization that you are doing. Akram is a very good organizer of this World Education Conference. I am always available for you because for me it's a great opportunity to learn from the specialists in this panel. So thank you so much, and I want to felicitate you, all of you, and I want to welcome all the panelists at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your enlightening remarks. And I think now we move to the second panelist, Mr. Phil Batty. He's the Chief Knowledge Officer at the time Higher Education from the United Kingdom. So, Mr. Phil, the floor is yours, and you have 8 minutes for your remarks.
Thank you very much. If you forgive me, I will share my screen just to share a few slides, if that's okay, just to set the scene. I'll be looking at...
You can say a few words about your past work and also a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I'm Phil Batty, the Chief Knowledge Officer at Times Higher Education. I was responsible for the development of the World University Rankings that we developed in 2010, and I've been managing the rankings for over a decade, but also now I'm involved in Times Higher Education's global event series. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to join you. So thank you, Akram. Thank you, University President, for giving me this opportunity. I want to draw some insights from the World University Ranking. So I'll be looking at the higher education systems, but actually leading from the leading institutions and then trying to draw conclusions around the wider models. So I just wanted to say that the flagship ranking that Times Higher Education does is the Times Higher Education World University Ranking. It's not a beauty parade, it's not a marketing tool, it's a very serious piece of rigorous research. Almost 2,000 universities submit data to the rankings, and we rank about 1,500 institutions to get a very rich global picture. But we're analysing almost 14 million research publications, 80 million or so citations to those papers, and we're gathering the views of 22,000 scholars in terms of institutional reputation to create this ranking. So we take the idea of what is a world-class university, what does a leading university look like? We have 13 separate performance metrics to evaluate excellence in global higher education. This covers the full range of a university's core activities. Of course, we look at teaching excellence. In this case, we look at the teaching environment, a range of measures to get an understanding of the type of teaching environment that's involved. So we look at a reputation survey, we look at faculty-student ratios, we look at resources, and we look at the research intensity of that teaching environment, taking the Humboldtian ideal of universities that teach well because there's active research taking place on campus. Students and faculty are involved in a shared learning experience. Of course, we look at research, we look at research reputation, peer-to-peer assessment, those 22,000 views. We look at research income, your ability to draw in funding, and we look at research productivity, the ability of your faculty to produce research papers in globally indexed journals. But more importantly there, that middle blue section, citations. We look at the influence of the research, the power of that research to push forward the boundaries of knowledge, the propensity of that research to be quoted and cited by other scholars, the idea that it's about propagating new knowledge, pushing those boundaries of knowledge. That's the most important aspect, the single biggest element. Then we look at international outlook. Truly global, world-class universities need to be global in their outlook, global in their talent, global in their collaboration. So we look at ability to draw in international faculty, international students, and of course international collaborations. The world's great problems will only be solved through global collaboration, and the current COVID pandemic is a wonderful, vital illustration of the power of sharing knowledge across borders and collaborating across borders. Finally, we'll look at your relationship with industry, your ability to draw in funding from the so-called real world, industry partnerships, R&D spending from the private sector being drawn into universities for that wonderful, exciting dynamic where universities and industry collaborate together for new knowledge. So what does it look like in terms of performance? Well, what we've done here is we've looked at every one of those 13 metrics, and these box and whisker plots show the distribution of scores across the entire world. So for each of the 13 metrics, you can see the line in the middle is the median score for the entire world, the 1,500 universities we rank. The dots are individual institutions. So this way we get to understand individual performance, but then we can draw some conclusions globally. The first observation I'd make is the green metrics across the right of the graph here are international indicators. They are international students, international faculty, international collaboration. I will say actually that this drives everything for me. Sharing talent, sharing knowledge, drawing in talent from wherever it comes in the world is vital. But of course, wealth is vital. You can see there the research income per faculty in the middle section. You can see their income per faculty there. The best universities in the world tend to have abundant resources. That resource turns into talent, that talent turns into citation excellence, productivity here, and then excellence here through the citations. And that, of course, builds fantastic reputation, which we can see here. The reputational scores for the top universities are powerful. They're world-renowned, known by scholars all over the world. Looking at individual institutions, you can see here the University of Oxford is the #1 ranked university in the world. It's scoring very, very well across every metric, except perhaps for industry income. British universities perhaps aren't quite as heavily tied to industry as some others, and faculty-student ratios. But you can see very much a very strong international outlook. Oxford is the UK's leading university, the world's leading university, but it is really a global university, collaborating and sharing globally. You compare that to Tsinghua University in Beijing, which is China's #1 university, you can see their strength across the board, but less international, less integrated in those global systems. But perhaps they have unique strengths stronger than Oxford. One of them in particular is industry collaboration. Tsinghua is very close to industry in a very managed economy. It is drawing in R&D funding, collaborating with industry R&D very, very well indeed, outstanding across the whole world. If you compare that to India's leading institution, the Indian Institute of Science, you can see there are some bigger challenges. And I would say, of course, you have challenges around resourcing. There's an inequality of resourcing for universities across the world. But I'd say one of the most important aspects that can support India in general, support the higher education system in India, is the opening up to the rest of the world. You can see there that the IISc, those green metrics across the right-hand side, very low international collaboration, very low international engagement. The exciting thing for me is that this is changing. The new policy, the new directions suggest that Indian universities can open up to the world. They can, now I think we understand from today, open branch campuses, they can collaborate globally much more effectively. And I think that drives excellence. It drives talent, it attracts talent, it enables that sharing and collaboration which makes research more rich, research more effective. It drives reputation, drives those global relationships, drives the overall footprint. Just to conclude, this is the top 200 best represented nations, so the nations represented in the top 200, changing over time. And the one thing I'd say in terms of the shifting dynamics, you'll notice actually that the US and the UK, which dominate the top 200, this is the number of universities in the top 200, slowly diminishing. The Western dominance is slowly decreasing. And you can see actually the change is really dramatic. It's Hong Kong, South Korea, mainland China, from no Asian representatives in this group to 3 strong Asian representatives in this group. So you can start to see a shift in the balance between the West and the East, a slight tipping more in favor of the East. And that's really driven by the far east of Asia, China, South Korea, Hong Kong. But I can see lessons to be learned. And I think if there's one core lesson, I think, from China, which is probably the star of global rankings, the rising nation, it's probably that classic mix that we saw from the beginning. It's abundant resources. They are funded to a high level. The government of China has invested, I think, 154 billion Great British pounds invested per year in the higher education system in 2019, 12% up on the year before, 41% up on 2015. Money investment is vital to retain talent, to build the facilities. But it's not just money, it's about opening up to the world, collaborating globally, sharing. China had a system of bringing back the diaspora, bringing back Chinese nationals educated in America, educated in Europe, luring them back to China with good salaries and good facilities. So that's, I think, part of the big formula. And finally, I would just say one of the other issues, of course, is a mixed economy of institutions. You can't fund every university to be global, world-class and research-driven, but a mix where you have a stratosphere of diversity. And I think, again, India has that. There are some institutions able to power forward, be globally competitive, compete with the very best in the world for talent, publish in the same papers, others serving a more regional need, others serving national priorities. So a mixed economy, not everybody doing the same thing is my kind of takeaway point. Just a very quick plug, Times Higher Education is running its India Universities Forum in February. It's free to join. We'd love to continue these conversations, engage and work together on how we can ensure that the Indian higher education system really meets its full potential. So thank you very much. I think I've slightly exceeded my 8 minutes, but I hope that was a helpful way of getting an overview of the higher education issues and challenges, and from this perspective of the World University Rankings. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Phil, for the interesting remarks. And now we move to the next panelist, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director for U.S. Intelligence Unit in the Middle East and South Asia. So, Dr. Ashwin, the floor is yours, and you have 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wissam, and a warm welcome to everyone. My special thanks to Akram for inviting me for this event, and to the hosts and sponsors, Shiv Nadar University, for making this possible, and to all the delegates who are joining us today. I have tried to take a different approach, so let me start my presentation on this topic, which is world's best educational systems. Before that, just to share very briefly, QS started in 1990 at the Wharton School. In the current year, we employ 500 staff members speaking 40 plus languages with a truly global presence as a global higher education intelligence provider. Our works are referenced by various global agencies, and we are known as the rankers, as one of the most prestigious world university rankings. We have several other regional rankings we produce, and all the rankings we produce are with the one single mission, which is to enable motivated people anywhere in the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, educational achievement, and career development. And this is because the one single purpose we have is to enable students to make life-changing decisions, to be an independent, unbiased source of information. And why is that? And that leads us back into the topic, which is we're looking at the world's best higher education system, or educational systems, because education is expanding. And we've seen today what we are in 2020 and what will be in 80 years from now. There is going to be a massive expansion in both education and higher education. There's going to be a massification of institutions to meet the demand which is going to be coming in. And there's going to be stiff competition, and that can only happen once there are similar evaluations, when everybody's evaluated on a single level. And as the first speaker mentioned, Dr. Hector, about having English as one of the languages so that everybody is able to compete globally, we would need to have qualifications which are recognized in the international labor market and enforced to establish comparable educational standards and ratings and accreditations come into play. The first system of evaluation started off in the US in the late 1800s. That went on in 1944, where the government passed a bill to be able to provide and formalize accreditation on as this global higher education system increases and becomes so big. So there are a couple of models, and this was covered in a research done by Alexander Austin. And some of the measures Alexander had put forth was maybe the whole higher education system is mystical. And because of the complexity, quality cannot be defined. The other measure could be reputational. We could look at how what people think of institutions and how do we measure that, and whether people having or institutions having high institutions are actually delivering better quality. There's also the resource-based method to measure best institutions in the world, and some of the rankings today, which are looking purely at research, are looking at this. There's also the measure of outcomes, and this is purely based on what is coming out of the institution, which includes your students, publications, and a sponsored research funding. And finally, the value-based perspective. So here, in terms of what benefits an institution provides to its students. So the best method, I think, what we've seen, which rankings, ratings, and accreditations covers, is a combination of reputational, outcome-based, and value-based to measure excellence. So that brings us to the question: is how our rankings and in the inverted commas, I would put ratings and accreditation because they're quite similar. And I think both of them are different forms of quality assurance mechanisms that enables the HE system to maintain its quality. It does provide the stakeholders with information to make decisions. And in the case of QS, we would like to provide students with information to make life-changing decisions. Rankings particularly helps realize the potential of an institution. There is no ceiling of where an institution can go to. Accreditation assigns a particular grade, requires minimum standards to be met, and then rankings takes that forward into taking these institutions and helping them achieve much more than what you could do with just hitting the minimum standards. So both rankings, ratings, and accreditation, all three in this case, are benchmarks for excellence. They compare institutions in the world according to various weights. I'm not going to be covering the weights today because I've done several presentations on the methodology, and I think you're probably already aware, and it's easy reading material. So I'm going to be talking of this area. Also, they are available from easily drawn sources from independent third-party databases or even surveys. They often influence curriculum, teaching, learning, and research, and help governments restructure the higher education system. And we've seen how the IOE in this case, or the graded autonomy, or even the NEP places some emphasis on evaluation in the policy documents. And definitely the rankings measure, or most of the rankings measure, the research-based outcomes, which will benefit the overall research infrastructure of higher education institutions. So when I have placed this context, the quality in Indian context, we've seen how ranking agencies, we have QS times higher, we have our own homegrown NIRF framework, which is looking to grow international. We have our NAC and NBA and ABET and AMBA coming out from overseas, and ICWIS and ASCSB. US STARS has been there for a while now, and very recently, for the last 3 years, US iGauge, Indian College and University Rating, and now school ratings are providing a benchmark of excellence for institutions in India. So I think we have already got the frameworks defined. How do we take these frameworks here on and be able to use them to benchmark ourselves, to benchmark our institutions, and compete with the world? And this is a grim number. When we look at the QS World University Rankings today, there are just 21 Indian institutions in the World University Rankings, 107 in the Asia University Rankings. So we have already adapted, and have all the possible means. And I hope that NEP's implementation in the next few years will take the 21 and multiply that by much more institutions which can get into the ranking. Because I know we have the systems. We've looked at in the initial slides how global systems have been adopted in India, but now is the time to see how those systems are used to be able to do better and to not just rank better, but to actually feature better in the institutions. In the latest Asia rankings, India had a slight increase of Indian institutions. The number of citations have increased. The number of students we evaluated have increased, but also I think there is a greater need for competition, because we just had 14 Indian institutions which got featured, new institutions which got featured in the ranking this year. Now compared to how big the Indian higher education system is and the potential to take it forward, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. So in conclusion, I think what we have to do is start mapping some of the global best practices. We have got the rankings and ratings and accreditation sorted out, or at least we have got the best practices in place. But how do we look at countries like the European Union, which is looking at institutional autonomy, providing greater accountability, and has got cross-border study programs and several other mechanisms. France, in particular, is providing a lot of joint initiatives and is promoting transparency. US, we've talked about US before, so several countries are doing things very differently. And I think we have got the framework defined. How do we map them to the institutions? And my final slide will be on that. But before that, I would like to talk about the pillars for institutional excellence. So we have definitely, we start from bottom approach here. You need to have the vision, and this is at the institutional level, not the government level. Have the vision, mission, and values defined. How do the programs then build on to that? How do we build content, the competence, the faculty and the students which come into the institution? How do you collaborate? How do you provide access to this education to the masses? and what is the graduate outcomes from there, which is self-assessed, and the crown, definitely the outcome, ladies and gentlemen, is the rank or the accreditation. So I have a small slide problem. Okay. So what is the final path to excellence? We should be looking at planning and leadership. How do we set the goals into becoming a world-class institution? By looking at all these systems we already have in India, measuring the performance and determining the implementation of internal benchmarks. How to use funding, the optimal allocation of funds, and how do we attract funding both from philanthropic as well as from the government. How do the regulatory policies are able to reform entry norms for students. We have several entry tests, and I know that we have the common entrance which is being centralized at the government level, and how does that support the institutions in India to attract top talent? How do we approve the entry of new for-profit institutions like it is there in the West? How do we allow to share resources amongst institutions and eliminating overlapping regulation? The last two, the accountability and governance. How do we make education accessible, affordable so that it reaches the masses? How do we enhance learning outcomes and strengthen the responsibility of the governing board of the institution is also important. And also research, because if you want to grow into a world-class institution, one of the areas definitely is able to attract industries to be able to collaborate, and that would all happen with research coming in. And how do you promote a good number of good quality publications and host conferences and adhere to international research ethics and so on. So this is just in 80 minutes whatever we would cover. I've tried to make it as quick as possible, but my final slide to you here is success is a journey, not a destination. The doing is often more important than the outcome. And I would like to add that the rankings are not the goal of an institution, but the outcome of what an institution is doing. So thank you so much for these few minutes to allow me to share these slides, and over to Dr. Vissam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin, for the interesting points and remarks. So now we move to the next panelist, Dr. Abdul Hamid Al-Fadali, and he's the Executive Chairman for TEC Group, Malaysia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Canada, and USA. So the floor is yours, Dr. Abdul Hamid, and you have 8 minutes. Can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this awesome conference. And let me share my screen so that I can share ideas as quickly as possible. Is the screen clear?
Yeah, it is clear, sir. It is very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We are going actually to have some ideas about the international education systems, as this panel's main topic was to talk about the international education system. So I prepared something about that, and just to give some views and some of the participations that we already have done before. As a matter of fact, long ago, we have been learning and teaching in education colleges something, about the education systems that talks about the paradox that we have in education. And we've always talked about the solutions and the features for those solutions. And there are some relative initiatives to handle this paradox and get a kind of solution for that. And in the end, we're going to end up with best practices for as kind of solutions for those for the paradox or this problem that education has been facing. As a matter of fact, it is quite important to understand what this paradox is. If we imagine a situation in which a doctor, a physician, is handling about 20 pills of the same kind of medicine and giving these out to 20 patients in the same hospital or in the same ward, those patients are totally different in diseases. No two of them are equal or like each other in diseases. They don't have the same disease at all, while the same medicine is being given to them by the doctor. So if we can think about that just to get a kind of remedy or a result of a practice to those patients, that would be a kind of absurd situation that we might think about this whole business. However, even what's taking place in education is even worse. We are dealing in a real paradox here. That the children that we are teaching, that the students at schools are totally ever different from each other. They have always been like that. Even if they are identical twins, there should be some kind of differences among them. The students' visions, dreams, skills, abilities, whatever they can do, whatever they like, their learning styles, everything, every piece and item in their education is different. While we give them the same curriculum, sometimes the same teacher, and apply the same methodologies and apply the same assessment for them, and we would like to get them all successful with the same level. I understand that students do not get the same level of success, but still it is harshly cruel for us to impose that same system which has, let's say, common core, let's say, unified standards for the students, unified assessment to measure students who are totally different in everything you can think of. So this is a paradox. What we can do, I mean, educationalists know this very well. And it is even being handled in the colleges of education in a kind of scholarly model. But this is a paradox because we don't know this. We don't know how to solve it. This is how the traditional education works, and this has been there for almost 150 years now, and this has not changed until recently. Some initiatives have taken place. So this is the paradox. And how does this reflect to our children? We are building perfect molds. So children have become like the same copy, the same thing, the same everything. I mean, that's what we aim for. By our practices in schools, that's what we aim for. We give them the same and we expect them to become different, while it isn't. Actually, that's why the practices and the reflection of that is not as desirable as possible. So, how to settle this paradox? How to settle this problem? There should be some kind of features for the solution. Well, education needs to be adaptive, needs to be customized to the learners, and also some kind of individual learning plans should be there for every student so that they can use their abilities, they can enjoy their own learning styles, nothing to be imposed on them that they cannot do. So these are the features of the solution that might settle this paradox. Have there been any initiatives for this? Yes. There are a lot of initiatives that have been taking place. However, those initiatives are not commonly practiced in the world, but in some particular institutes, some particular countries, I mean education systems in countries, have adopted some solution for that. And they have succeeded to some extent. So let's take, for example, Finland, Singapore, and also Flexi Education Initiative. As to just handle briefly the features of those systems, we would say that the Finnish phenomenon, I mean, mostly everybody knows about the Finnish phenomenon, that Finland education has been acing the ranks for more than 30 years, and with not even something close to it. Singapore has become prominent recently, and of course, education systems like New Zealand also is professionalizing and becoming much recognized. But when we come to the Finnish phenomenon, what made it that way? What made it a phenomenon? What made it a special and unique education system? They are taking care of certain features that you can consider that the key terms for their education system that enable them to become what they are in the education world. So the Finnish phenomenon, the Finnish education.
You have 2 minutes to go, please.
Great. The Finnish education, Finland education, depend mostly on the mother tongue education. I mean, they teach their children in their mother tongue. And a lot of researches have been done on that, and all prove that the mother tongue to take over learning is something crucially important. They also depend on self-learning skills. That's what they teach the students, the self-management skills, the home learning skills, and all of that you can say kind of learning independency for the student. Singapore education system, they have been concentrating on 21st century competencies. That is all in their standards. They also have concentrated much, focused much on the cross-curricular skills and the holistic development for the learners. For Flexi education framework, that is adaptability and customization. Education is adapted to students, not vice versa. And education is customized to students. And also, in Flexi education, it's a student pace. I mean, students could do whatever they can, reaching a certain goal that has been set before. And also, it adopts the individual learning plans that made it distinctive from other education frameworks. So these are three of the examples that three initiatives that have been introduced to the world and already put a lot of advance to the education systems that might be a start for the 21st century education. To here, I end my speech, and thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Hamid, for the enlightening remarks. So now we move to the next panelist, Mr. Hisham Mohammed. He's from the American University in Cairo School of Continuing Education, Middle East, Egypt. So the floor is yours, Mr. Hisham, and you have 8 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Shiv Mohammed, and I would like to thank you all for giving me the chance to join this conference and webinar. And I would like to thank all the presenters for the lovely ideas. Let me start by sharing my screen, just 2 slides that I would like to share. Actually, I'm starting with Bloom's taxonomy. And the idea is that I'm going to talk about the Egyptian educational system and how that there are some changes that happened recently in the Egyptian educational system. And let me brief the idea that the new curricula started to focus on many things based on Bloom's taxonomy and some ideas related to that. And these changes that were made by the Ministry of Education were presented by the presentation of a new series of books that are Connect and Connect Plus and New Hello by Longman and by Sphinx. And actually, these changes were met by a lot of resistance from many people, from the students themselves, from the parents, and from some educators too. I would just start by saying I don't work for the Ministry of Education. I was just a trainer of trainers, and I had the honor of working with Longman and Hamadis as a trainer of trainers to train the trainers of the Ministry of Education and for all the teachers who are going to apply or teach the new books and show them how to teach these books. And I would say that that change was great actually, and it had a lot of positive aspects, shifting from the old practices when students would just focus on the lower order lower order thinking skills of Bloom's taxonomy that are like just remembering, understanding, and taking them up to moving them to higher order thinking skills, and how the students would start to shift from just remembering something or remembering the information into just applying it in their life and have the ability to analyze and to evaluate what they learn and to create something new. This was so positive actually, and if you look at this point, you will notice that how the idea of making the students use the information in a new way, the information that they learn, and apply it in their life, and have the ability to be critical thinkers who have the ability to distinguish between different parts of the information that they learn and move up to something else, which is how they can give their point of view about justifying their opinion and stand or take a decision about something to the highest level of learning, which is creativity. The curricula also based on CLIL, which is essential actually, and as you see here, this is CLIL or content language integrated learning, and how the students would not just learn the language itself, English. I'm focusing on English as I'm an instructor of English and a trainer of English language, but how they would use this language that they learn in their schools and their books to apply in other subjects like math, like science, like math and science, and social studies, and so on. The point here is that this was met by a lot of resistance from many people, let's say maybe the parents and the students and some of the educators who were satisfied with their old with the old system of education that would and they were against that change, because by nature you find that people are against changes because whenever there is a change, there's a challenge. I even had like some discussions during my training with the educators, and we started to discuss these ideas, and they saw it by themselves. They saw by themselves how the changes would work for their good and for the good of the children, let's say, or of all the students in general. There is another point about that. You will find that
yeah, I think there is slight.
I'm sorry, there's something with the connection. Just forgive me. Okay. The idea here is that when we have something like that, when we start thinking about how these changes represented in the books, the new books of that were presented by the Ministry of Education, how they started to help students to create generations who are like have the ability to think critically about things and apply what they learn in their life. I wouldn't say that this had worked 100% without some challenges. Maybe the idea itself was not that, let's say the learners were not that familiar with it. But I would think that the people, I mean the educators, if they, or the teachers and the trainers of those teachers, if they just simplified the idea and showed how these materials and how these curricula would help the students, and when they learn something that they see in their life, they would just learn something and they would start to have the ability on how they can apply this in their life and in their which will help them in the future to create to make them prepared, let's say, for their work and for future careers in general. I wish I had the chance to show some examples of how these curricula would like help the students to learn something new, but actually it might take يعني more time about that. As for the challenges that were met by the students and by the teachers were something related to the internet connection sometimes, which might be covered by like يعني providing some other tools that they can use offline, okay? And this was presented also online and offline by the Egyptian Knowledge Bank, which is one of the biggest online libraries, free online libraries in the world. And the students would have the chance, if they go online, to use these materials that are presented in interactive materials in the form of exercises or PDFs or whatever, that are also sometimes or usually they are downloadable, which would help them to use offline. I say that this would work for the good of education in Egypt. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hisham, for your sharing. And we move to the last panelist, Prof. Rafi, and he's the director of Mewat MEC College in India. So, Awajid, the time is yours, and you have 8 minutes.
Professor Rafi is here. Professor Rafi, if you can kindly come. So I think he has joined. So thank you so much. Yeah, Professor Rafi is here. In the meantime, you can just summarize what the other speaker said. I'll just request Professor Rafi to come online.
Okay, so I think we witnessed like a few.
Also, we can take some comments and questions from the audience.
Yeah, so the sharing session were interesting, and to me, I'm quite interested in the discussion on ranking, and this is maybe for Dr. Ashwin and Mr. Phil. I think I met Dr. Ashwin in a few conferences on rankings, and I've been working with a few universities in Malaysia and in the region as well.
So Professor Rafi, I think Professor Rafi is coming back. Professor Rafi, yeah, if you can share your view.
Yeah, very good evening to all of you. First of all, I am really very thankful to this group, the Policy Times, for conducting a very valued conference practices education system, and the very important points which shared by the other expert. I will not be sharing the presentation or won't be discussing points in detail. The only point which I would like to highlight, one of the experts mentioned the doing. He has mentioned the doing is more important than the outcome, which I appreciate, and I would love to work on this policy that the work is more important than talking, discussing, and doing all other things. So we, as part of Mewat Engineering College, believe in this theory that whatever things are there in the books, whatever we are teaching, it should be implemented. So we make more projects. We would like to engage our student in incubation center where they can do everything practically. It's not a theoretical component. We would like to engage them more into real practical applications, like we are working with district administration. Their IT services are taken care of by us. We have identified 35 villages where we are implementing a technological component. Like, for example, in a village, they were having some water problem. The other village, we found that the electricity problem was there, and the irrigation and many things, soil problem. So there are various kinds of problems. So what we are doing, we are identifying the problem, and we are working with them. So that way, like, we are reaching to the grassroots level, and there would be a real change in the community, in the local area, and at the larger scale, at the state level, there would be a change, and the country level, there would be a change. So, appreciating those kind of statements given by the experts, very valued expert, and following the same principle, the work is more important than the outcome policy. I appreciate, and I would like to congratulate to all the team members to conduct the event. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rafi, for the sharing. So maybe I think we for concluding the session, maybe we can have some questions from the audience, and we can have some discussions on the sharing as well.
Very, very true. So if there are questions, there I can see a lot of hands raised. So if there are some questions, there are some hands, we can also take some online, voice questions from audience, live questions. I can see Mohbul Haq, Moira Gonj, Hemlata Kohli, Kamakshi Joli ma'am is there. So Kamakshi Joli ma'am, are you there? If I allow you a voice talk, would you be able to ask your question? Kamakshi ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. I'm very much with you, sir. I think new education policy should be adopted as soon as possible. Whatever inputs have been given, they are very fine. University rankings in the international level is also good. Connection of universities with the industry is definitely what made Silicon Valley what it is today. So we need something like that, research and money inputs by the industry, a lot of inputs like into the research and having a world-class university like China. I mean, all of you all have said what is future. We cannot go by government fundings alone. We have to have something like that. And how can we influence our industry people to incorporate the patents of IIT and other institutes to our real world? The patent should not remain just a patent, like they do in this Silicon Valley. Yeah.
Thank you. If you ask any,
that is my question.
Question also you can ask.
I mean, how can we in future have patents in India's names? You know, and not just patent; they should be in the market.
So, who would like to? Anyone would like to, among the speakers, and would like to address this particular question?
I'm happy to contribute. I think in a way, the pandemic and the global health crisis is possibly a great opportunity to really focus in on the power of universities and industries collaborating more effectively. In some countries like South Korea, for example, universities have been absolutely fundamental to the economic growth of that nation. They've transformed that nation from a manufacturing economy into a knowledge and research economy, and it's been transformative. It's changed the nation in just a matter of decades. You're seeing that happening in China more and more, and other East Asian nations. And one of the driving forces there has been a very close link between universities and business and industry. So I think we could almost use the pandemic as a case study of where universities and industries collaborate closely and quickly and openly. We can make world-changing discoveries. In this case, of course, the extraordinary rapid development of vaccines, effective vaccines. Oxford AstraZeneca, the epitome of a wonderful collaboration, accelerating change, accelerating innovation. So I'm hoping we need case studies and practical examples of how universities and industry collaborating can make world-changing discoveries and drive progress, not just in terms of the health implications of a pandemic, but actually driving new knowledge economies. So we need to bring universities and industries together, work out how to overcome some of the practical barriers to collaboration, encourage universities to seek private sector funding more, because their public sector research funding might be more and more constrained post-pandemic. So we need to lead by example, lead by case studies, and then also tell a story to policymakers. How do you open up these collaborations? How do you share knowledge from the private sector to the public sector? Because I think it's going to be key to the global economic recovery as well as to the health recovery.
Right. Okay, any other questions? So we have Mr. Mohbul Haq. If you are there, I will unmute yourself. So yeah, Mr. Mohbul Haq, if you want to ask a question, you can ask. Or I can see Raju Singh. If Raju Singh wants to ask a question, or Moi Ram Ganj. So I can't. Mr. Noor Muhammad, if you want to ask anyone, I am unmuting yourself. So.
Yeah, Noor here with you.
Hi.
First of all, I really I am thankful for these wonderful sessions and great insights regarding the education policies. My question here is, since the graduation or the college education is mainly an instrument to seek an employment, basically. I mean, in most countries, especially I'm talking about the major middle class people. But what happens down the line is that since the industries in different domains are transforming at a rapid pace, so by the time somebody graduates at an old curriculum, maybe it's 10 years outdated, he, even though his main intention or the goal is to seek an employment through that education, but he's not fully employable. He's obsolete for an industry when he graduates. So how do we address this gap? I mean, when we make the policies for the education, I think the industry inputs for each of the domain is really important, and how do we, incorporate that when we do the policy making? Thank you.
So anyone would like, any speaker would like to? Ashwin sir, maybe you or Abdul Hamid sir or Hesham sir. Yeah, Ashwin sir.
Thank you so much for the question. I think that's very relevant in the current context. We've seen, and I think that has the pandemic has probably propelled that much more than before, because there are going to be many jobs which are not going to be there in the next 10 years, and we've already seen various jobs becoming redundant and technology taking over. Now, in Western countries and also in countries which have adopted some of the best practices from the developed countries, we've seen how industry is playing a major role in developing the curriculum. So you need to take the industry in along with you and understand the current needs of the industry. And I think we have seen some successful case studies in India with that happening, and also around Asia. And I think it also depends on what kind of areas are we looking at. If it's to do with technology, and if we talk about being useful, and the earlier question was about even patents. Now, we do not want to get into the habit of just producing something for numbers, but is it going to be useful to the society? So the same way the jobs what are going to be there in the future you have to be talking, the universities, the colleges have to be talking to the industry very early on, understanding the needs. And I think beyond just the knowledge which has been gained by the academics through the books, and perhaps through knowledge which is probably a bit old sometimes, and when we go into smaller towns and tier 3 and tier 4 cities of India, we can see how there's a need for rapid developments of the curriculum. So that has to happen. I think NEP has propelled that forward. How do you also have the curriculum which is not just a single style, but also looks at various multidisciplinary levels, and perhaps also including a bit of more of EQ in there for your young graduates which are going out, so they're ready for the world ahead. So there is still a lot to be done, and I hope that some of the best practices, and there are several forums which are going to be talk about it, and particularly for us, we run the Reimagine Education Conference every year, which talks of what is changing in pedagogy in the world, and how new and innovative methods are being applied to do this. But beyond just being able to be ready for the industry, I think we need to be able to also start creating job creators out there, people who are able to innovate and put their ideas out, to start off with a brilliant idea, to be able to employ more people than just being someone who wants to get a job out there. So yeah, I think it's a great question. Thank you so much, and I was able to answer that to your satisfaction.
Thank you. Okay, I think back to my question earlier to Dr. Ashwin and Mr. Phil. So do you think the rankings, where we have different rankings, QS, time higher ranking, and we have too many categories, do you think the rankings helped to improve the mission implementation of the universities, or because as an academician, I hear a lot of comments from my colleagues, because these rankings will have different parameters, and the universities need to fulfill these parameters: number of publication, number of students, number of international students, international staff, and so this is like there is a lot of debates between academicians. So do you think, along like the last few years, do you think it improve the mission and vision of the universities towards the community, or do you have any comments on that process?
Sure, if I could jump in. I think the important thing about rankings is that the dog should be wagging the tail should not be wagging the dog, and that ranking should be a set of benchmarks, a set of parameters that universities should deploy according to their own needs. And one of the things that I think is a risk and a concern about rankings is that they promote homogenization of global higher education. Now, there's some really great positives from the world rankings. We've created global benchmarks, global data definitions. Universities can really start to understand where they sit in a global landscape. They can really understand data and get intelligence about their performance compared to the very best universities across the world. There's a fantastic asset there for university leaders to use and strategically deploy. But the risk, of course, is that everybody ends up trying to emulate a sort of one model of excellence. So the World University Rankings, I guess, has put on a pedestal a sort of Anglo-Saxon version of excellence that was perfected in America, I guess, in the 40s and 50s. This Humboldtian model that's really a US success story. So we must guard against everybody being encouraged to copy one model. I think the World Rankings have a place for global research-led world-class institutions, and I think India absolutely needs to have multiple universities that aspire to be in that group, but other metrics need to be used for other missions. So Times Higher Education has put in a huge amount of energy to create multiple different rankings. There is no correct ranking. There's no single right answer. So we've created the impact rankings. I've noticed you've got the SDGs behind you, Wessam, on your background. We've created the University Impact Rankings, which measures the university's contribution to each and every one of the SDGs, 17 different rankings and an overall ranking. And we've seen that ranking is very different from the world rankings. It's not just about a sort of research-led elite, wealthy elite in America, in Europe. It's much more diverse. So we're trying to say, choose your own metrics to benchmark yourself against your own mission. We want to give rankings back to the universities. We don't want to drive and determine their direction. We want to support their own journey with as much data as possible. So we have the world rankings, which is research intensive. We have a teaching ranking we do for the Wall Street Journal in America, which is about student experience, student engagement. We have the impact rankings, which is measuring contribution towards all of the sustainable development goals. And we consider more rankings are better because it's more data, more benchmarks, more parameters, and you get to choose your own and choose the ones that are relevant to your mission. And that's our service to the sector. That we're not driving behavior, we want to help shape and guide, but very much from a supporting role, not a driving role.
Thank you, Mr. Phil. And maybe just on a small remark. To me, the impact ranking is the most relevant ranking to the university missions because it is measuring the impact of the university to the local community. This is my views on this. So, Dr. Ashwin, if you want to add more on this.
Well, I think Phil has put it beautifully with the quote he made. So definitely the danger of rankings becoming the vision of an institution is dangerous, and I think ranking should not be the goal, but generally the outcome of what best practices institutions have put into play. Now, the various rankings produced by various agencies do support the decision making of the stakeholders, and I think more the information available out there, the better it is for, in our case, for students to be able to take the decision, and more information to make comparative analysis. And I think it all depends on what kind of information after the ranking is produced is available out there for students to be able to take that decision. For us, what we have done is we've gone beyond just providing basic information on the mobile app. We are also enabling students to be, or whoever it is, stakeholders, to be able to tweak the methodology and change the percentages and create their own set of rankings for all the rankings we produce. So that is a value add you're providing there. And I think as these rankings develop over the next few years, as we have more data availability, we've seen in India particularly the appetite to get evaluated, and I think that there is a need for institutions to do better. And besides ranking, and the focus is also moving into basically having quality at the center of what institutions are doing. So while people are looking at rankings, they're also looking at how a quality framework, perhaps like PSI gauge, can add not just the minimum standards, but also provide a benchmark and standard for institutions to aim to do better and be able to take this forward in the next level when they're looking at growth and excellence. So that's from my side.
Thanks, Dr. Ashwin. Maybe just a question to Mr. Hisham. You mentioned about the taxonomy, Bloom taxonomy. So from my experience, like we use the Bloom taxonomy when we prepare the tests and exam for engineering students. And that is relevant to the courses and which year. So when you talk about teaching English, so to what extent that is relevant? Is it with like different levels of teaching at the school or the university?
Yes, the point is that in the past, if you talk about the older practices, okay, then I'm awfully sorry to say that, but actually this happened. When you find that some of the teachers would just focus that the students would just learn about something. Let me take an example of teaching a novel, for example, or like short stories for children or for students in general. And you'll find that the main idea was just to focus on the idea that the students know something about the story itself, who met whom and what did somebody do, and that's all. But this idea of just maybe like remembering who said that in this situation, without going deeper into starting, when the students start to analyze what is happening, actually this character of the novel did that because I think he or she did that because of something. Okay, and then they evaluate, like when they say I wouldn't agree that this character did this idea. Okay, he would have done or she would have done something else. Okay, I even applied this myself with my students when I teach them any novel. I give like some examples, maybe something by Dickens or whatever. When they just, I will not ask them just about the name of the character who did so and so. Okay, I would ask them a question about what do you think, not about Dickens, I mean specifically, but I mean in general. What would you do if you were in the place of this character? Okay, have you met something like that in your life? And here we move from the idea of just remembering. They would start to apply what they learn to something that is relevant in their life. And then they start evaluating, they start saying their opinion about that. and even I may ask them to think about, let's say, another ending, or what would you do if you were the writer and you have like part 2 of something of this novel or whatever. I even make my students apply this idea even in the movies that they watch. Okay? They would not just watch this movie for fun. You got me? They would just watch it and start to analyze everything about it. That is the idea, and I would like to add something about this idea that this applying this would cater for different multiple intelligence and different levels of, let's say, learning styles of the students. If you apply it in the right way, but the point is that as I said, whenever there is a change, there is a challenge. You'll find some challenges and some resistance. We always hate what we don't know. We always hate the unknown. We need to know first. I would say, give yourself a chance first to know about that. Start to apply it and see if it works or not. And for sure, it would work one day. That is the idea. And I would say that, just to add to what the honorable presenters here mentioned, that when you start doing this start doing it at early stages, and the new methods are applied actually starting from preschool, KG, primary stage, prep stage, and secondary stage. This way, when those students join universities, they will not be shocked by the change that they might have. Now they need to work on their own. We need to change the teacher from just somebody who teaches something. No, he's like a facilitator who opens the door for the students to learn and to create independent learners. This would cater aptly for all that. I hope I have answered the question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hisham. So, Mr. Akram?
I would request Professor Rupamanjari Ghosh, ma'am, if you can give a closing comment on this session.
Oh, wow. That's a tall order. I was just engrossed in listening to the people that I know how Phil speaks, how Ashwin speaks, and then the perspectives from different countries is really, really interesting. I think the ranking, as I always say, is more like a mirror. It's very nice to hear Phil talk about diverse ranking systems, so that you choose your own mirror, and therefore don't look at it, don't deviate from your mission. I always have been telling Ashwin, and US did a India-based ranking parameter survey for which I also participate. Much to do with the fact that not absolute parameter-wise where you are, but your growth, depending on what the need of I started by talking about the local context. Not just the global, but the local context, where I was, what the region needs. And so the slope of a journey, not the absolute value of where we are, that becomes extremely important, particularly for a developing country like ours. It's been fascinating listening to all of you, the perspectives and all, and I think the English example that was prompted by Wasam too. It was really nice. It's basically all about learning, is all about that critical thinking. And the question that I was hearing, I think you can sum up the understanding of it by saying the world may change, so we have shifted. Even in India, in universities where teachers are thinking, faculty members are thinking, we have shifted from teaching students what to think. And that has got shifted to how to think. So even if the context changes, when you know how to think, you can relearn. But if you do not go in depth in anything, then you're good for nothing. So I think everywhere this has been proven, our students are proving this to be true, that you really learn something in some depth and have a multidisciplinary understanding of where it is. And that critical thinking that was being talked about just now is all about that, right? To be able to analyze, because I really do not know, there is a very valid question, where exactly our education will take us. 4 years later, when the first batch of students are joining today, undergraduates, 4 years later, when they would get out in the market, the world would be a different place. So you basically don't know how to train your students for the unknown future. Only skill that will never go outdated is the skill of critical thinking, creative problem solving, and communication. Because I think gone are the days of Leonardo da Vinci where one person was the multidisciplinary example. So now you need to form multidisciplinary teams to be able to mimic Leonardo maybe, and then at problems on ground, whether you are an entrepreneur or the point I made, and I think you all have, we never rehearsed, but you all are coming back to the same point that, today you don't need college education, university education to serve the society the way we used to. We are not going to put out laborers in the market. That's not the job of universities. We are going to put out leaders in the market, workers, thought leaders. So there's a very different shift in the way you train when you are just skilling somebody, and when you're thinking of producing a leader. Skilling can be done. You don't need to come to the university for that. It needs 3 months to learn something. You don't bother. Similarly, for the main education, the distinction I made between a textbook, which doesn't change in 30 years, to specializations that change sometimes in 3 months. So textbooks are equally important. If you forget the depth, you'll be no good for anything. So I think that's what came out of it, and the ranking is a good measure, provided we do not overdo it. And I really loved what Phil said. What the dog should be wagging the tail, not the tail wagging the dog. It sums it up. I mean, it's a vivid imagination that you get. That's absolutely right. US and THE have done us great favors. I do fight with some of their ways. For example, academic survey for US is really, it doesn't judge you on facts. There is a gaming. If you give me any code, I can game the game. So I think that also people are doing. We are not in that business at all. So I think there is a long journey together. And that's the point. We have tried to bring you all together. And I think the journey ahead would be together. So again, thanks, Akram. Thanks very much. And my sincere thanks to the chair. It's a very powerful panel, and the chair has handled it very well. So my compliments to all of you, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, Chair, for being part of the session. Abdul Hamid sir, wonderful. Hesham sir, Ashwin sir, and Mr. Betty. So I'm grateful to all of you on behalf of Policy Times and Shiv Nadar University. And it is really an honor to have you for this wonderful session. So with this, we formally close the session 2 of the day. Now we straight away move to the final session of the evening today, day 1. And it is one of the most important sessions. I want to welcome the chairman of the show first, Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary, one of the leading academicians of India, and a very, very highly intellectual mind of this country. I am a big fan of yours, and I look forward to work with you more in future. Every time I hear something very creative. I also want to welcome Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, Honorable Chairman, CG Corp Global, Nepalese billionaire, businessman, philanthropist. I think I am so honored and grateful to you, sir, on behalf of the Policy Times. It is such an honor to invite you to this wonderful program as chief guest of this session, sir, building new India education industry linkage and integration. I cannot thank enough, I am also really grateful to Mr. Dilip Chenoy, the Secretary General of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, one of my most favorite organizations that I have worked with. Now, after leaving there and starting of this venture called the Policy Time, there cannot be a bigger honor for me to welcome my, the head of the institution, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, on this. I will have all speakers shortly. I think Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui sir must have joined by now. I have also invited you, sir. I made you a speaker. I don't know if you are here. Kistomas Vasily sir would be joining shortly. Bhimrao Maitri sir is already here. Mohammad Farasuddin sir is having some issue in connection. Mr. K.K. Babul Mohanty sir, a leading industrialist and the first age Indian NRI. I think he was one of the first, before independence, he shifted to Germany and made India proud by becoming a I don't want to say his exact wealth because he should share, but a philanthropist, educationist in mind, industrialist, and most importantly, I know the East India Company that ruled India for 100 years. So finally, he is now the owner of East India Company, having more than 15,000 employees in West Bengal in India. And the Tita Group PLC also is the venture that he has. With this, I want to hand over the session to the most important guest of the evening and chairman of the show, Professor Ujjwal Kechor.
Thank you. Thank you, Akram. And I'm really amazed at the pace, content, depth, and the diversity of opinion that we have been having from the morning when Dr. Ghosh inaugurated by the welcome speech. And I just now, once again, when I spoke first time, I took the VUCA reinterpretation of Dr. Ghosh. This time, let me take, madam, one more reinterpretation of what you have just now said. So every day from January 1, I have started sharing a thought with my own circle. So that's called self-realization series. So self-realization number 15, today is January 15, is this, what you have just now said in a different language. I quote, "If I cannot create that which does not exist, I have not much option left for me ahead. As all things repeated can be done through automation, robotics, or by application of artificial intelligence and machine learning. If I cannot innovate a process, a product, or a service, I have not much to do ahead, as the same can be repeated through automation. If I cannot manage a crisis or solve a problem, there is no role for me ahead, as normalcy may not need much of human intervention. If I cannot solve group conflicts, no one needs me, as machines may repeat as programmed. There cannot be conflicts there. The future is for creators, innovators, problem solvers, crisis managers, and conflict resolvers." Yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding us that. This was something I shared at 8 o'clock in the morning with my own circle. And some of the friends who are in the audience keep receiving these messages every morning. I'm sorry if I've been bugging them so much. I also appreciate the 264 live participants in this Zoom at this point of time. In the morning, when I was talking, at one point it was more than 600 people. But even now, half of them have stayed back. And there are surely more people on the Facebook and YouTube because it's being video streamed there as well. I really appreciate your patience, your focus, because these days, talking is easy. Listening, understanding, and absorbing is much tougher than just talking. Going ahead, I will take the liberty from Akram to reorient or rename the title. Building New South Asia, and not just India. Building New South Asia, Education Industry Integration. Why I tell this? Because we have with us some of the people who have been impacting on the lives of the South Asians beyond India as well in this panel today. And it's important that we listen to their experiences. Coming straight to the point, 283 million students are there in the country, in India, just now. I do not have the last and the updated figure of the rest of South Asia, but it's almost close to 190 million. So together, it's a little less than 500 million. Can you believe that? 500 million, 50 crores youngsters across South Asia, the extended South Asia, including Afghanistan, Burma, and all that. Now, at least the Indian 52% of them are without any education for the last 10 months because they don't have access. And remaining 48%, they are please. Our students, some of the students, our students in Adamas University, or students of Shiv Nadar University, or the universities which have been lucky to get students with some background where they can afford, they might be having some level of connectivity, but most haven't. This is something which is really worrisome because alongside South Asia has 54% of population below 25 years in the possible education age, 65% below 35 years, and a whopping 40% below 15 years in school. They are in school. So this is a large audience, and this, yes, government has a huge responsibility in connecting with them, but along with government is the industry that has also an equally important responsibility, because the industry will actually be on the shoulders of these groups, these youngsters, within just 5 to 10 years from now, 15 years from now, depending on the child's age. And hence, it's very important to understand how has the industry and the educational sector have integrated. Well, that can be in many ways. One, education managed directly by the industry. Industry organizations setting up universities and schools, and there are many. Supported by the industry, setting up by philanthropists, setting up by educationists, setting up by the society. There are many universities and institutes and schools where people in the society have come together initially and started it, apart from public sector. So the industry needs to support those institutes as well. And the supporting can be to structured degree-based education initiatives, and it can also be to utilitarian training-based short course education as well, because that's also important, as Dr. Ghosh has just now noted, that even without a degree, a meaningful contribution to society and economy can be done, because the times have changed. And there is a huge need for continuous learning, and more so in today's digital times, because half the workforce that we have are not digitally trained. Yes, this last 1 year has leapfrogged them by 10 years, brought them to a sort of work from home culture in a big way, but still it's a long way to go. Without putting much more details just now, we have a big panel, so I will not take any more time. We will first begin with the chief guest, Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, who has been very aptly introduced by Akram Haq a little earlier, chairman of CG Global, Nepal's only single dollar billionaire of Nepalese origin, philanthropist who runs a bevy of educational institutions in Nepal, and I must add, because once in a while that's my breakfast, the owner of the brand custodian of YY brand, which we know one of the largest brand of noodles in the world. Vinod ji, it's an honor to have you with us today. And yes, I remember meeting you in that room where you were sitting just now, perhaps, once in the past, and meeting Nirvan ji a couple of times. It has been really encouraging listening to you formally and also in informal situations. I have met you in business conclaves in Kathmandu once as well. So good to have you here, sir. So let's listen to you first, and then also talk about your book as well as we go along. Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, Chairman, CG Global.
Thank you so much, Professor Ujjalji. I definitely recall with immense fondness our several meetings and interactions. In fact, I wish to acknowledge your contributions to the Nepalese academia and to many of the Nepalese institutions. I think Nepal always remembers you, respects you, and I look forward to bring you back to Nepal at an appropriate time for the right kind of reasons. Allow me to also acknowledge the distinguished panel of speakers. It is indeed heartening to be invited as the chief guest. I don't know whether how appropriate is my background for this kind of event that you've been able to pull through. 2,000 educators and 60 distinguished speakers from the 7 countries. Amazing galaxy of thought leaders in the current situation to bring the issues which are interrelated between education and industry, which you briefly summed up. At the very outset, let me thank the organizers, the Policy Times India, for this opportunity to be among the constellations of intellectuals, luminaries, and leaders from the business community, academia, and philanthropy. I am humbled by the honor given to me as the chief guest of this important session. When I reflect on my own, where I stand now, paradoxical it may sound though, there is a very little role of formal education in shaping me as a business person, since I never got the opportunity to be a regular student in the university. Perhaps preoccupied with a dream to expand my business day in, day out, dreaming big, working hard and experimenting new ideas with courage, I truly feel are in themselves a great university and recipe for success in business. Having said this, however, I'm not suggesting that mutuality and complementarity between education and industry. To take both of these fields simultaneously to newer heights, particularly in the current age of invention and innovation, are at all unimportant. At the same time, when we deliberate on the theme of education-industry integration, we must be able to think beyond employment, employability, the creatures of human resource management, demand-supply of the labor market. The future of our nations, communities, and individual citizens depend more on the ability of our academic institutions to create dreamers, thinkers, and philosophers than creating only technical hands, managers, and administrators. If it is not a slight digression, let me take pride of our heritage of rishis and acharyas as educators who believed in imparting values, ethos, selflessness, morality, self-esteem, and above all, the knowledge for service of humanity and Mother Earth. Not merely as commodity to sell in exchange for monetary gain. In a present-day materialistic world, it may sound impractical, but if we try to see things in broader canvas, in light of the problems of the global scale like the climate change, fast depletion of natural resources, repeated disasters and catastrophes, and global pandemic like COVID-19 that the humanity faces today, the imperatives of imbibing these values to our future leaders in every spectrum of life through our education system becomes even more indispensable. This in turn can become perhaps the most powerful integrating factor as well, not only for education and industry, but for the entire gamut of things relating to production, profit, consumption, economic development, and of course, ultimate sustainability of livelihood. Business community, if that is what we are trying to mean here by industry, has provided mainly three channels of integration. First, the business community has invested substantially in creating quality education institutions for all levels of people, also to cater to different strata of the society. Second, the private sector economy everywhere in the world is the biggest employer of university graduates of diverse disciplines and skills, generally paying far higher than the public sector. Thirdly, the businesses and industries, their practices, successes, and also the failures have become mainstay of economic and business research, which has led to better decision making, enhanced economic efficiency, and more secure investment and return for the future. On the other side, the education system in general and educational institutions in particular has made valuable contributions in producing the required manpower for the industry. But as an international employer, let me emphasize here that there is still a real need of working towards the demand and supply gaps in skills and knowledge of college graduates. Industry has but no alternative to employ the latest technology that comes into the market. But the academic institutions are often found struggling to keep the same pace of updating their curriculum and pedagogy. Apart from pure art skills required on the job, instilling set of soft skills on the young graduates is a new emerging challenge for both the academia and industry. In other words, it warrants an added level of integrated approach and coordinated endeavors. While talking about South Asia, I also can visualize another form of integration. Businesses and investments across the border among the South Asian nations are low but steadily growing. I have my own business in many different countries of the region, and businessmen from other countries of the subcontinent have invested in Nepal. Needless to say, India remains an education hub, both in the past and present, of the region. Not only IIM, IIT, and AIMS system of educational institutions in India have remained prime attractions for students from all neighboring countries. New newly evolved private universities, disciplined, dedicated institutes have fared equally well in quality and in developing diversity of modern skills in ICT, management, and academic as well as applied research. The newly defined pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability in the Indian education system will certainly help India to compete in global education market. It will provide opportunity to the other neighbors like Nepal to replicate successful education policies. I must mention here, Nepal has been one of the major beneficiaries of India's academic excellence, as India is one of the most preferred destinations for Nepali students. Indian government also provides a significant number of scholarships each year for Nepali nationals, which has been a major facet of our bilateral cooperation. The Nepali corporate sector has benefited by skills inculcated by the Indian academic institutions into young Nepali professionals. As we sit here, it has been almost a year that the world has literally seized by the COVID-19 pandemic. Education sector is one of the hardest hit. 1.6 billion students globally missed their classes due to COVID-19 related disruptions. According to a UNICEF estimate, 40% of the poorest countries fail to support learners. In Nepal alone, 6 million, and in India alone, 400 million children were not able to even to take online classes, mainly due to lack of access of digital connectivity, which Dr. Ujjwal Chaudhary also mentioned. The COVID-19 pandemic also exposed our vulnerability and unpreparedness, digital divide, and potholes in our education system resilience. This certainly is a cause of concern, but also an opportunity for the governments, private sector, and academia to work towards to bridge these multifaceted gaps in access and exclusions. In our part of the world, we suffer from similar challenges. The skill sets of teachers and their ability to adjust to newer situations, to handle gadgets or to afford to them were major bottlenecks. The poorest ones suffered the most. This is high time to invest in digital connectivity, its productive use and transitioning the teaching, learning, what is called to the new normal these days. The private sector certainly can come in here, and the concerned government need to encourage and facilitate these linkages. The industry also hugely suffered from its suspension of productivity and ensuing economic losses. It is in turn lost its ability to provide additional employment. The recovery as it appears now will be a slow and a long journey. The return to normality in education is obvious to be different depending on the extent of spread of virus and more importantly, availability of vaccine to the most vulnerable ones. It is time of sharing experiences and empathy across the board and continue to cooperate wherever possible. That certainly paves the way, if not for integration, for more meaningful cooperation in the future. Finally, I've always believed in putting what I envision into practice. The Chaudhary Group, which I head, is led by the philosophy that investing in education is in fact investing in the future of the nation, future of the humanity. We run a number of educational institutions under the corporate brand, though a philanthropy wing. The Chaudhary Foundation, we contribute within our capacity to educate the children of marginalized sections of the society. After 2015 earthquake, our group provided support to reconstruct hundreds of schools buildings destroyed by the quake in remote villages of the country and providing classrooms to thousands of students, distributed textbooks, school dresses and other learning support material in the hard-hit areas. We provide a significant number of scholarships every year, including to enable girl child to deprived communities to go to school. Similarly, our foundation has implemented a digital classroom project in rural areas in community schools of Nepal. Such opportunities provided prepares our children to be a global citizen with skills and quality education. We are transferring to our young children. Number number of schools have been equipped with water filtration system to provide our children with safe drinking water. During COVID-19, we worked with concerned institutions, including our foundation, to ensure that the health workers were provided adequate equipments, including the PPE and ventilators, sanitizers, and all the other required help. Education and support around it, always at the core of our foundation's value. Our support toward education is always a substantial cause for our growth. Looking forward, both academia and the private sector must work in tandem in undertaking each other's expectations and in harnessing the opportunity for mutual benefit, bestowed by time and in the advancement in science and technology. I thank you once again for this opportunity and for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Vinodji. I really appreciate this point that industry shouldn't only look at the high end or higher education end of education while supporting society, should also look at the grassroots end or the lower end, so-called lower end, because education, the need of it, is at different levels of economics disposition of the audience that we have in our countries, whether it's Nepal or India, in both the countries. So the Chaudhary Group's contribution to the grassroots education and to the high-end management and higher education, both are well known and that's well taken. The explanation on the digital connectivity is also very critical that you have said. I also appreciate for the book that you brought forth, which talks about the growth, how an ambition can actualify or actualize in reality. The way you have explained your life story in the book, which has now gone into 6 languages and published in 10 countries, including Nepal, India, UK, US, Serbia, and UAE and Bangladesh. I'm told by Akram that there's a short video on the book. Maybe we can have a quick look at the short video and then we talk further.
The billionaire of Nepal, Mr. Vinod Chaudhary, is the chairman of CG Corp Group. Also popular as philanthropist and politician, Mr. Chaudhary now has come up with new innings of his life as a writer. With his autobiography, Making It Big, the inspiring story of Nepal's first billionaire in his own words. The book was called Must Read for Everyone. The book charts the immensely successful and interesting life story of a self-made man who never forgot to enjoy or live his life while navigating his way up a volatile, unstable, and unfriendly environment. Mr. Chaudhary, who has been an idol for many youths globally and inspires them with his motivational speech, came up with a new avatar as a writer. In his autobiography, he made it big himself. And he likes to say that he's a small man in a small country with big dreams.
This is a story of a man. It's not only about me, it's also about a man from a small country with big dreams. It's a story of somebody from the streets of Kathmandu who had the courage to make it to the streets of New York and be recognized. We did it. It took us 5 years, Deep and me. We worked very hard, and the book was launched, and I'm most gratified and appreciative of everyone, right from Nepalia to the team, who played a significant role in making the book public, and more importantly, everybody who did it.
I had a big dream. If you have a dream to succeed and commitment towards it, you can achieve it, Mr. Chaudhary says. The book has been published in 5 different languages: Nepali, English, Hindi, Serbian, and Kyrgyz, and has been launched, and promotion has been held throughout Nepal and South Asia, Central Asia, Europe, and the US. When Nepalaya, one of the leading publication houses of Nepal, approached Mr. Chaudhary to publish his autobiography,
उहाँको आत्मकथामा उहाँको मेरिटहरू चाहिँ उहाँ सेल्फ मेड मान्छे, त्यसपछि यहाँ नेपालमा रोल मोडलहरूको कमी भएको ठाउँमा चाहिँ नि बिजनेस सेक्टरमा उहाँ चाहिँ यो एउटा रोल मोडलको रूपमा जुन उपस्थित हुनुभएको छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि समाजमा धेरै सकारात्मक किसिमको एउटा हामीले पुस्तक प्रस्तुत गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने हिसाबमा निकालेको।
Book launch programs were held in various cities, schools, and colleges across the country. Readers, particularly youths, were very interested in reading the book, as Mr. Chaudhary has become a role model for many of them. The Hindi version, titled Ek Uchi Udan, was launched in New Delhi in 2017 by Rajpal and Sons. Whereas the English version was released in 2015.
Mr. Vinod Chaudhary's story is extremely strong and inspiring. He rose from the ground up, made his career in business, and today he is a self-made billionaire. I'm extremely proud and delighted to publish this book, and I hope all of you can read it and get inspired by his story.
Indeed, from the streets of Kathmandu to the higher echelons of New York, South Asian societies need first-generation success story as role models. Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. But before you go, I would like to know, on behalf of the audience and the panel that we have together here, what would you say in very few words? I understand we have a long panel to go, but in few words, what would you understand as the mantras of your success? Because it's not so easy. The empire that you built up, the philanthropy also that you built up, has been in the last 25 years a period when Nepal saw the highest amount of uncertainty in economic, political, and social life, moving from a discredited monarchy, a broken monarchy, a violence-ridden monarchy towards the end, to a democratic movement which was long, to a sort of civil war or militancy, whatever you call it, finally coming to a multi-party democracy which has also been slightly unstable initially and now getting stabilized with the new constitution. In this scenario, you built up the empire, the business empire, and also gone to various nations around the world. What have been your 2 or 3 major mantras of success? Dr. Vinod Chaudhary.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, and I'm really humbled. albeit a bit too long, but I think it did give an opportunity to share. Let's put it this way that life is not without challenge, and my life perhaps started with bigger challenge all the way right from the beginning. Coming from a humble, modest business family in Nepal, and you've already rightly pointed out, if you talk of the recent, which is a country which has been perpetually in some form of a transitional politics, and the scale of transition has been huge, ranging from the monarchy to a multi-party democracy to an armed Maoist movement, including the king's takeover and now a parliament which has recently been dissolved and waiting for new elections to be held. We've seen situations where in 26 years' time we've seen 25 governments. But the flip side of it, that when you move through a situation like that, you're also pushed in a situation where you learn to love work, when you learn to operate without governments. You learn to operate in the most complex environment. I'll give you an example. We joined hands with Tatas and the Taj Group to form a joint venture in Sri Lanka to take over Samudra at the same time when 6 aircrafts were bombed in Colombo airport. Nobody would have even touched it. Even Sri Lankans were not prepared to take it. We went to the northeast with our brand of noodle, which you acknowledged, 30 years ago, at a time when in Northeast was considered to be one of the most disturbed part of India with perpetual insurgencies. We had to deal with the governments, we had to deal with Ulfa, we had to deal with the Nagas. So I think life is all about balance. Life is all about steering your path through difficult times and making sure that you are not deterred, you move forward and do not compromise in your ultimate destination. As they say, the Arjun Drishti, you have to look at your destination and that's it. And whatever hurdles come your way, finding a solution or jumping over. So, success is always relative. I'm totally, entirely satisfied that we've been able to build an organization which is over a period of, in one way you can call it over 3 generations, which has taken the life, blood and sweat and dreams of 3 generations. On the other hand, say 45 years of real growth, which spans all over the world. I think it is, as I always say, that despite coming from a small country with a modest background, always dream big. Probably that's the most important message that I like to share, and that's what I tell all the new generation, the youth today, that today's world is even easier for people to control if you believe in yourself. Because today's world is all about connectivity. It's not about capital, ability to connect demand with supply. You have to see that gap, and that's what it is. It's becoming irrelevant, whether you come from business community or not. Actually, if you look at some of the most successful businessmen who have emerged as global leaders, they're all first generation. And they're all in the age bracket of 30 to 40. Okay? If you look at the biggest companies that the Fortune 500 or the Forbes have delivered between 2000 to 2020, in fact, the conventional business houses are lagging behind. So I think it's all about the courage. It's all about believing in yourself. It's all about not having a complex from where you come. It is gone are the days when I think the monopoly of the business in the larger sense was restricted to only big economies and bigger business houses. I think a businessman can be born even in Ukraine. I remember John Com, who used to work in a bakery as a sweeper, who launched the WhatsApp and sold it eventually for $18 billion. The age of 18. So there is nothing called geography which is relevant. There is nothing called the background of your family which is relevant. You may be a son of a carpenter or a farmer, and you may still make it to the Silicon Valley and to the Forbes of New York. That's it. That's
Yes, indeed. Post-pandemic, there will be new billionaires who will come out of the dark, out of the unknown blue, and there will be many entitled houses which will go kaput. The new pandemic has really brought in immense, on one side, immense struggle and crisis, on the other side, immense possibilities as well. And I really appreciate this whole talk of fighting entitlement success can come from any background. That's something which is very inspiring. And before I bring the next speaker, I must also mention, Vinodji, that you find a great time to manage between your social commitments, your educational commitments. You run more than 20 educational institutions perhaps in Nepal, and also a big business with 48 or 49 divisions. And also you sit in the parliament, deliberating on policies. So all these you can do together. Also, please, at this point, allow me to give a salute to Nirvan Chaudhary, the managing director, also your son and Nirvan Chaudhary, who has been managing the business very well under your guidance and supervision. I just wanted to say, because I know him personally and I've seen him work hard. And thank you, Vinodji, for inspiring South Asians across all countries and being a first generation role model for the South Asian population. Thank you very much. The next speaker, Vinodji, is very interesting from the point of view of Nepal's youth as well. If you could listen to the next speaker, if you have time for that, I'm sure you will have.
I will stay on, yeah.
Yes. Mr. Dilip Chinoy, who is currently the Secretary General of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. But why I wanted to mention that is very significant for Nepal to also understand and for you to listen to him is that he has been spearheading the skills mission of India before taking up this job. He has been 19 years in CII, but that's some time back. But in between, he has spearheaded the National Skills Development Corporation, which has brought in this culture of skills. We were all into typical liberal higher education, or rather armchair higher education. The culture of skills in every campus that he has brought in has made a big impact, and that's also at the core, perhaps, in some way, in the new education policy, which gives an adequate importance to skills today. But currently, he is the Secretary General of FICCI. FICCI is the oldest and the largest trade body, industries body of India in South Asia, and one of the largest in Asia. Over to Mr. Dilip Chinoy from FICCI.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, and it was a pleasure to hear Dr. Chaudhary and see also the video of his book. To all the other panelists who have joined us this evening, my good friend Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, I see Dr. Maitri from IIM Nagpur, and also I see Mohammad Rashuddin, who is the founder, Vice Chancellor, and Chief Advisor, Professor of East West University, Bangladesh. It is good because in the morning I started my day with an address by the Minister Palak on startups in Bangladesh. There it's good that in the evening I actually get to hear you here, as well as Ms. Gauri Ishwar, who joined, and of course Sri Sir Vasili and Mr. Babul Mohanty. So a very good evening to you. I have a very short address, as Ujjwal knows that I actually prefer question-answer formats into lecture.
We will take questions.
I would just say that, since you have spun the topic from, education industry integration in India to whole Southeast Asia there, but I think the principles are very, very simple. And you have actually enlarged the canvas from preschool to school and to university. So I think fundamentally, what could industry do to help and bring this integration about? Today, in most countries in South Asia, if you look at the school education, A lot of people say that, if you take the reports from the ASAR report in India, it says that, a class 5 student can't even read, class 1 text or do something like that. Second, what comes out is that infrastructure in schools, etc., is not good enough, and you've heard the great work that Dr. Chaudhary has been doing in this area. The third thing which comes out is that the people coming out of the system don't have soft skills or don't have knowledge about industry, and therefore, they can't be employed. And industry I'm using in a very general way. A lot of people, education institutions who recruit, looking at lecturers, to recruit entry-level lecturers, don't find people, with the correct skills to do that, whereas they may be academically pretty good. And similarly, research institutions don't find, adequate people from there. So industry could do multiple things. But the most important thing for industry to do is actually signal to the education system what are the type of people that they would require at this year, in the next 5 years. I mean, we tend to forget that it's 12 years in schooling, and you have 3 years in undergrad. If you go into engineering, you would be doing 5 years. If you go into additional management schools, since we have a management here, you actually will graduate in 2 years. And if you were in management school 2 years ago, the skills that people are looking for today are totally different than what would have been, told to you about 2 years ago. So the first important thing that we need to do is to be able to signal to the different levels of education what are the competencies that we require. And since Professor Chaudhary referred to my tenure in NSDC, we actually integrated, the competencies, which is skills, attitude, and knowledge combination, into class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that when a person actually came out, right, he went into, he could have the option of actually choosing what she or he wanted to go here. And once that signaling is done, then of course, we should help in building curriculums to actually enable translating that competencies and enabling the students in the classroom to be able to learn and also have the ability to learn and take it forward. The second aspect, and it actually happens right from junior school, and we tend to ignore it, is that we should provide an industry exposure. Whether it is getting students to visit. When I was a young kid, I remember my visits in Hyderabad to the then Coke factory or the National Institute of Nutrition or to ICRISAT, or to that time Sunset was a brand there, and we even visited the neighborhood petrol pump. Right? So how do you actually see and expose people at different levels to what's happening in industry? And then, of course, there are different versions as you go. There's an apprenticeship program if you look at 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, depending on what you want to do. There's an internship, or there's a summer school. And, one big challenge is that, most engineering students have to actually do an industry experience. Unfortunately, what happens is that all the 3,000 plus engineering students, and including the management students, all want to do it in a particular semester in the year. And there is not sufficient capacity for actually enabling that to happen. So you can look at doing that around. The third area is industry could also, do guest lectures or even, go and talk to students in schools on the opportunities and generally about what is happening in the world. And this is a great way of communicating to them there. And you look at it at a higher level, then you can look at, faculty engagement also into addressing issues of industry. Since we have a management school here doing case studies, on industry, doing R&D for industry, and looking at different types of interaction with industry. When I was at SIM and Sakren Siddiqui was with Maruti, we actually set up a HR committee, right, there, and we did a lot of work with different stakeholders in that space. Or we actually, they have actually set up, Maruti has actually set up an incredibly efficient e-learning system. And with Mr. Gupta there, they have a hugely training center for a lot of different people in their various factories. So we also then look at what could industry, so faculty and academic institutions can look at designing special short-term courses, executive programs, and also do research papers there. And again, I just was really fascinated by the way that Mr. Chaudhary said that he doesn't want to talk, but he also wants to share what they're actually doing. And I'll just also quickly follow that example. But FICCI itself has developed a center of excellence on a national knowledge functional hub in partnership with SV University in Tirupati. It is a collaborative framework focusing on strengthening collaborations and interactions between academia and industry to increase the employability of engineering graduates. And this model is taken to all other colleges and universities around the country. We've done a Future X initiative where we have done batches of faculty development programs training over 700 faculty members from 26 states. I know in terms of percentages it's small, but then it's really to empowering the faculty to do effective use of tools and technologies, to look at new pedagogies and also engagement strategies and assessments. With AICT, we also partnered with them on the AICT Atal program to orient faculty and researchers in the area of emerging technologies, including AI and other things like that in that area. The other thing is that we'll be looking mobility and logistics, in the whole area of capacity building for healthcare workers. So that's another area, COVID thing that we were doing. And if you look at the school education side, we've actually, our FICCI Arise members are actually adopting government schools in different states and looking at it. Besides that, in the South Asian region and the ASEAN region, we enable scholarships for students in foreign universities to come into India, either from developing countries or from the ASEAN region, on research projects. So you need a university or a student from a university in abroad with a university in India and an industry in India, and then a scholarship is actually given there. So while I have articulated what the bridge could be, right, between academia and industry, I've also shared with you what specific things have been done there. And finally, again, the 4 sector skill councils that we run, media and entertainment, sports, capital goods and strategic engineering and food processing, is actually developing competencies and developing curriculum for different institutions at different levels, and saying that if you actually train your students to this level, they can either do research for industry, or they can be employed by industry going forward. So I only want to share these few points here. I believe that it is very important to do that and to bridge the gap, what we are launching in a broader sense between startups and between academia and science and industry is a fortnightly series starting next week on science meets industry or startups meets industry. Interact and find ways to collaborate. I think I would end by a quote which I heard this morning from Minister Palak. Alone we can go fast, but together we can go far. And I believe that together, if the South Asian nations collaborate and work together, as it is there, you will actually make it peace. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Very, very well said. Alone we can go fast, but together we can go far. And the startup academia interface session series that you say, yes, do inform, it will be great. And I would request Akram to utilize his platform also to inform the 2,000 plus people who have registered for this program today and tomorrow and the after tomorrow. It would be indeed important. Also important that you have spoke about the Sector Skills Council. I have been somewhat associated with Mohit Soni for the Media Sector Skills Council, so I have been knowing about it. But the other sectors you have talked about just now, food technology and other sectors as well. So the competencies required in the industry and the skills training that can be given in the institute. This coming together of these competencies and skills was a great initiative taken by NSDC and the Sector Skills Council together with the support of FICCI at that time. At least in case of media, the FICCI is involved, I know. And now you are taking it further within the FICCI platform. Well, let's listen to other countries and other perspectives a bit more, and we will have questions as we go along this particular program. I have now the pleasure of calling someone who is, I might say, the HR guru of India in a way, from the corporate sector. I'm not talking guru from the academic way, but you have just mentioned his name a bit earlier, sir. Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, who has been for 40 years involved in the corporate sector, grooming talent, grooming HR, human resources, at various levels. And today he is the executive editor for Maruti Suzuki. He has been earlier the executive director of HR as well in Maruti Suzuki. And he has been involved in several other companies before Maruti Suzuki, like Escorts, DCM Group, Benetton, New Holland Tractors. But Maruti Suzuki can never forget him for the long service in developing human resources, in developing talent, acquiring and grooming talent that they have been doing. He is a right person to speak about how the industry and the academics can integrate, having led Maruti Suzuki's HR for a very long time. Over to you, Siddiqui Saab. We have been waiting for long.
Thank you very much, Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary. And I'm very, very privileged. Thank you, Akram San, for making me part of this very, very inspirational kind of conference and session. Dr. Vinod Chaudhary, Mr. Dilip Chunoy, long friend, so great to see you there. Dr. Netri, our other eminent panelists, very, very privileged to be here. And I think the subject is also where perhaps Maruti has made its small contribution for sure. When I look at today in this context, the potential strength of our country for the future, and Dr. Chaudhary started with a kind of a good background, and then perhaps it is inspiring for all of us to really share our thoughts. Today, perhaps when we look at our country, it is recognized as one of the most exciting emerging economies next only to China. And perhaps while we see other major economies, I think either they are stagnating or just managing a very, very flat, tough growth. And one of the biggest advantages, what Professor Chaudhary earlier mentioned, is that India has the availability of a large, young, active young population, almost 17.5% of the world total work age population. An exception, strength compared to see maybe Japan, an aging population, Europe, an aging population. Also, very shortly, China will get into that loop of aging. Perhaps when we look at the emergence of the service sector, leading the charge in the Indian growth experience, maybe the boom of the IT industry, but manufacturing remains a very, very strong option always, and maybe looking at emerging other sectors in the country. That kind of capability to diversify, create that growth, opportunity and employability. Perhaps we are looking at this very strong domestic demand, consumption potential, which is making us self-sufficient to that extent. And perhaps last but not the least, what great contribution Dilip did with the National Skills Corporation, and Professor Chaudhary mentioned about that. We were part of that journey, and we witnessed that kind of a huge transition badly required in the country. So big advantage. Perhaps when I'm looking at this need for industry and academia collaboration, I think a kind of a partnership which can build people capability for a better tomorrow. That's a very strong thinking in the minds of most of us when we discuss at the board level at Maruti. And there, somewhere, perhaps we are still finding a kind of a vacuum, unfortunately, which we need to look at. One perspective, Professor Chaudhary, which is important in my thinking is keeping pace with the changes in the business environment. That pace is going up and up and up and very, very fast. Perhaps in our case, moving to electric vehicles is a huge challenge. But to a great extent, 2030 is the kind of milestone we are looking at, really being there. And then the key question comes is, where do we find electric vehicle engineers? Japan has a shortage. We have a shortage. Nobody has looked at it 5, 7 years, 10 years ago. That's the kind of, a little issue in my mind is that why we are so much behind. When we are looking at artificial intelligence, we are looking at maybe robotics, we are looking at machine learning, bots. Now we are here. Whereas we should have reacted maybe a little earlier, maybe 7, 10 years earlier. We are looking at startup companies, even non-graduates creating out-of-box business models, outstanding success. Dr. Chaudhary mentioned about his journey and inspired many of us listening to him. I think somewhere we need to be taking into context this kind of potential also and look at this soft skill focus which was mentioned by our earlier speakers as well. Maybe in case of this change and resistance to change, this comfort zone, and Maruti is a great example that with our arena channel, we're selling so many, huge, maybe more than kind of 10 lakh cars, but we thought of introducing Nexa, challenging our own existing arena model. But then now Nexa is a kind of a huge benchmark of success in terms of auto industry in India. Perhaps when we are looking at our contribution directly to skilling, 30 ITI is being directly managed by Maruti in a very, very different way, where the focus is more on this learning from Japan and learning on software, building up a kind of a character of an industrial worker, not only skilling, but also software. To a great extent, maybe we are looking at a kind of a perspective that maybe the startup need mentoring. So we have started a new initiative of mobility in terms of automotive industry, bringing in this entrepreneurial kind of capability. So we are at the moment mentoring and assisting 14 such startups part of Maruti's new initiative in the last 2 years. To a great extent, perhaps academia will have to look at how they are going to prepare to respond to this kind of a volatile speed pace of change in my thinking. Maybe some introspection. Maybe we'll have to look at our existing conventional education models. And Dilip was talking about some of those changes towards skilling part, maybe short-term program. I think we'll have to look at a 360-degree perspective for this kind of a transformation. Perhaps when we are looking at the kind of both industry as well as academia, some key perspective. In my thinking, maybe an institutionalized structure can help. Maybe supported by FICCI, by PII, by association, and somewhere some body of academia can perhaps represent that kind of interest. And maybe on both the front, starting with academia, first they will have to selectively delete the past. Very tough. To come out of that comfort zone. But I think that will be the first basic essential prerequisite. And to a great extent, create a balance between our education in terms of theory, allied research, and maybe education which is more relevant to the dynamic industry requirements. And at the same time, perhaps when we are looking at the corporate side, the industry side, I think they would self-reliance to exploring a third eye perspective, exploring the learning capacity which academia can, complement in a big way. Maybe live projects, as Dilip was mentioning, and maybe looking at this continuous need for reskilling, upskilling, and maybe multi-skilling, instead of being directly taken as a secondary load by industry, can be given to a trusted partner in the academia. To a great extent, perhaps when we are looking at some such development in the overall kind of ecosystem, I have one small personal kind of interest to share here. When we are looking at these schools, engineering colleges, and the kind of university education, I think one big learning from Japan, which is very close to my heart, is that we should also look at building character somewhere. And somewhere looking at ethics perspective. Training people, youngsters in B schools and other kind of, universities and colleges just to have aspirations on the monetary front. Very competitive kind of a rat race. I think we should get rid of that kind of a concept. Maybe look at first building the ethical perspective, the integrity, the governance perspective. This capability to be able to also contribute to the larger society. And then can look at perhaps doing well in terms of their careers. To a great extent, somewhere, I think industry has been lacking. But at the same time, somewhere, I think academia has been more in their comfort zone. I think some little initiative of maybe creating an institutionalized structure will be the first small step towards this long journey. I'm very, very privileged to be part of this conference. We'll be very happy to answer any questions, and I will stop here. Professor Chaudhary, back to you.
Thank you, Siddiqui Saab. This institutionalized form that you say of bringing the industry and the academia closer from shorter to longer courses, and particularly the challenges of post-pandemic times when you are looking at, for example, in your sector, looking at alternative or sustainable energy engineers. That point that you brought are very significant points. If you really can develop an outline of that, my university and similarly many other universities would love to partner so that our current electrical engineering students can be actually trained in the needs of the post-pandemic era. In the post-pandemic era, when sustainable energy sources, non-conventional energy sources would be the order of day, and these traditional energy concepts would be changing a lot, and it's changing in many other areas as well, including computer science and mechanical and civil. There's no point of traditional civil engineering when smart cities are the order of the day. Similarly, artificial intelligence and machine learning and cyber security are the focus areas in computer science and IT as well, not the traditional IT as we know. So it's a fabulous idea and a fabulous necessity, a very important necessity, and we'd like to talk further on that. That's a good contribution to the discussion on education industry integration. So we had perspectives from Nepal. We had two perspectives from industry perspectives from India. Let's look at a perspective from Bangladesh this time. From Bangladesh and from someone who has been the founder, VC, and today the chief advisor of the leading private sector university in Bangladesh, East West University, Dhaka. Sir, I had a privilege of visiting very briefly your university when I was invited by another university, Daffodil International University there. I had the privilege to visit your university as well. Enamul Haq Sahab, I know him quite well. And it's good to see you, sir, here. We have with us Professor Dr. Muhammad Farashuddin, founder, vice chancellor, and currently the chief advisor of East West University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, 17 crores population of Bangladesh, more than, I think, 76 or 78 universities, or even more than that, I suppose, this time. It's almost 100 universities, if I'm not wrong, or close to 100 universities. 56 are in the government sector, that much I know. It's a fabulous rise of higher education that has happened in Bangladesh. Schools, I don't have the figures, but the schools also. I must congratulate before I welcome Professor to speak. Dhaka has crossed 8% of GDP growth annually, even before the pandemic. Post-pandemic situation will be different, I'm sure, but even before the pandemic, we had been struggling at 4% plus in 2019. Dhaka had already crossed, or Bangladesh had already crossed 8%. A fabulous growth at the lower level. Look, the small and medium enterprise, micro, small and medium enterprises, a fabulous growth, which is known to be, or which is being touted to be, the sector which will bounce back or rejuvenate economy post-pandemic will be the MSME sector in which Dhaka already leads. Over to you, sir. How do you look at industry-institute interface in Bangladesh context? Unmute, please. Unmute yourself, or the host may unmute you. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, and for the very kind introduction. I feel very privileged, Mr. Chairperson, to have been a part of this very, very important conference, and I am grateful to Mr. Akram Haq for getting me into here. It was very inspiring to to listen to Mr. Vinod Chaudhary, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, and Mr. Siddiqui. The story of Bangladesh. 170 million people, of which 50 million between the age of 15 and 30. I have counted there are only 25 countries which have population of 50 million or so. Now, you have very kindly mentioned about the first economic growth of the country, and Mr. Dilip Chenoy has cited young minister, Junaid Palak. So the problem, the prospect is there. I mean, the growth has been tremendous. An economy of $80 per capita in 1972 is now close to $2,000 per capita GDP. Tertiary students, 30,000 in 1972, 3.8 million now. I think the problem starts there. We have grown fast, but we could grow faster. What is the problem? When we started with East West University 24 years ago, in 1996, 25 years ago, in my mind, I have no doubt that education has two distinct streams. One, of course, is learning, being educated, knowing the world history and politics and whatnot. The other is, for a developing country, for a least developed country, the technology, the vocation, the way to go about, and to have human capital. To me, any expenditure in education is really an investment in creating human capital. Because human capital is something which will accelerate the pace of growth from a given investment. I keep on saying the problem. The problem is professional expertise and technological advancement. Education has moved in a more general education mode. As a result of which, Bangladesh has to continuously get skills and professional expertise and technological advancement from other countries in running the biggest enterprise called the ready-made garment, which accounts for 80% of the exports of the country. As a result, when we started, we had no doubt in our mind that we would try to inspire our students to try to become self-made entrepreneurs. And it is working, a lot of them. Out of 10,000 students that we have now, we find that at least 1,000, that thing in terms of that. But I have a suggestion to this conference, it's an humble suggestion to consider. I think the universities, particularly in Bangladesh, they are working still on curricula which are not really geared to industrialization. One of the reasons is that they have not been talking to the industry. So I would strongly urge our front runners, the Indian, the friend and partner and big neighbor, and Nepal seems to have done very well also, that we initiate a dialogue between the industry and academia, whereby academia will go to the employer, the industry, in preparing the syllabus. So the syllabus should be relevant to the ongoing industry and new industries which we might be innovating, number one. Number two, I think I'm very impressed by the co-op type of education in US. That a student will study at the university for a couple of semesters to get the theoretical grounding, and that student goes to an industrial enterprise, stays there for a couple of semesters, tries to verify the theoretical knowledge with what is going on in the industry, and then come back with the experience of the industry and tell the college or the university they are studying that this is the way to go about. So this is one suggestion. The other is, I have seen in Western universities what is known as the incubator. So, particularly in Bangladesh, thanks to the success of the microcredit, we have thousands of potential entrepreneurs. So they should be collected, given training as to how to turn themselves into entrepreneurs in all senses of the term. So as far as I am concerned, I would like to contact the people here. I am seeing that would be of very great help in reshaping the education system in Bangladesh by making it more vocational up to the class 8, 9, 10, 11, and the tertiary education, higher education, more technologically oriented, so that the education converts people into human capital, which will make the investment more productive and from a given. Mr. Chaudhary, the chair, you have mentioned about the 8% growth. Well, we started with a negative growth. When the country was born, the World Bank estimated that the output shrank by 35% during the glorious War of Liberation. And let me take advantage of this, expressing once again our deepest sense of gratitude to our big and great neighbor for helping us with our independence. I was standing by us. So I think that since India has gone quite ahead in terms of technological orientation of the education and vocationalization of the education, we should look for the collaboration with Indian institutions and Indian industries, between Bangladeshi institutions and Indian institutions, so that we can proceed in the lines that I have mentioned, so that we can grow, we can sustain the growth, and even we can accelerate the growth faster, and to diversify our economy, so that, as Minister Pollock was quoted, we can not only go fast and far, but we can go faster and further. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
That's a very lovely way to end it. Faster and further. So all the panelists here, not because they are here at the moment present, all the panelists are the right people to, to brainstorm, suggest, or consult on vocationalization and training. Each of them have shown or have exhibited over the last 3 to 4 decades a lot of work in this particular sector that you have been mentioning. And so, though yes, India in certain technological and many other ways have gone quite ahead, but there is a huge diversity and variety in India, from extreme poverty to extreme wealth, from complete technological ignorance to very high-end technological awareness and expertise. There is a huge diversity in this country. Unfortunately, and we need to take pull up the sections of the grassroots. In case of Bangladesh, also is there, but I really appreciate the average going up in a big way. The average, whether it's economy, whether it's education, whether it's consciousness of technology, focus on technological learning. Your minister was telling in the morning that the focus is just now on vocationalization and technological learning, rather than just adding degrees, liberal degrees as only, higher education degrees only. So there has been really good progress that has happened in Bangladesh, because I've gone a couple of times there. I've seen for myself many such examples. For ladies and gentlemen,
hopefully, sir, you'll set your feet at East West University next time you go. We'll send you a formal invitation, of course, through Enamul Hall.
I would love to do that. Thank you, sir. For all the 235 people who are live at this point in the Zoom and those who are elsewhere, let me mention, today we had a very senior scholarly lady who has been there throughout the session, summarizing the key points and all, Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh, the Vice Chancellor of Shiv University. But tomorrow we have a panel only by women educationists from all across South Asia. So today I am, as an Indian professor, moderating it. Tomorrow a lady professor from Nepal will be moderating, Professor Roshi Lamachane, and there will be 6 scholars up to the senior, very senior scholars as well, like the Jamia Millia Vice Chancellor Nazma Madam, and professors from Bangladesh, professor from Sri Lanka, professor from Nepal, and many other. Akram has kindly put the entire panel here. Shushan Acharya ji from Tribhuvan University, Nepal, Vasudha Prakash ji from Excel Educational Trust, Professor Amila Jayaratne from Sri Lanka, and Veera Gupta from Nepal, and from New Europe, Ms. Lina Deros. These 6 ladies are moderated by a young professor from Kathmandu, Madam Roshi Lamachane. This will be, because many people have been asking why there were not too many women speakers today. We had a powerful woman speaker in form of Rupamanjari Madam, but then there is a full panel tomorrow, and I look forward to all of you appearing again tomorrow. I understand these days is a long time and all that, but then this is fabulous. It's being recorded. It will be all there in the YouTube and Facebook also, to go back and pick up the points. And this relationship that we feel offline, online first, which moves into offline as well. This is the world of blended relationship as well. So it would be great to carry it forward. Now moving ahead, I have now the pleasure that Akram had introduced very interestingly. Once upon a time, it was this East India Company which controlled or ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, whether it's Bangladesh, minus Nepal. Nepal was never subjugated. Nepal always had its sovereignty. It had a sort of an understanding with the British imperialists and managed this sovereignty, could manage sovereignty, and I really appreciate Nepal as a nation for that. But the entire remaining Indian subcontinent was under the Eastern India Company till the British Parliament took over. And today, whatever left of that company is still big as an industry. And we have with us the gentleman who runs it, who owns it, is also the chairman of Titagar PLC, and is an industrialist, educationist, and philanthropist. He runs a distance learning major initiative called KIGL, based out of Germany. I have the pleasure of now inviting Mr. K. Babul Mohanty. Kirod Kishore Babul Mohanty, sir. Over to you. Your ideas, because you have been in distance learning for quite some time. How do you look at industry, institute, interface? Sir.
So you have to unmute yourself. Can you do that, sir? I am not able to do that.
Yeah, you have to unmute, sir. Below bottom on your left, there is a mic icon. Can someone help you, or you help yourself? Unmute. Yes, you speak.
Okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Function.
Sir, please, if there is any other system which is also connected with Zoom, please remove that.
I think there are 2 systems.
We had a long issue.
Disconnected, and only one system should be active, is the face in the center of the frame. Face in the center of the frame and the audio. If there is a problem, we'll go ahead with the next speaker and come back to you.
I guess the speaker is getting yes. Stay with us, really wonderful. We had a long issue with the connection actually.
Okay, I will go ahead with the next speaker, please, and we will come back to you in a few minutes from now.
Right.
Yeah, we'll come back to you in a few minutes from now. Kindly manage it within that time.
I think I can see Dilip sir is getting little, I think, delayed. So Dilip sir, if you stay with us, it would be really wonderful. But if you have some other work or meeting or appointment, so you can.
Fine. We'll go ahead. There will be some questions already. There are some questions already. So it would be good if you can say that. Anyway, so we'll go ahead with the next speaker. I have with us. Okay, I must mention to the audience, Sir Chrysostomos Vasily from Europe could not join. just a minute, they could not join because of the natural some problem, nature problem. The connectivity is disturbed. And Madam Gauri Ishwaran, advisory board of Shiv Nadar Foundation, and also a very prominent school educationist as well. And unfortunately, the only lady in the panel, she could also not join today for some reasons. But doesn't matter. We move ahead with a stalwart of a management education, business education, who has been very patiently moderating and very effectively moderating the inaugural session today. The Professor Dr. Bhimaraya Metri, Director of IIM Nagpur, a new age IIM Institute in Islamabad. Dr. Metri, you are at that apex where management, the industry, and the education interface happens. Over to you, sir. You have heard perspectives from Nepal, India, Bangladesh. Over to you, sir, for your views on the topic. Dr. Bhimaraya Metri, Director, IIM Nagpur.
Thank you, Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary Saab. Thanks a lot. Good evening to all my distinguished panel members. I listened to Chaudhary Saab, billionaire in Nepal, and our good senior colleagues and friends, Dilip ji and Sidki Saab, and also Professor Farasuddin. So now I'll give the perspective of the very interesting topic, building New India education industry integration. So I'll talk about IIM Nagpur. IIM Nagpur is the one IIM out of 20 IIMs. It is located basically a center of gravity of India. It is in the heartland of IIM. So British era, it is to be called as a zero milestone Nagpur, and it equidistant from any part of the country you can find, and flying distance is same. So one geographically center point of India. Apart from that, IIM Nagpur is located a multi-product special economic zone. This is the only IIM which is located in the multi-product special economic zone, where it is surrounded by 80 and odd different variety of industries, like right from pharmaceutical to TCS to spare parts of aircraft to logistic companies. So all variety of industries are there. Within the heart of industry, IIM Nagpur is located. So this itself speaks a lot about people say हॉस्पिटल के बीच में जो मेडिकल कॉलेज होना चाहिए वैसा इंडस्ट्री के बीच में बिजनेस स्कूल. So this is the only business school which is located within the heart of the 80 and odd industries, and which is just 9 kilometers away from international airport of Nagpur. So this itself talks a lot about education industry integration. Now, if you look at what Dilip ji and even Sidki Saab rightly said, so integration and interface, the traditional way what we do is internship. This is the one way of traditionally we integrate with the industry. But apart from that, IIM Nagpur, there are certain uniqueness we have taken so that today, as the world is changing very fast, in this fast changing world, speed has taken over the size of the companies, and also competency has taken over the knowledge. In any education institution, we look into the three components. One is knowledge, attitude, and competency. So out of three today, knowledge is available with Google, but competency is the one now. It is a priority for the knowledge, and attitude one has to be built. But apart from that, again, if you look into this digital world, disruptive world, now the capabilities are going to be more important than the competencies. So this is how from knowledge to competency to capability. So these are the changes happening in the corporate world. So because the students, the moment they graduate, they have to end up with the unknown company and unknown job, and we have to prepare the students for that. So earlier we used to use the word corporate ready product. But corporate ready product for the existing business and corporate ready for the business which not exist today, but it may come after a year or two. So for that purpose, what we are doing here at IIM Nagpur is we introduced a 4-week field project to the first year students. So 2 weeks They do the interface from the institute, and 2 weeks physically they go to the companies Aurangabad, Nasik, and Nagpur, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. They 2 weeks they do the homework and they will interface with the company, and 2 weeks physically they go to the corporate and not only get the awareness for the freshers and also they work on the project. So this is the first of its kind, field project they do. And afterwards, there is another component we have introduced, that is international immersion program. So international immersion program, our students go to Singapore, a group of students go to Korea, a group of students go to Japan, and a group of students they go to Dubai. They get the international exposure again. There also they do the project with the companies abroad. So cross-cultural understanding and global exposure, they get this second component. Apart from that, these students are put into the different situations through field project, through international immersion, and this is how we save the students, we develop the mindset of the students, we develop the capabilities instead of not only developing the competency, we also develop the capabilities. And that is need of an hour for take up the jobs or lead the jobs which are not yet born. Apart from that, we also do lot of live projects for the students because Nagpur is surrounded by 3 Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporations and 80 and art companies. So most of the students, they end up doing a live project, and again they get a different kind of a phenomena, different kind of situations, how to handle the project. And a group of faculty members from different discipline, HR, OB, strategy, even information system, together they guide the students, and students basically work with the given situation. Because in the disruptive world, contexts are changing. So very fast changing context situations, students are subjected to different contexts so that they can they can lead the project in different situations. So we are preparing them for the contextual leadership or new leadership through these programs. Apart from that, I am Nagpur has INFED. INFED means I am Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development. So we have got the funding from the Ministry of MSME, and also we are looking forward to get the support from Niti Aayog. Here students, those who want to do the startup and incubator we are building, and not only our own students, we are also supporting central India, including Vidarbha and Chhattisgarh. We are providing support for entrepreneur development. So these are the ways we are integrating the industry. Apart from that, our faculty member also go to the companies, they write the cases, caselets and brief cases, 2 to 3 page cases and brief cases they write. And apart from that, we also do business thought leadership series. Senior industry, vice president and CEOs, they come and address our students. Not only address the students, we call this particular scheme as a business thought leadership series, and we also organize women libraries. The accomplished person coming to the college and in a room they are addressing the student and telling the story. For example, Vinod Chaudhary ji, he himself is a great library, and our students can get the benefit of such a knowledgeable, such an experience, and their story will inspire and motivate the students. So these are the different ways at IIM Nagpur we try to integrate, students with the corporate. Apart from that, every course, 2 sessions are taken by the industry professionals, and since we are surrounded by the industry, and they will come to the classroom and they will provide the latest development and trend in the corporate world, so that our students can take up the future jobs in the future workplace. So these are the different ways we connect and we integrate at IIM Nagpur. And apart from that, we are also next year going to start a PhD program for industry executives, and we also conduct a lot of management development programs, short term, long term, and online e-certificate program for the industry. These are the different ways integrates with the industry. So with this, I'll stop here, and thanks Ujjwalji, thanks a lot. If any questions, I will take up at the end. Thank you.
Very good case study, very good case study. It's actually a case study for those who are from education, obviously most of the audience are from education, we should take a lesson. How do you build industry interface, if I can call this way, iCube or whatever, III? How do you build? You have just now given an actual case study of that. Thank you very much. We'll come to, there are some questions, we'll come back. But let's first listen to our honorable guest, Firod Kishore Babu Mohanty ji, whom we lost a little earlier due to technical fault. But now we can listen to him and take it forward. Over to you, Mohanty Saab. We were eager to listen to you.
Possible. Thank you very much. This very kind person. Very much privileged. And I thank you all and thank you all my predecessors like Ji and gentleman from Bangladesh and everything. I wanted to talk to you see, find out the best possible education system learning model. In this respect, human the capacity of listening, learning, acquiring the knowledge, and knowledge has given opportunity to good education. Both knowledge and education together have gone far away to great civilization and to the development of many discoveries and invention. This thing was to be spread all over the world, which are not possible until the development, the finding of paper. After that, then it came our the most electronic media, radio, television. It took faster. After that, it came the digital media, which is now after the invention of internet, we are much faster, and we can move faster within seconds to convey, to communicate, and to spread our ideas and discoveries. This is also how we are sitting here in thousands of kilometers away from each other for the internet media. But unfortunately, the COVID-19 has done a lot of damage. While sitting here talking to you, my own grandson is putting in digital media, cannot go to school. You must have been hearing about United Kingdom, London, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. It's all knocked down. No school, no college, no university open. I don't know how long. So everything is possible only because of now the digital media. So every country is now very much keen to reach the highest literacy, about 100%. And it's not that possible, it's not that easy because of the lack of resources, the lack of infrastructures and all this. But it is coming through. Now, back to our own country, like India. India is a very complicated country. It has got 1.35 billion people, maybe now 1.4 billion people. And out of that, lot of different languages, not like our friend from Bangladesh. Bangladesh has gone to 70 million and one language. Where we have got 121 million, 121 languages, and only 58 to 69 languages are being taught or being used as instruction in learning media. And luckily our friendly government has put the last 2020 budget is very appreciable, but it's not touching the target. So that is the only one issue. Has got 32 million disabled, 287 million analphabets who cannot speak and write. A lot of people also in hills and tribal areas, they don't have any opportunity to go for learning. And the dropouts is 32.2 million people this year on corona. It may be double very soon. back to the knowledge, for the education. Corona will come. Corona has come with the family and with the big brother variant. But to overcome that, so there we are having scientists who are finding the vaccines, not in 10 years, not in 5 years, in months. So this is the education, and it must be respected very, very strongly. And there must be, with the rest of the time, there must be the system, the models must be accordingly changed. This is the thing, and what you have mentioned before, education and industry, it goes very, very together. Without other cannot survive. It's just like having the ear but no hearing, or having the hearing but no ear. So the situation is that I have been very practical in my life. I have been involved in a lot of humanitarian projects. Also, like you said, in East Asia, in Thailand, Cambodia, and all these things. We are working whole system, making charitable schools, hospitals, and things like that. That is fine. That is okay. But in our own country, the system the annual budget of 2020 is very good. But the budget is, our education budget is more than the defense and agricultural budget together. But it is only less than 3% of the GDP. This should be the thing to make it up to 6%. That is good, very good news. So let me bring industry to it. I have gone very practical in my mind. I have been establishing a company in the name of KIDL, Carolina Institute of Distant Learning, together with my close friends and partners like Mr. Raman Pillai, who is a billionaire from Australia, Mr. Dr. Pitamar Panda from India, Mr. Bhupati Rajendran from Singapore, and Mr. Kasinath Patro from GTV learning background. So we are trying our best to establish anywhere, anytime, distant learning. And what is that? It is involved in 3 media: print media, electronic media, and digital media. Print media will be in the conventional way, but it will give in the kit forms. The total syllabus of central government or state government, total syllabus for one academic year for 10 months together, as per the lesson plan, as per their program, to learn it wherever they don't have to come to running to the schools and the colleges. It will be provided to them on the kit system. On the elective media, the same system will be, same syllabus will be taken, and what it will offer also in kit form through the radio, TV, DVD, CD, and all. And the great digital media, of course, is very small, very quick, everything in seconds. So that will send systems all together. Syllabus will be compiled in kit system and will be distributed. By that time, it will be cheaper, more cheaper, and a lot of people who are not in a position to afford the education, that is the over 297 analphabets in India, 300 million analphabets, they will have an opportunity to come to education economically. Maybe the poor people will give it free as a donation, there's no problem in that. But at least there should be some development, and there are a lot of people who have already been trying. Okay, but I am not in the retail business. I am very, very happy to announce that you will hear a lot of the skills and the future development. Of course, I have to work with all of you, all the educationists and universities and governments, especially state government education departments and all the things. We are already in the process, so thing is very good. Wherever I go, I have been active in whole Asia, in Australia, in Africa, and Europe, and all these things. But still I Hindustani. Okay?
Thank you. Thank
Enjoy.
you. Yes, thank you. Finally, we could hear you properly. So nice to hear you. At such a senior person, you are still committed to the cause of distance and digital learning. You are creating KIDL. You are asking for higher investment in public investment in education. Yes, you are right, sir. Never has any Indian government invested more than 3% of GDP or the budget in education. That's sad. Even Rajiv Gandhi's 1984 education policy promised 6%, as the current education policy promises 6%, but it has never been done. That is indeed a point of concern, more particularly because digital connectivity today, in the era of digital divide exposed by the pandemic, requires more investment on that. Yes, you are saying something. You are saying something. Please tell.
I have gone through the Indian education program. I've read all the 65 pages, but reading is fine, putting in paper is fine. But I am a practical man. I must do something. I must have people that can go for learning. All my activity in India also, I am happy that 300,000 people are having their food because of their job retention scheme. Their children are going to school. I don't want any money for myself, nor I want to earn any single pence from kiddie. If I told you, if people who is not position to afford it, okay, fine, we will contribute. There is no problem in that.
Great. Indeed, great. That sense of philanthropy is very significant and important now. Having said that, sir, there are a lot of good points of new education policy as well. For the first time,
5 pages.
No, I'm just telling in the context here. For the first time, they have moved beyond this differentiation or watertight compartmentalization of art, science, commerce. There is a huge focus on pre-primary education, and there are many other positives as well. You want to say something?
It's going to offer also learn by play and learn by game. Everything is very well projected with the experienced educationists, and I am very happy to have them as my captains is good. And even if 300 million people, if we get 1 million, 3 million, 30 million is enough. At least we have contributed our part.
Great, great. We will continue with this. With a few questions we'll take up. There have been quite a detailed discussion. Diverse examples have been brought in. What has been done in Nepal, what has been done in Bangladesh, what has been done suggestions from the former executive director of HR, Maruti as well, and also a case study of the ideal, a case study of IIM Nagpur. So many diverse areas have been brought forth on how industry-institute interface can be built up and how a new South Asia, which integrates industry and academics together, can be built up. I will take a few questions here. Many students, one person is asking in the question answers, many students won't be able to go back to school even if situation becomes somewhat normal. Is there a possibility of skilling them, these undereducated people, from distance? What can be done on that? Dilip sir, Dilip Chinesi, you are there. You have been a skilling in South Asia's best known skilling expert in a way. Would you like to give some suggestions? How can high school students who won't be able to complete education and from smaller places, grassroots institutes, how can they be skilled in times to come post-pandemic?
So thank you, Professor Chaudhary, for that question. And I think it's very fortuitous that we are actually having this in the evening, because earlier this afternoon, the Skills Minister launched the PMKVY 3 program. It is a district level skilling program there, and people who have no access to schools or that could go and join those programs. I'll put them into three buckets of students. One, those students who have access to digital means, right? There are a lot of digital courses online that you can actually look at. Most of the sector skill councils are running digital programs.
Yes.
Second, those who have access to any of the PMKVY centers or the PMKK centers, that there were 15 case studies presented today when the Honorable Minister launched it. The challenge really comes in to people who are not near a skilling center and who don't have digital access. And here, I think there are a lot of non-governmental organizations who are trying to reach out to them. And if they have access to a mobile phone, I think a number has been created where they can reach out and people will reach out to them. So that's what's actually happening on the ground. It's very difficult if you really want to do hands-on training. It is a challenge because not necessarily, I was very heartened to hear Dr. Maitri's thing that हम तो industry के बीच में है there. So for him, I mean for anybody in his thing, it is very simple. Although he's a management, but there are many districts where don't have access to industry and don't have anything. But I think it's work in progress. We will have to take it forward.
Great. That's a practical suggestion with respect to PMKY and the National Skills Development Corporation's initiative. There is a gentleman, Javeed Mirza, in the audience who has noted www.learningequality.org, which has a Colibri tool for online skills training. So learningequality.org, if you could note down and visit the site, maybe there would be some interesting possibilities there. Babul Mohantiji, you have just now talked about learn by play. Learn by play, this concept you have said. Can you just speak 1 or 2 minutes on it? Pavan Kumar is asking, learn by play, what did you mean by it?
It is come the kit form anyway. So especially for the LKG and UKG, for the children who have got access, they cannot work on the internet and things like that, then it will be provided with the plastic, figures and pictures, and it is multiple. Possibly my technical director, they can explain more, but this is system here. But he cannot, or you can go back to kiddle.org, www.kiddle.org. You can get all the information. And get all the information.
Kiddle.org, KIDL.org, KIDL.org, that Babul Mohanty is speaking about, KIDL.org. If you can look at that, and learningequality.org has been already talked about. There's another question that has come. Can I ask Siddiqui Saab for this question, please? Siddiqui Saab?
Yes, please.
What can be done to reach out to the students in times of pandemic? Thousands of students have moved to their native home villages, but internet is also not accessible in most of these villages. And smartphones also, many people may or may not have still, and digital access is not there. So how can they make this time productive? I understand vaccines are coming, but it will take 3 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to really make a vaccine a universal sort of a movement. So what can be done? What suggestions you have for these grassroots children who maybe are between the age of 14 and 20? What best way of skilling them, educating them, and making their life worthwhile, giving them a promise on which they can build up the future, next future.
Actually, Professor Chaudhary, that's a kind of a very big issue for a country like India. And I think to a great extent, there is a kind of opportunity also. Because when we see a company like Maruti and when we see the kind of rural marketing penetration reach, which started way back in 2005, perhaps to a great extent, there can be an opportunity in our dealership network where they have got this rural kind of setup, which are not very huge, big setups, but they can provide that kind of customer service experience, which is a very, very short kind of module. And in more than 70 ITI we have already reached in the last 10 years for providing that kind of specialized kind of training, which is a very short kind of training module, and supported by Maruti's kind of specified tools and equipment and everything. And they are very much existing into the rural fraternity. But at the same time, to a great extent, when we are looking at moving forward, I think smartphone based kind of learning is going to pick up. And somewhere, I think for the youngsters, the e-modules which are more based on e-games is where we are trying to work. And we heard earlier that Maruti Suzuki Training Academy was mentioned by Mr. Dilip Chinoy, and there perhaps the biggest success is handling youngsters to e-modules which are based on games. But you tell them through the games the kind of technical capabilities which we expect them on the shop floor. Great. And that to a great extent will be an answer moving forward. And maybe I think we are looking at contributing our bit, including the digital kind of potential based on the smartphone method. Because otherwise this challenge of digital reach not being there with the kind of rural population will continue to be a kind of an issue going forward. Okay. But I think quickly looking at this app-based kind of reach out will be the way forward.
Thank you. App-based, smartphone-based, internet-based, right? I would look forward to a blended education where a part of the education will be face-to-face, part of the education will be digital, and there could be a lot of learning from the environment, the physical environment where the youngsters are there. A lot of learning can be done there as well as we go ahead. Yes, this is a large question. Finally, it's a question of digital divide being bridged, for which the government's additional 3% which the government is promising can be allocated. And we can also look at the CSR of 2%, which is made compulsory for corporate sector now by the government for at least 1 to 2 years, can be largely oriented towards bridging the digital divide. Because this digital divide otherwise will create a huge divergence, disparity between those with education and those without education. And this is unfortunate for a nation of almost 283 to be precise, millions of students. That's almost
the point,
close to...
Professor Chaudhary, if I can make it Dilip
Yes,
here.
yes.
I think to add to what Mr. Siddiqui has said, there are two things I'd like to share with you. One is that this traditional of having 8-hour classrooms, 8-hour classroom days would need to be reviewed.
Right.
Because, I know, and a lot of the management institutions and others are following, a kind of accumulation of credits, and the new education policy also looks at it that way. So micro credits, which can be, accumulated, as Mr. Kishore Babu said, through digital means, and then you can accumulate these credits and get a big total credit and maybe lead to a degree there. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in the Prime Minister had launched the PM Vani scheme. Right? Last year, about 6,000 odd crores was dedicated to that, where they were, and this year, Independence Day, and other things, he actually said that we will do 1 million free Wi-Fi hotspots across the country, and then he said we'll expand it not to every district, but we'll go to every block. I think that scheme needs to be expanded, and it is important. Just as to say, pipe water to every household, or Swachh Bharat, the toilet in every household. We should actually have a digital connection or Wi-Fi connectivity available for every household. So these are the things that I ask.
Agreed, sir. The literacy of tomorrow is digital literacy. The literacy of tomorrow is not the ability to sign your name, signature your name. That was what it was earlier. Sir, Dr. Bhimrai Maitri Saab, could you please quickly answer to Chandan Kumar Pradhan's question? Before I go to the question, let me tell everyone, all this content in the Facebook and YouTube channel of the Policy Times will be available. You can always download. The individual speakers' content will be further edited and also shared online. And you are already connected to the organization, so you can visit their site, their Facebook, their YouTube, and otherwise connect to any one of the organizations to get further more. Many people have been asking, how do we retain these in future? For that, okay. Chandan Kumar Pradhan asks Dr. Maitri that what initiative government should take to immediately implement as much as possible within a very short time the strong points of the new education policy.
Thank you very much, Ujjwal Chaudhary Sahab. You see, first of all, Government of India already, as in the earlier panel, Professor Sridhar rightly said, we should begin with the low-hanging fruits first. There are many things we need not to wait for the government to give the direction or Ministry of Education to give the many of the things, multiple entry, multiple exit. This is one thing. Colleges can immediately start working on that, they can do it. Number two, multidisciplinary approach. Immediately, every college or university, they can start setting up a committee with the industry and academia, and they can enter into a multidisciplinary approach. They need not to wait for any notes from the Ministry of Education or UGC or AICT. Number three, they should also currently government is very keen the training for the teachers in the area of new education policy, because teacher training, 9 committees the government of India has already appointed task force for implementation of NEP, and integration of higher education is one of such committee. I am part of that committee for implementation of NEP, and their teacher education, vocational education and technical education, vocational education and skill. So these are the 4 areas integration is there. So their teacher education, immediately it is the government is going to take up very soon, even Professor Sudhir rightly said. So those are the initiative from the government side, but every university, every autonomous colleges, they are free to implement bits and pieces NEP, and that they can do. Apart from that, one more thing, as Dilip ji rightly said, Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship, they have identified 9 IIMs for implementation of Sankalp scheme for implementation of skill in the districts of the different districts of the different states. So they identified 9 IIMs. I am Ahmedabad, I am Bangalore, I am Nagpur, I am Ranchi. So there are many 9 IIMs they identified, basically a scheme for Sankalp. So every IIM will train 40 fellows. For rural area, they will be trained as a fellows, and those fellows will also create an entrepreneurship job, and they can start their own job and startup and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Those are all the schemes. They are already, IIM Nagpur has already initiated that program. Government of India has already sanctioned that program, Ministry of Skill. So those things are as a part of NEP. They already started. And some of them only regulatory part, one has to wait for some more time. Otherwise, many things we can implement. As Sridharji rightly said, my NEP. So NEP has become so popular, everybody started telling my NEP. So that is why you can implement your NEP and we need not to wait for anybody.
Great. Very well said. Thank you. Yes, there are components of NEP which now everyone is identifying with indeed. Now, Dr. Mohammad Farishuddin Sahib, I have a question for you. If you are there in the panel yet, are you there? No, I could not see him. Nevertheless, I can take this question up, and someone else from the panel, maybe Siddiqui Saab, can answer. There is a question from one of the from the audiences, Mr. Devashish Ghosh. Rigid fragmentation of disciplines and individuality of learners are being ignored in education largely. How can we readdress this or replace this? That's the question being asked. Rigid fragmentation of disciplines and individuality of learners. How can we challenge it?
I think, Professor Chaudhary, it would be appropriate if you can answer that, because you will have more capability.
I'll take up, sir. Chaudhary Sahab. So, Chaudhary Sahab, first of all, till now there was a rigidity was there. Now rigidity has become stupidity. In the new education policy, rigidity has been taken out. Full of agility is built. Every university, every college, autonomous college, they can go ahead with implementation of even modifying the curriculum and adding the skill, lot of agility is built, and that rigidity has been taken out. Even person of engineering background can go to history, history person can go to science, science person can study biology. And I must tell you, Bits Pilani is the one, the living live example. Before NEP, they started this kind of, education system. A person having the biological background can be a computer science engineer. He can take up the job in Silicon Valley, USA. Bits Pilani is practicing many decades, and NEP has come, and NEP also that kind of system is there. So lot of flexibility has been built in NEP. Rigidity, the days of the rigidity have already gone. Not at all there, and it is up to us to immediately move to the NEP and start enjoying the agility and our own dream to achieve.
And I think to Dr. Maitre's compliment, I will just mention one thing. What is our learning, bigger learning, especially in the last 10 months? Flexibility, adopt and adapt is the way forward.
Yes, I agree.
And somewhere I think we'll have to be a bit open to things the way they are going to come to us over the next decade or so.
Yes, indeed. I would add an emotional EQ part to it, emotional quotient part to it. It's not enough to be passionate. Passion is not enough anymore. Compassion is more important. So while interacting with youth, while interacting with people around us, it's not just about passion about my work, but compassion towards people outside, around. Not competition, but collaboration. Collaboration is the mantra of the time. The last question, sir, this is for Dilip Chinoy-ji, and you have been the face of skills education. Once again, I tell that. There's a gentleman from Africa, Yao Bamazon, who is asking that the African dominant education pattern is highly Western and not beneficial to the interest of the ordinary Africans. How can we come out of this? Why is it so, and how can you come out of this? I know it's a out of the blue question for you, but if you could, please, you have been traveling around the world, if you could talk about it a bit. The gentleman has joined from Africa, far off.
Actually, I would like to say, just take Dr. Maitre's point, that you need to develop my new education policy. The way that India and the government of India actually went to the grassroots levels and got all the local experts. We of course drew from external and international experiences, but we actually created our own education policy. And like Dr. I.M. Nagpur has said, that now the committees are being formed to actually do that. Bangladesh also did something. Bangladesh also has a very interesting skill development effort, and they were focusing on textiles. And coincidentally, the logos of both NSCC and Bangladesh are very, very similar. I think in Africa, and the government, Indian government is actually willing to reach out, and many institutions and people like Mr. Babul and all others are willing to actually help countries in Africa. I myself visited both Kenya and the Ivory Coast to help them structure their skill and education them going forward. So it is possible. We have education consultants in India, Excel in India. Government of India has a great program to help African nations, and they'll be happy to do that. We'll have to do it one nation at a time. There's nothing like doing the entire Africa at a time. And whichever country you're located in, I'm sure if you reach out to either Akram or to Professor Chaudhary, that we can actually get the help you could reach out to us. So that's a very quick answer to the question.
I just add few words.
Yes.
Africa is rather more complicated than India. Like this, you were talking Ivory Coast. The population here is 10-15 million people, less than one district in India. And in our country itself, India is also very much complicated, because it's not like our friend from Bangladesh. Bangladesh is 170 million, one language. Suppose if I want to make the digital, history is only one language. Here we are prepared to do MIL and English, or dual language. And that also for 22 main languages and 19,500 dialects. So it is so difficult, but we will not give up. This is our country. And but Africa is same thing. I am too much African. I have too much expertise. I spend at least a quarter of a year every year in African countries. It's next to Ivory Coast and Accra. I am very active. But the difference is Ivory Coast itself, like Togo, like Burkina Faso, like Benin and all, the Francophone countries. The main language is in French. Like, and next country, Ghana is English. Whole system is totally English style, like we had from 1600, and it is difficult, but luckily the African countries, they are blessed by God, blessed by World Bank, blessed by so they have no problem. Here we have to fight, we have to do so many complications in India.
Right, agreed, indeed.
Different. So we have to work.
Yes, indeed. There are complications of language and cultural differences in India or Africa are quite substantial. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes into this program. I think it's one of the longest sessions that I have been attending in recent times. दिलीप जी तो रोज 4-5 घंटा बैठते हैं programs में, लेकिन even for a single session, this has been quite a long one. And Maitri साहब तो सुबह से ही हैं एकदम from I think 2 o'clock onwards continuously. He has been there. It's a fabulous learning, lot of content. For those who are asking how do we get it again I'm repeating on the Policy Times Facebook page. The written part, the transcribed part will come in the portal in words and also on the YouTube channel of Policy Times. With this, I'm not attempting any closing comments because it's already 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'm happy to have been with you all, learned a lot. I mean, Dilip ji is very well known and I have been listening to him quite some time. But for other Siddiqui साहब आपसे पहली बार मिले बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के. Our professor from Bangladesh also, Dr. Mohammed Farashuddin Vinod ji, I've met many times. Maitri sahib recently I've met, but hearing you today was different. Because this time there was a case study in the morning. You had some content also that I could listen to, and indeed a lot of learning. I take every day, one day at a time, and each learning as valuable. Over to you, Akram, for bringing the session.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing this wonderful session. I think I also got enriched. I want to really thank you, Philip Chinoy, sir, for really joining us. And you do a lot of programs, but joining here at the Policy Times, this event is a big success sign for me. Because your presence here is a big motivation that I can take. Coming from Fiki. Siddiqui sir, it is such a pleasure to listen to you, to hear from you. Maitri sir, thank you so much for the support, the encouragement, the motivation that you have given since many days. Without your continuous support, this would not have been possible of yours, Professor Chaudhary. And then Babul Mohanty sir, such a nice human being. Thank you so much for the encouragement and support that you have always given. Also, I want to thank the other speakers, Vinod Chaudhary sir, for joining us. Just for all our viewers, tomorrow is another big day. So we have the Honorable Education Minister of Manipur, Mr. Sorokhaiban Rajan Singh. He will be joining tomorrow. He will be sharing the education model of his state and education model of Northeast. Because Northeast is also a very important region that we need to explore. Then this session will also be chaired by Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary, and we will have some eminent speakers in this session. There are many other activities that we have tomorrow. So with this, we formally close the session, and as part of my responsibility, I would like to showcase some videos of our supporters and partners. I want to again name all of them. This program would not have been possible without active support of Shiv Nadar University, one of the institutions of eminence of this country, of Adamas University, the Northeast India's best university, best private university, Mantech, Mewad Engineering College, Hamdard National Foundation and Business and Employment Bureau of the Hamdard National Foundation, Alamein Mission, which is also silently but actively doing a big revolution in this country, Sunrise University from Hyderabad, from Alwar, Rajasthan, which is again doing wonderful work in this state, Iteltronics, one of the education innovators, Anis Defense Academy Institute, also Rocket Agarbatti, and our one of the prominent education counselor, Checkmate. So with this, I will run a couple of videos, but we formally closed the session.
You take concepts and models from physics and you apply them in economics, in biology, even in sociology, because you make map of population using the principles of physics again.
All of this put together helps add to my credentials, and it also gives me like an all-round view of different subjects. And I don't really feel left out when people are talking about some particular topics. It's more like, oh, you're talking about technology, hey, you're talking about English literature. So I always have something to contribute to, which I think is a brilliant thing because you always have something to come up with the discussions.
I was working on last year for my OER project, Opportunities for Undergraduate Research, was this process called torrefaction, where we try to convert our food waste from the dining hall into something that can be used to produce energy. Even one publication written in my resume on Cover Letter will give me an edge over others. This is something like not to do in a bad way, because they are not given in the form.
So when I first saw my family number in my department, I was very, very sad because all of them were very well educated in that field, and to really talk to them, I was just like, I want to be like them.
It's not about the teacher and the student relationship, it's more of a facilitator and student relationship. The teacher, the faculty, even the vice chancellor, the doors will always be open. You come up to them with any kind of problem, even personal problems for that matter, and they will help you with that.